ワクワクするステージ、視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう。一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ。ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語、ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ。どこまでも広がる空、勇気を持って進もう。君が主役のストーリー、さあ始めよう。この瞬間が宝物だよ、キュンとするでしょ。
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000上，几曾着眼看后望。真度真度，旌旗叹欧陆。
我是真一，欢迎来到新一期的赛季前瞻栏目。永劫无间第16个赛季燃耀将在4月1日正式开启，和大家保证啊，这可绝对不是愚人节玩笑。在本期的前瞻中呢，除了已经在测试服与大家见面的新武器飞刀之外，我们还准备了更多的内容爆料。毫无疑问 ，S16将又是一个量大管饱的赛季。如同集齐7龙珠就能召唤神龙之力那样，我们也将在接下来的节目中为各位玩家点起7把火，期待他们能像赛季名称燃耀一样，点亮这个永劫无间迄今最燃的赛季更新。有请主策划飞鸿老师为我们带来游戏内容的重磅爆料。
嗨，大家好，我是永劫主策划飞鸿。近2个月的版本更新中啊，游戏内容的释出节奏稍微有所放缓，有玩家可能会怀疑啊，开发组是不是在摸鱼？也有不少人说是不是在憋个大的？老实说，我们确实还需要一些时间。进入25年以来，我们正在紧锣密鼓地开发一个内容量远超新地图的全新游戏内容，并将在周年庆的裂缝事件中与大家正式见面。而在即将到来的16赛季，玩家们将体验到另一个重要事件——日火。我们将跟随车三娘的话语，逐步揭开祭沧海背景故事的新篇章。作为永劫无间最具代表性的英雄之一，烈豪祭沧海在2020年末第一次游戏测试的时候就和大家见过面了，掐指一算，已经过了4年多了。他开大时那只标志性的怒火焚身，相信大家也再熟悉不过。这次赛季事件中，我们花费了等同一个新英雄的工作量，为火德之师的祭沧海打造了全新的面貌。是的，这是你从未见过的祭沧海超燃的一面。配套的英雄故事 CG、神品外观、神品发型也将于赛季内上线， 揭开祭沧海新篇章的同时啊，为了更好的适应游戏版本变化，祭沧海的技能也将迎来重做。我们非常期待上线后，火蓝玩家能给大家带来非常精彩的操作。此外，灵魂夜的英雄技能在这次也将合并调整。我们目前的计划是移除灵魂夜的 F1，保留 F2、F3，同时加强浮空示范时的吸附效果，使它不容易打空了。在奥义方面，我们移除了 V2，并对 V1 和 V3进行了调整。V1我们准备给它增加可射击释放。V1在释放时只会消耗一部分怒气，剩余的怒气将在读秒的过程中陆续消耗，避免出现奥义被打断后怒气直接归零的不良体验。V3则在连线爆炸时新增了沉默效果，加强了灵魂夜在释放奥义时的压迫感。还有一些其他英雄的平衡调整，欢迎大家在后续版本的测试服中亲自上手体验，并与我们分享看法。大家提出的每一条建议都是这些英雄调整最终成型不可或缺的助力。新武器飞刀上线测试服以来，引发了许多关注和讨论。各位先锋瑞士团的热心玩家也为我们提出了很多实打实的建议。没错，作为忍杰首款真正意义上忍剑皆备的武器飞刀看起来确实格外与众不同。一方面，我们希望这些设计能够丰富对主的可能性，同时呢，我们也未曾忘记此前新武器上线的教训所以评估这次新武器新基地的时，我们会格外的谨慎。正是基于这个考量我们决定提前1个多月将飞刀放入测试服，留出充足的时间供大家仔细的体验，也让我们有机会打磨修改。我重申一下飞刀不是如人节整活。对于这个久违半年多推出的新武器，我们是认真的想要把它做得更好的。在这儿，我也想给大家分享对飞刀初步调整的一些想法。结合目前测试服的一些数据表现我们在考虑减少右键正击的前摇，增加后摇。此外，按键截断普通攻击的效果也将不再打断钩手飞袭了。以上调整内容将在3月26日的测试服中实装，有待大家进一步的体验和检阅。在同期的测试服中，我们还将加入飞刀的惊魂润。这段战斗动作的设计灵感源自经典武侠小说中的招式“暴乳梨花针”，集中之极，出必见血，将暗器之王的暴力美学挥洒到极致。如果你也想要拥有这份天下第一的潇洒，就别忘了在测试服更新后亲自上手测试。在飞刀相关的反馈中我们还收到了不少有关武器皮肤的建议，比如有些玩家提到可以将扑克牌作为外观的灵感进行设计。这其实和我们正在开发中的内容不谋而合。在去年12月的53年论宣传片中铁勒特曾有一幕靠丢出纸牌化干戈为入帛的画面。不论多久，大家也能在游戏中像这样4两拨千斤般的丢出飞牌了。如果有更多关于飞刀玩法的和外观的建议欢迎大家在评论区或弹幕告诉我们。6月初，征程之路的全新篇章将和大家见面。而此前我们曾透露曾在6月上线的全新战斗道具，也在我们的努力下反向跳票，至4月和大家见面了。它就是全新的法宝系统。胡桃的噬魂斩变成了毁天灭地的次元斩，玉立人的香炉长出4条大尾巴，祭沧海的火球还可以是一个定时炸弹。感受到了吗？这些就是英雄配装专属法宝的威力。在局外锻造出入天宫台，消耗混沌石，可随机打造出不同效果的法宝，为你的战斗提供巨大的增益。除了前面提到的英雄专属法宝，还有其他一些增加灵连上限、强化灵连打击等等的效果的通润法宝可供打造。你可以为锻造出来的法宝升级和觉醒，使它进化并获得更强烈的效果。法宝锻造材料的混沌石主要获得方式来自全新的烽火百炼玩法。在百弄地下的炼心渊内英雄们需要击杀藤鬼，将藤鬼上层的精气注入丹炉内，来维持混沌天炉的运转，帮助天炉进阶。积攒进度并成功守卫天炉进源后，便能收获满满一篓的战利品混沌石了。烽火百炼玩法和法宝系统将在每个真神赛季的后半程上线，并随着真神赛季的更新而重置。而且每个真神赛季都会推出全新的英雄专属法宝和通润法宝，力求让大家玩得更爽。另一个重大内容更新，就是在6月上线的真神之路全新篇章。从这个真神季开始，英雄们的对手不再是万象， 而是天海大师口中并非无敌的影族人。本次新关卡将随着苍蓝托莫尔的脚步来到长生寨，而在那里等候他的是曾经目睹300年前苍蓝部落兴衰的环瑞，一位身披蓝皮的影族人。苍蓝王对草原的统治为何惨淡收场？亲眼目睹过不求灭族之力的环瑞，而今面对重新卷入纷争的苍蓝王后人托莫尔，又会做出如何反应呢？烽火阵的故事新篇章或许能给大家带来解答。新赛季当然也有全新的玩法。此前远程武器在真神之路里的定位一直略显尴尬，虽然也有诸如火蓝双风暴、灵魂夜冰无眼冲的玩法，但比起近战的套路啊，远程一直不是主流。而在这个赛季，我们为远程武器量身定做的全新的战斗模式神射系统。首先，远程武器将可以震刀了，使用鸟铮弓箭的英雄将获得全新的震刀招式，怪物天脸也不用担忧了，震他个措手不及。此外，在战斗中使用远程武器造成伤害，可以积攒神射值。神射值满后，你将进入神射状态，将看破所有敌人的弱点，瞄着弱点进行射击，就可以造成额外的伤害。第一阶段的神射系统将覆盖特摩尔、神庙、玉玲珑和固金坎4位英雄，其余的武器招式也在紧锣密鼓的制作中，并将尽快与大家见面。
特爆！加量不加价的赛季通行证来喽！从下个赛季起，大家通行证等级达到115级之后，就能在解锁原有每个等级奖励的基础上，额外再获得一次抽奖机会，有机会抽到花露、宝箱等多重道具好礼，奖励加码，价格不变，多玩多得。新赛季新气象，怎么能没有新衣服呢？燃耀赛季的后续更新将有多个时装企划上新，其中打头阵的是长歌诗印系列的第2弹。继第1弹推出了3首唐诗之后，时隔多日，我们将迎来4首以词牌为主题的时装，它们是铁血丹心满江红、醉意阑珊如梦令、豪情万丈念奴娇以及逍遥山水鹧鸪天。这些词牌主题的时装有部分在赛季通行证中就会和大家见面了。孔子说诗词可以兴，可以观，可以群，可以悦。我们也特邀一位国家级京剧艺术家为本次企划带来独特的京剧腔演绎，希望能用永劫无间特有的方式，将这些包罗万象的诗词浪漫传达给更多的玩家。
除了刚刚这些福利啊，我再给大家爆料一些即将上线的游戏内容吧。为了能让高水平对局的战斗更加激烈纯正，我们将尝试在赛季中后期的天人之战中引入全新的机制——金乌之力。在第3轮地脉仪刷新的时候，除了现有的地脉仪之外，我们将新增一个金乌之力地脉仪。玩家若成功占领金乌之力地脉仪，便可以给全场没有拥有金乌之力的玩家添加言出效果。除了之前解言出的手段之外，新增了一个特殊任务，完成后也可以解言出了。这下正是我花开后百花杀，天人激战一触即发。今年的泼水节，一窝蜂的特殊形态一窝水将再度回归。别担心，我们参考了去年同期活动大家的反馈，一窝水的主力效果投放概率也得到调整，并增加了将其可以投入熟人井的功能。盘南岛的捷宝球也将变身为水球，冲撞后有概率获得兑换奖励的活动道具。还有一个大家呼声很高的瑞山 PVE 变身皮肤也将在燃耀赛季登场。这一次，瑞山将穿上一副荆棘编就的盔甲，每一颗荆刺不仅是强攻的利器，也是守护的坚盾。相信它能与五位侯披坚执锐、一往无前的将军之姿相得益彰。我们已经推出2款神品发型，也听到了大家对于发型配色方面的诉求。新赛季更新后神品发型都可以通过消耗染膏来解锁其他3种配色，适应大家多样化的装扮需求。新赛季还有更多的新联动吗？有的，赛季第1天就将有一款重磅联动与大家见面，请看图。这款联动内容很快就和大家见面了，预知后事如何下周2就见分晓。在上期新春前瞻中已经预告过的一款联动内容，也引发了大家踊跃的猜想。我在这里多透露一条线索吧，请看提示。
感 感谢飞鸿老师带来的第一手开发情报。燃耀赛季的前瞻内容就先分享到这里了，希望这些内容能为大家燃起更多游玩永劫无间的乐趣。永劫无间现已入围2026年的名古屋亚运会电竞项目，而就在这周四3月20日，永劫无间 Nbpl 春季赛也将火热开战。18支联赛队伍将争夺春季赛的冠军，职业老将能否再续辉煌，又是否有黑马突出重围呢？这周四前往各大直播平台，我在 Nbpl 等你哦。大家对赛季内容有任何想讨论或者想吐槽的点，欢迎在评论区跟弹幕留言告诉我们。那我们下次前瞻再会喽，拜拜，
拜拜。
新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫老孟，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. We have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是趁乱一口烟，2个人影都看不到边，为爱受苦带骂，让你也逃不出我手指间。一个追死一个，
Ooh, look.
过人命无电，一个是左右摇摆青丝。
Give it up, miss. Take a breather, would you? You're not paid enough for this. Just call it a day.
啊，对，可这位亲低头。哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya. キラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000赏，几曾着眼看后望。真度真度，旌旗探欧陆。
Hello everybody and welcome to the Nbpl. My name is Hitbrent. I'm joined by Savario. How are you, my friend? It's been a long time since we've worked together. You actually mentioned it in our pre-show conversation. We haven't worked together since your first cast, and I was giga ill that day, so I'm actually feeling healthy today, so we should have a good cast.
Yeah, it was back during summertime in 2023, spring or summer season, I should say. That was the first time coming through with you, and now we're back in the trios again, just to kind of work into seeing. It's a pleasure being back here, especially being able to cast alongside, and actually just seeing where we begin for this week. Just starting off fresh. New season patch has gone through Hitbrain, right? We got the 4-1 season for April 1st. This gives a lot of players an understanding where the players are going to be playing in, just like how you should be playing into your Twitch drops by linking your account into NARAKA as well as onto Twitch to make sure you get those rewards. If you watch for 15 minutes, you get Tay, 30 minutes for Silk, and then an hour for the XP bonus. We're going to have that champion bubble choice gift, which is a very, very limited item. Didn't realize how limited it was because I haven't gotten all the sets of all the other players, but this is mostly a seasonal updated item. So that champion bubble choice gift will be something for you guys to look forward to next weekend, where you'll be able to watch into the bi-weekly 3 finals and just be able to take an hour of your day watching it and getting the choice. But don't miss out on all the action, because like in the trios, a lot of chaos is going to ensue today, Hitbrain. I mean, we're talking about a lot of changes that has gone through with the addition. But the biggest limelight position is the addition of those flying knives, new weapon on the block, and especially in solos, we saw it yesterday. In trios, I'm expecting to see some action with that weapon.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how it slots into the trios kind of meta and who kind of takes it up. It's gonna be really interesting on that front. Also, a couple of changes to some of the characters. We'll go over that. Savaria is the smart guy here, so he's the one who's gonna rattle out, where he thinks these changes are going to come in and how they're going to affect things. I'm optimistic. I'm always optimistic whenever we see new weapons, new buffs to characters, and even new characters that they can shake up the meta. This trio season has been probably one of the most interesting from a hero select standpoint, just due to the amount of diversity. There's an iteration of Transformers, Sand Siphon still exists. The Blind Date comp is still kicking about as well. I mean, Syra has probably been the one thing that has been the most dominating on that front, but there's been a fair amount of flexibility and different comps up people's sleeves, so it's really exciting for me. On our screens though, we have our group overview. These are where our groups are currently sitting coming into this week 5, third round of the bi-weeklies, which is crazy to me, the fact we're on to week 3 of bi-weeklies already, because we started last week. I swear down, man, we started last week. Been an absolute killer one. But here is the teams that are playing today: SR, YZG, OA, Balder, WZ, FPX, 521, WBG, DRG, JL, ASE, and Alliance. We have YZG playing today, which is probably the big one. They've won the 2 last bi-weekly finals under their belt. These guys have been absolutely crushing it this season so far.
Yeah, they've been killing it in their consistency, and allowing for TXJ to join YZG was showcasing to be one of the biggest successes for YZGs thus far. And now, looking into the map rotation for trios, Pedoria Morning Dew being the first round, Holoroth Sunny into second round, and then Morus Isle Midday as the third. Second half of the day, we'll bring out to the Firefly maps, such as with Holoroth Dusk, Morus Isle Night, and Pedoria Midnight. So that's where we're going to see a lot more of those aggro comps, such as with the Blind Date, with the Viper Witch and Tessa. That's where those comps really start to shine out and start pickpocketing the game's kills left and right as that third-party assassination comp. But going into the placement of where we can see the shift in the meta, not going to be really that much to look towards in terms of shifting. There is going to be some shifts, so I'm not sure we're going to go for an overview, but V2, V1 for Viper, that is the question. What is going to be the play after her rework, considering that the changes into the season 16 patch notes, where Viper is able to get herself buffed towards her previously known as her V3, her V2 now is going to have a lingering 4-second silence after the pop, which then gives you 4 seconds of not having to worry about any sort of ability cast, whether that's from Takeda Fury Blast or to Mulch Wisps. But one other very important factor is that if they are running the silence on their skill, which is now going to be F1, then that can just chain back and forth. And I feel like YZG were one of those teams that were running that comp selection of the F2 V3 previous to then just be prepared for when this patch goes live.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. I mean, Viper's one of those heroes where we've probably seen the most diversity on their like skill loadout, where other characters, it kind of just like a hard agreed, this is what we're taking. Obviously Zai, we see people pick Zai for Meteor. You're never gonna see the invisibility getting picked up by people playing Zai, where Viper is the only character I can think of. There was a bit actually with Kylin at the beginning. There was one player who's playing a different F from everyone else. But for the most part, it's very much like people are playing the same thing across the board, but Viper is the one where most people will play the same loadout, but there are a few people who would always change it up. I remember VVV, who, you know, we tout as being the best Viper in the world. They would change it up regularly. Like, they weren't always running the same variants of Viper. They'd kind of assess from the state of the lobby and what was getting picked and what they're going to be playing. So it'd be interested to see, well, I'll be interested to see what they're going to be, what our Vipers today are going to be looking like, because we will be seeing Viper. Like, that's 100% happening. Obviously, it's not the top meta comp right now, but it is one which people are picking, especially as a comp which is somewhat cheap to run. We were talking about this before we went live, actually, but you kind of want to be locking in these comps that are cheap to run, the ones that don't really don't cost you any hero points and don't cost you any characters that you want to be saving till later in the day. Blind Date is one of those comps. We saw a Lani comp getting picked up with Feria, but again, buffs to her, potentially we might see that. I can't remember what team for the life of me was playing that Feria Lani comp, so they might not even be playing today. I might just be huffing copium right now. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see if that's going to be the plan. I think for the most part, the one safe thing you can bet is Syra is going to be showing up one hell of a lot, especially on Pedoria in this map. We'll probably see quite a lot of monks, as the resident monk hater makes me sad, but we did see a lot of monks getting picked up on game 1 on Pedoria.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and ASE are actually that Lani Feria Shen comp that we saw once in the league. So it kind of worked out, you know, it timed it, and I was like, oh, perfect. They showed up on the screen. It's time. But the other thing, too, is definitely not going to see Viper Roach and Testas, I say predominantly in the first round. And just because we usually see them rounds 2 through 6, even the rounds 3 through 6, just being chosen out in mass use. But one thing is for sure is that Kylan former comp, right? Kylan with the Tianheim, having the sustenance that it does, that V2 variation for Kylan with the heal back, giving him and Zipping on the run just to continuously roll down the lobby. They take Realm Yang fights the moment that they are able to get first kill eliminations for the first round into the second one, where they can start snowballing. And that one really still hasn't left the lobby as a whole. I mean, we've seen it in the past. During the offseason, it was nerfed because Kylan wasn't worthwhile in the effort. But then after his debuffs into the season of this bi-weekly, in terms of this 2025 spring season, the players brought him back and forth from the dead. And having his use in the trios really solidified his position there, where it won't leave until something drastic changes into his kit. In solos, we've been seeing the variation 1 version of Kylan to be brought out, but the usage of V2 in trios is definitely not going to leave out his, in his ability kit pool. But another thing too is mindful about where those heroes can be selected. Obviously, Syra has her opportunity to shine, no pun intended, across multiple comps, whether that's with a Tumult in a Tianhai or a Tumult in a Takeda in one comp for the Sand Siphon, or for the Zai and the Matari, one of those budget comps, the economy class comp that comes into the Pro League, where players are able to use as much DPS as they want just by investing their F skills, and only one ultimate that usually comes out from Matari, where she is able to go ahead and blow up somebody. And then even into the sightlines, it's kind of a difficult choice of committing to that, because depending who you go on after, someone can come in from the backline and just disrupt that whole process.
It's interesting that you tout that the Zai is actually a budget comp for like Sand Siphon, because I feel like we've seen a shift away from that, because that was definitely why the Zai originally showed up. But I feel like we've started to see this real shift of like the Siphon kind of being picked even more than Takeda. Last time I did trios, I did bi-weeklies for solos last week, so I haven't actually been on it with trios for a week, but last time I was checking, we actually did see quite a lot of people locking in the Zai over the Takeda. It's like his priority is somewhat shifted down. I still think there's like arguments, and I remember with Raven, he was very interested by the matchup of the Zai versus the Takeda, because effectively very similar comps, and which one kind of wins. And it seems so far like quite a 50-50 split. Kind of just comes down to positioning and how you play it, and kind of where your focus is onto what characters. But it is interesting to kind of still have that kind of thought of like, okay, is Zai still just the budget option, or is it now the better option? Alliance seems to think it's the better option. They're going to lock in the Siphon there. OA actually doing the same for themselves off the back of that. I mean, this is all going to be Syra comps regardless. It's the question is are we going to see Takeda's meshed in here, or are we going to be seeing just 4 Zais locked in? There's the Decatur for JL. FPX is going to be that fast last lock-in. And they could throw something like a spanner in the works and go for something completely different. But I'm expecting some form of Syra with either the Sand Siphon or the Siphon. Going to be the Sand Siphon, so 50-50 split so far. Means players over here, I mean, they still got options to go for those comps, but the Syra is going to be running at an increased cost.
Yeah, and Kylan Informer definitely going to guarantee to that second phase. Already a +1 for all 3 of these characters. And another Syra would make this increase up to +2 for her for phase 3. And for WZ, they're also going to pick up the Fairy Shen with Justina, the Ice Pick combination. For phase 3, ASC, Bautas, SR, and WBG, they're still looking towards using the Viper Witch and Tessa. So SR will have that in their hands. Kylan Informer for Bauta is going to burn out 3 points just like that, snap of a finger. And another blind date for ASC as well as for WBG. So 3 blind dates into this case scenario for this phase. Gonna have a nice notion on the outskirts of the map, not taking as much Roman Yang fights, but definitely going to keep in mind that there are a lot of Syras, not only to the lobby, but just between Xiphons and Sand Siphons to keep track of. And then looking past that point, hopefully not to have any, dangerous situations with them. But like I said, they're bringing reworked Viper into the mix, so this is going to be our first case of looking at how Viper, as well as not a big rework, not a big change, but Tessa V1 getting a little bit of a healing increase, so seeing the survivability for her alongside with Blue Chen shield walls to keep fights going and not having as much time to need to reset in the background and just commits towards a fight. But for the skill selections, right, like I said, V1 or V2, the options on the table for the Vipers. I'm looking in terms of seeing how those ends up going for those blind day comps. For the Kylan Informers, though, pretty much going to see the V2 for both Kylans as well as for the Tianhais, and a V1 variation for the Zipiings. No changes out from the Xiphons as well as from the Lions. F2 V2, that's going to be WBG's move. F2 V1, that's going to be ASC's move. No silence on ASC. They're committing full blow up while WBG take the silence ultimate. V1 V2 for Cookie and Leeway from WZ, and with that variation of V1 for JL's One Fong, that's going to be the extended duration for the Tumult ultimate. So to have that is going to be more so to just use it as a defensive option against the Kylans. F1 V2 is what I would expected to see. This comes out from Junks from SR, and then having any sort of opportunity to see anything changed up. Not going to be the case between the Xiphon on OA, YZG for the Kylan Informer, as well as for 521.
Interesting to see ASE running a slightly different variant, or is it WBG? Either way, regardless, we have got some split on the opinions on the Viper loadout. Very interesting to see that. I honestly feel like these blind date comps and also that ice pick comp can have super high value versus these monk comps. It's hard to really pin down onto the Kylin, but monk can get frozen. There's so much crowd control that can land onto him. You've got the Viper for big stuns and silences, and all the variances of our Vipers. They're all going to be able to handle him relatively well. So while their comps fit don't typically jump into the realm of Yang, and that's where you want to be hard denying them, if a monk comp goes up versus a stacked Xy comp or a stacked Decatur comp, they're going to blow them up. Yeah. And then a opportunistic vulture of a blind date comp or this ice pit comp will be able to pick them off and take them out. So it's gonna have to be it's a balancing act here for these monk comps. They need to make sure that they are playing this game somewhat cautiously, but you do need to be still jumping into Spirit Worlds and Realm of Yanks because it is a gear hungry team. Really, really gear hungry team.
Yeah, especially considering that once it comes into getting a purple weapon, there's one scaled ultimate. We are going to have to round one and initiating towards Pedoria. This is going to be a Morning Dew cycle. Team's going to be spawning in here inside of Arcadia, but more importantly, I love seeing Period Chamber, my favorite area in the map. Biggest disengagement area, period. Now, the Kakaxi finds out Jing. He finds an opportunity right now to look to the backline as Iran finds throwing knives to be revealed out here from WBG Jing. Finds a nice parry, but as Kakaxi gets omnidirectional blue, the F1, or the F2, I should say, blow up shows up out of the Viper. 1-2 from Iran, goes for a back off, tries to fake it out, doesn't have any ultimate just yet, gets immediately blended from the dual blades as Wushin 98 finds a parry throughout. This might be the deletion that comes out from WBG as it comes out pitter patter into the focus slide reveal. Another F2 to be thrown out from the Viper. She might have an opportunity of kiting around here for a scare rush, but obviously Jing has nothing really left to his stead unless he gets his ultimate online and sets up for this 1v2 for Wushin 98. Has his opportunity to be locked down here. Finds a nice He'll be cooked right now for one blue focus, but that's going to be no connections of not a tableau, but a horizontal from those dual blades. Jing's caught through, finds another F2. The sustain Jake, coming out from the zipping, it's astronomical.
Yeah, that was a lot of sustain, but that was still very close. Jing did a fantastic job of trying to almost turn that fight around, but now we're cutting over to FPX, who've got themselves in a fight with 5-2-1. Yin already a little low. Nice parry coming in from Fu Yan onto Yin, as they're just going to be going down. FPX making very, very quick work of 5-2-1 there. Quickly dispatching them, able to get themselves a victory, and now continue their advance forward as OA getting themselves in a scrap here versus WZ. Meng with the purple armor is going to be pretty tanky at this point in the game. Not many people are going to be able to handle that, especially when he gets the parry off. Goes in for a whole heap of damage onto Lue. They're taken down. Ming doing some tremendous work here for the side of OA, but WZ still looking to see if they can find any level of a turnaround onto them. Cookie lost his armor. Same for Miyu. There's Ming trying to just open up, see if he can find another parry to get some damage onto Cookie. Not enough to get him as the Meteor from Two-Tick goes wide. Out comes the microwave, though. They're going to look for the stuns, as I don't think XXMU is going to be able to sustain versus all three members on his own. It's doing a lot of work to Two-Tick there. Gets the dazzle off of the orb, but he is just getting slowly but surely whittled down by the ranged weapons from the side of OA. Two-Tick is just playing evasion. There's the uppercut. There's the finisher.
Now, Meng's going to have an ultimate, but he's going to be having not to have expended it. People are P-Square with Two-Tick going to be having their expended for it, and they might actually go for a shop just right down the minute. But more importantly, floating platforms, YZG operating towards Statue Workshop. They're going to be having this location unlocked. They haven't gotten through any fights just yet, still having their first rebirth alive. And for TXJ playing out the Tianhai, this is going to be an option right now for his Tianhai gameplay off of this round to hopefully see success later on towards his rotation into Romayang or even a Mandate Yard. Switching on over though to Misty Glade, we know JL is going to be having to get chased on by ASC. ASC has spotted them out. Viper Lucian Tessacomp versus a Xiphon, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, in terms of it, we might see JL with the Sand Siphon. There it is. Obviously, Xiaoxiao Luyo, as his name is called. I'm going to go for Xiaoxiao. He's going to be going ahead and be in the lead, but for the Thunder Coins, JL actually denying the Volpai's essence with that Thunder Coin would be massive work, considering that does deny any Viper Lucian Tessacomp to have that Jade, and especially if ASC were working towards that. For Xiao Yuan, having 8 grapples to his name, loading platform is going to be looted up by JL. They're going to be going ahead and splitting off here. Tumulch is not going to be the one left alone. It's going to be the Takeda, and he has ultimate ready to go. But for One Fong, if he finds an invasion policy here, he could go down there, drop an ultimate, and starting these fights. Switching on over to the Jade Pavilion, though, we're going to see a fight between DRG and Team Bout as Kakashi locks into using his Tianhai ult.
Yeah, throws it down, but everybody immediately scatters, and Kakashi not really going to get much value out of this. It's already lost a lot of its time. ZZZ's going to transform himself just to make sure, but he's not going to get caught. Nice grab actually comes in from Kakashi. Wonder if he's going to be able to get the slam off. He's able to get the punch down onto Zem. Can't find a grab in response from ZZT though. Kakashi and ZZT are just going to be going for a brawl out, a monk fight right now. But Kakashi, he's going to time out first, and that could put him in a very, very dangerous position. Bowder, their health bars are very low. Zem's been forced to throw the ultimate down. He's going to look for those dashes. Can he actually get the damage off to secure those kills? Interrupted by Donkey 9 there. Donkey 9's able to get the dash back onto him. Zem going incredibly low, making a run for it. Still got plenty of dashes to work with. He's going to start to absolutely rip through the members of DRG. Seeing if he can get a little bit more in, but the healing has just been a little bit too much for the side of Bowder to really commit to anything more. I say that as Zem immediately finds that last dash into a kill onto Kakashi, taking him down, finds himself knocked back briefly there. Nice little parry comes out as we do see a whole heap of damage. Bowder able to answer back onto WX98 as now they have the man advantage, 3 versus 1. Donkey 9, not long for the world. So that's going to be another kill over to Zem.
Now, Zem being used on throwing knives was like a nice showcase and seeing how much that mid-range really comes into favor. We're actually switching on over to JL's fight. They themselves with Cuckoo squared, having him wielding out the throwing knives. Zhao Yuan finds a nice double parry, sap hit, double hit comes out here, double elimination actually coming through from both sides on each end. 2v2 situation. One Fong finds a nice parry. The F2 is committed towards the Tesla ultimate in a great position for the uppercut and an immediate kill on One Fang. And finding this enchant would be a great moment against Cuckoo, but he has that 2200 HP shield. He's going to find a nice dazzle on the Syra. He finds Zhao Yuan without any armor now. As Zhao Yuan looks to tap dodge here and there throughout the building, has a 900 armor swab, that blue armor rarity that's giving him enough reason to go right back in. Pistol shots against Cuckoo is going to be, worthwhile in the effort since Miss is going to be the main target here. The Syra ultimate is donezo. We know Miss has that F2 for the shotgun blast. There's going to be the one F1 coming out. And for Cuckoo to throw out the double horizontal from the throwing knives doesn't give him enough notion. Parry like that confirms the kill even more. So we see 3 eliminations for ASC, tying it up with 4 other teams with Bowda, FPX, DRG, and Noe.
It's cool to see that the use of throwing knives and like how they're being used. They seem to be used by primarily those off DPSs, the people who kind of want to be in the scrap but not, you know, the main character, so to speak. They're kind of coming in as a supportal tool, as a like you said, mid-range kind of almost utility getting out there. Obviously, I guess utility is not really the word, but that kind of mid-range value that it brings is huge. We still see things like Pulse Orb being super high value just due to the amount of space that you can buy with them. And Pampy rocking those purple halberds. I mean, I love the halberds. I'm convinced no weapon strips armor like a halberd, man. Like, you get that charge off and it just like, you just get, I can't remember what it's called, but you just get the punches off. It's brilliant. You absolutely strip through the armor with halberds. Are hitting a little bit of a downtime now. Realm of Yang's going to be spawning up momentarily, though, so everyone's just getting that last little bit of shopping done. Maybe buying up some Bane's Breath so they can control a portal, make sure that they don't get interrupted, because there are a lot of blind date comps, and I was quite critical last year, but I didn't think a lot of teams were playing that comp right. You want to be diving in and just being a nuisance at the Realm of Yangs, because most teams aren't willing to commit ultimates. So you get that kind of free first move versus them, chunk them out, maybe pick a kill off or two, and then whip out the Wu Chen before it gets too dicey for you once your ultimates are burnt. So I would like to see these blind date comps actually try and play interrupt. It's the best way to shut down these monk comps from scaling. If you pick off one of their players before they get into the Realm of Yang, they're not going into that Realm of Yang. That's denied them a scaling tool. That's denied them the Vermilion Bird's Might, which gives them, you know, that safety net in this next stage of the game. So I want to be seeing ASE, who are currently rocking one of these teams, to head over towards the Realm of Yang and pick it up. I think right now, though, it was just grabbing the Volpine Essence. That, to me, signals that they probably do want to jump into a Realm of Yang. Volpine Essence is very much we're going to go just secure a Realm of Yang with that. And, yeah, they got to make some moves now, get over to them.
Yeah, it can actually even end up to a Spear Wheel too, right? Because considering that if a Realm of Yang team has a Kylan Former, they can counter the Tianhai, but then the Kylan goes in and goes throughout. If they burn their Volpines in the Realm of Yang, that's like uh-oh, Spaghetti-O moment. Jade's on the standby here for it, jabbing on TXJ, a Benthic Descent on QGG. Double Tianhai off the rip here. TXJ looking to get Oss. Obviously not going to get any sort of phasement of that jump. But we see Yin, who's right in the backline, looking to try to connect off of Pampy's grabs. And for a single grab against Yin, TXJ looks to immediately slam down as Pampy is at that 60% HP threshold. V1 comes out from the zipping, potentially. I'm not too sure. He's been holding it for the Kylan, really, pretty much. As you can see, another grab on Yin. It's like he's getting caught in the water, and there's going to be a Kylan ultimate to try to deny Ivan, trying to save out Pampy, but Pampy is down already.
Nice
An immediate grab off the leap, immediate slam down. Knowing that V1 for Yin is going to come through, we know this is going to be the slashes of the lifetime for the sustain for them to keep themselves alive, but there's a blurring eye as TXJ gets caught through the slash at when Parry Bell comes out. A jabbing hit not going to be made. It's going to be a stanchion coming off of Yin and into the gold focus, which really extends this out. Finds a nice double strike out of that. CXZ is putting the pressure as the Kylan one jump LMB to the parry. TXJ goes ahead and nearly immediates an elimination, but with TXJ coming through on top with QGG, I know these guys are going to be going ahead, picking up the loot from the Realm of Yang, most likely getting the Vermilions, gold pole sword, but more importantly, seeing now whether or not they're going to be getting a chance of converting any of these weapons, like the spear into a staff. These guys are going to have this victory, and it's going to start pushing full throttle.
I mean, that was absolutely beautiful. TXJ was so consistently good there, in endless grabs into interrupts with that slam down stomp. Like, they just played this really, really cleanly. And, I mean, this is why YZG have won every bi-weekly so far this season. They've come into this year on fire, and they are not letting off the gas. They're looking like, well, they're looking incredibly consistent already. 3 kills under their belt. Bowder, though, on our screens right now, they have 6 kills. They are leading the charge on the scoreboard. With that Bird's Bite, they're going to be looking to try and pick a little bit more up as FPX. Happy just to go and secure themselves a Spirit Well. Let's see what goodies they can grab from in here. FPX also having a relatively decent game. I mean, they've got the Realm of Yang debuff, but this is just grab as many goodies as possible. Make sure they can use that to then turn this into victories and cleanse himself of the debuff. I believe they got a key there. I didn't see if that was a key, but it looked like a key to me, so might be looking to go towards a vault. But again, you're wasting quite a lot of time if you're going to be doing that, so they may have to go for the fight first.
Yeah, it might be a...
Go on.
It might be a rebirth charm that dropped down. So if they keep Notion, they could have one of their players go down and then they can res them. I think that's gonna take a lot of time because there's not a high amount of self-damaging, self-harm environmental conditions out there like poison shrooms or burning flaming cage, but they do have an opportunity of seeing a fight here. Bauda, off of the Realm Yang win, goes for immediate ultimate. Sleepy T might be looking for a grab against Revenge here, but the level 2 knockback comes out. Might be seeing the grab with the energy that Revenge hasn't expended. He's gonna get a full avoidance for that, and for Sleepy T, might be the focus of the lobby, I'll be honest, because QGG from this point, he is getting a nice angle off of that. We can see Kennetos coming out from the top side, TXJ looking to go ahead for those, and seeing about if he can go for a full confirmation of this kill, maybe even pushing into ZZT's location. Nice tap dodge, TXZ is kniving the heck out here, and for it, there's going to be a slam down for the V2. The heal back is insurmountable. The elimination is a lot faster. Fighting out between two targets here. 5-2-1 are looking to try to be in the middle of all this fight. No ultimate yet for Pampy. Finding a jab into the face. He's going to proc ultimate, and as the fight ensues, you know, TXJ, he still hasn't propped his ultimate as the other Tianhai.
No, he's still holding it on nice and comfortable here. Pampy looking for grabs, not really able to find any yet. TXJ is just being juggled around. He needs to ult. He's going low. The bell gets popped. The slam comes in. TXJ didn't even bother ulting. That is going to be a cleanse over to the side of 5-2-1. Pampy, though, getting frozen up, and the lockdown's too much. He's removed. Wasn't able to get the cleanse off in time as WZ, also with that Remy Yang debuff, have just jumped into the mix, jumped into the action. They need to start cleansing members, though. This could get really dicey for them. The NFPX now chase it a little bit further forward. They still have that Mystic Might. They don't have that revive, though, but this is just an absolute all-out brawl here. Charms comes down. That's going to be the Viper stuns from Junks as well off the back of that. Kiki will try and make a break out, but he is going to get charmed up. He is going to get locked down. Another dash through from the testers there, but it doesn't quite hit, and there are going to be all of the Blind 8 comps just piecing out of this action. It got a little bit too hot. It got a little bit too heavy. FPX, though, got a minute left on those revives. Not on the revive, sorry, on the debuff. They need to get some kills under their belt, and Miss being juggled around here. Kiki, with those throwing knives, is just doing his best to keep people at arm's length. But with 50 seconds left, I think FPX may just be a little bit done for, unfortunately, for them. They're out of tools, they're out of time, and there's no one for them to kill, so they're just going to have to make a run for it. And except for this game, it's a bit of a sad state for them as ASE continue to chase. WBG also doing the same thing here. ASE don't have that debuff on them, so they're sitting quite comfortable. But that was just an absolute explosion of action. Bauda went up to 9 kills from everything. FPX up to 6, 5 onto OA. Alliance pick up 4. YZG only got a single kill off that one, unfortunately, so it wasn't quite as hot a game for them as WZ also making their way out. Unfortunately for them, they're just going to die inside the zone. Not really too much they can do about that. Although, actually, no, they have 1 player left, so they can get a rebirth charm. Very smart. Totally missed that. Nice play. Although, they're going to get hunted. No, I don't think anyone's near them yet.
I think they're safe. Yeah, they might be safe. The one thing is that FPX, remember that mention of the Rebirth Charm? They themselves probably went back all the way to that with one of their teammates, ZGE, actually going down because of that Romaine depletion. So then he could potentially get res as well. There it is. There's a Rebirth Charm from Kiki to be picked up. Then to hopefully get used in just a moment. A lot of teams still active within this lobby. Look at this. Got 32 players left in the lobby, dogs. Like, that's a lot of players being readily available after Roma Yang 2, which means this endgame circle is going to go astronomical. Because, you know, YZG, they're taking a Roma Yang number 2. They got themselves that jabbing, like I mentioned, from TXJ, having that Infernal Slash given towards their zipping. Maybe not seeing that. We might not see that coming up from QGG, but we are going to see the drop down here for the blue focuses. Most likely TXJ having the opportunity to be on the ground level, the first one on the floor, and having to fight out Cuckoo. There's the V for the Syra to have the F skill. TXJ immediately ultimates. We see the Tumult to be using to kind of space out, but Xiao Xiao almost gets caught, but the Tumult circle just saves him. And for Xiao Xiao, he gets saved by another Tumult's end of the circle. The circumference is just too much for TXJ, and he takes a lot of time trying to hunt this down. The throwing knives from TXJ, or for actually should say CXZ, he's trying to catch any targets in midair. And for TXJ right now, having no one in his line of sight, not having anyone to confirm off of this, just makes this a really difficult endeavor for TXJ. He's going to look to try to hide behind the pillar for a reset, but Cuckoo's already there. He's going to throw out his throwing knife blue focus and then immediately into a Syra ultimate, going immediately for Dazzles. And since there may not be in the Kylan ultimate to be ready to go here, he's going to look for the slashes to kind of confirm as much as he could to disrupt her. Cuckoo finds a nice immunity off of that and goes ahead and throws out these Dazzle orbs as much as he can to try to confirm it. He gets caught by one Kylan slash, but Kylan knows he can't commit the second one. He gets right right back towards his team to try to support them in these times of endeavor. But there's one down, one Fang goes through 2v3 situation right now, and the counter slash confirms the jump R&B, and you know there's going to be a death store right now for Zhao Zhao, and for right now, Cuckoo's going to be the only last standing moment, but YZG take another Realm Yang dub.
Yeah, even with TXJ not really having too much impact on that Monk, still able to make it work for himself, happily get himself into that, and yeah, YTG secure themselves another Realm Yang. Really, really impressive performance from them so far. They're going to be very scaled. And going back just a little bit, because you talked about how there's probably going to be a lot of players in this final circle. That is like a Monk's dream, man. Like, Pedoria is a map where I think Monk does shine. It's a very, very open map. Lots of open spaces to find those grabs. You're typically going to have a good final circle. And they're scaling up on the side of YZG, and it looks like there's probably going to be a lot of targets to choose from for these grabs. So all of the Monks are going to be having a time of their life, almost going back to that Buccaneer era of Monk comps, where, you know, most of the lobby would be in the final circle, and Monks would just be grabbing Kurumis from across the circle, basically, and going for it. But no Kurumis this time to be picking off as Fuyan goes down in this fight here versus ASE. ASE actually able to start and turn this fight around. FPX getting absolutely brutalized here by ASE. Mist continues to apply some pressure. He has himself the ultimate. The throwing knives come out there from Kiki, but he is going to get himself in a bit of danger. Throws a free range up off, gets it onto the free, but I don't think on his lonesome he's going to be able to hold. ASE take FPX out of the lobby, and that's only our second team eliminated. 5-2-1 being the first out, FPX being that second. But they have 7 kills, so it's not like it was a particularly bad game for FPX regardless.
Yeah, 7 points coming out here for the placement of 10th. Maybe not having any placement points, but that's going to still be a lot of points compared to some games that some teams may end up having. And now for OA, having their approach inside of the Skygaze Cove, they're going to be on the nearby side of ASC and WBG. WBG being able to spot out ASC's comp, and this is both blind date comps going out one another. For WBG right now, 2 gold Jades on standby. Jing having himself on the purple spear, having V2, F2 for the variation for Viper skills to ultimates. And for Jing to actually be on that spear as well, it's going to be a really big blow up that he's going to take full advantage of. And another thing too is that even with the F2, if he scales off of a gold weapon, right, that just becomes into a big blast, you know, big Blastoise moment. For Tutik, having gold halberds, same ordeal, except this time with the F2 and his V2. So in any which case scenario for Tutik, if he goes for the blow up, that's just because of the scaling that really comes out. JL though on the sightlines after the loss in the Realm Yang, blue armors all across all 3 of them. And now for them to hunt inside of Imperium, they're not going to have anyone around here except for YZG showing up, which was the previous fight that they just had in the Realm Yang, and the YZG buff for Draco Storm is still active for the next 50 seconds. Even though Realm Yang depletion is going to be expiring in under 3 minutes, JL have to take the decision upon here if they want to take that fight if they get spotted, but it's up to whether or not YZG want to commit towards this chase, and they're stacked out. Gold Greatsword is going to be picked up from that Realm Yang, and for it to be on towards TXJ, especially the Tianhai, the scaling right there could immediately kill any one of these targets, especially off of blue armor. And they may not even have any mitigation Jades to be stacked out. I mean, blue armors at this point with blue weapons means that they just had a terrible run in the beginning, but there still could be a scenario here where they could come out as a third party, because you can see SR, they're right there, and they're chilling in the bush. If that bush gets struck, they found them. They see them, and they got them going through here, Jake.
Yeah, Kiki is able to find out the members of SR. But SR, all they really need to do is evasion. If they don't want to get the whole lobby sent onto them, they can just evade JL, try and turn the attention. JL only have 2 minutes left in this lobby, so it's a fair amount of time you have to buy, but you can buy it. Still a lot of people left in that lobby, and as soon as anyone gets low, the Sharks will be summoned as Upload the Water will just pull them in. Down goes Zhao's ultimate. Don't believe the charm actually hit onto anyone other than just Cuckoo here. Sandstorm breaks out. They are going to immediately get caught out in the tether, and Cuckoo's going incredibly low, caught in that little knock up there. Lost most of their armor and half their health. Throws down the ultimate for a bit of a refresher there, and now it's just going to be playing from that high ground. The blind date comp are just going to blink away, and JL now have to find them in time. The rest of the lobby are also in very close proximity, though, so this could just be so dicey here for JL. They committed a lot of ultimates, and now they have to continue this press on for attack. They've only got a minute left, but another charm is going to connect onto them, and they're all going to get caught out by that tether. Cuckoo caught in the potential lockdown. Here comes the zone as well. Cuckoo's going to get the breakaway from the stun just in the nick of time before it kicks off, but that is already a member of JL going down. OA able to clean them up. Missed. Take that one Fang, and Cuckoo, the final man standing, is gifted to SR. The blood was in the water, and the Sharks all bit.
Yeah, man, they were hungry for that carnivorous, beast in the water for the predators. And one thing that makes this very dangerous is that in a position that we just saw, the teams were going to rotate down that regardless, just because they were running off the edge of the circle past Skygate's Cove. For them to show up, just only a matter of time. And then the Wu-Chen port, unfortunate. For the case, they burned all the ultimates, and then all of a sudden there was no defensive measure. Switching on over to a Spirit Well, though, Draco Storm. This is going to be the line in the sight right now for YZG. Even though they got 7 eliminations, if they take this Draco Storm, this defensive motion from TXJ is going to be denied, as Bowd is going to be looking at CPT to kind of push this one in. And this is a great moment. But for ZZDT, for Team Bowda, the moment his Tianhai ultimate comes out, what's going to be the notion? Is it going to be a Kylan ultimate to defend this and then getting a full reset? Is it going to be a push from YZG to go through? It looks like YZG does not want to contest this whatsoever. And so for that, we're going to be skating around this buff to try to get the duration to last as long as possible. With 9 eliminations, Team Bowda are stacked up as is. They got themselves a focus slide into a aerial red for XCM. They have a fire circle lock for Jing, as well as an advanced heal. And then seeing towards any of the smaller J's for the mitigation, they are really going to be hammering this Draco Storm towards the players that they know are existing on the east end of this map.
Yeah, really nice play there. Able to bully out YZG, who are already very, very stacked at this point. So denying them any more gear and any more buffs is going to be pretty big going into this final circle, because they are definitely going to be the team to watch in this next moment. As right now, ASE, they've still got that Volpine essence, man. Like, the fact that Xiaowen is still running around in the final circle, that's going to be a game changer. I promise you that'll be a game changer, unless they just get randomly caught out. And the odds are high. All of the monks are in the lobby. Quite a few of these monks are actually quite stacked right now as well, especially when one of these monks is going to be running around with Draco Storm, which they haven't even popped yet. They're still holding on to it. So it's just going to be going as late as possible. Having a look at YZG's loadout. CXE running around with a, purple throwing knives and purple armor. Golden armor onto TXJ. I assume he's also got a golden weapon as well. So that monk is going to be absolutely slapping people when he gets those grabs. As it's just a bit of a waiting game. Bowda really waiting out as long as possible to pick this one up. There it is. Golden armor changed over. Zem grabs his goodies. Grabs a couple of berries as well. He needs to move. He's actually popping the ultimate. Yeah. He popped the ultimate preemptively so he can dash back in. That is really smart by Zem, actually. I like that.
He gets a 40 healing going through. He's going to give the attack jade that he actually picked up. I actually want to talk about ASC's jade selection. Not only do they have Volpine's essence, they also have an advanced group heal on one of their backlines, so that gives them a full benefit of just sustaining out inside of the games, and as well as having 2 martial art willform hooks, so 2 dual halberd wielders could chain reaction against one another to catch somebody, and that's not even included with a Viper stun or even a Viper blow up. So having the animation lockdown, ASC, the scariest in the lobby, to be honest. The only thing is that they don't have Draco Storm to kind of wield that power even furthermore. So for right now, for ASC, it's just going to be a sustained game that they're going to have full benefit into. DRG having blue armor still to this end game circle, not looking so hot in the next 6 minutes or so. So for DRG, they get lobbied out. I wouldn't be surprised. One range shot can confirm how much HP is left. Bowd is XCM, they're looking to lock down some shots over by WBG on the hilltop, as well as seeing with SR into the corner lines. You can see the F1 Bell comes out from Sleepy T, and he loses all his armor as a result. Immediate depletion for that. XCM not dropping the armor. He knows that he has enough time to reset for Sleepy T, but looking behind here, DRG are just right in the vicinity with this Draco Storm to still be active for the next 70 seconds. And now, up until this point, the players are now going to be solidifying their positions right now for the next couple of minutes. For the next couple of minutes, we could see another Spearwell contesting position, which is on the southern end. We know that SR are looking to lock that one down, but as much as the teams are going to be around, they are definitely not going to let it continue, Jake. And we know one thing is coming out here, right? SR having them spot their spotlight right now to have the centerfold mats of that Spearwell. It's going to be a Draco Storm, and so for these kind of informers, they'll want to make full notion that who is going to be on top and picking that buff up and running down the lobby in the next couple of minutes.
I think the smart play is to be the last team to pop your monk ult if you want to contest this Spirit Well. Time it out like Bowda did to YZG. Nice charm does connect onto a couple of players here, and it does look like more teams are jumping in. ZZT is going to be forced to go for that transform, but Junk's looking for the lockdown onto him. Don't see why he broke away from that one. Maybe just timed the transform really well, but CPT able to break away from that one, and right now no one's really hard contesting. YZG are looking to potentially think about it, but they're again playing the waiting game. They're going to let someone else play the interrupt. SR jump into the mix, try to just deny that monk transform. Will be timing out somewhat soon though, so that is going to be Bowda losing a lot of power on the zone as they're going to close in, but the zone is actually also forcing them away. Bowder were able to get it. No one else actually bothered going for this fight, as now Zem, with that Draco Storm and the ultimate on, quite happy just to be a complete menace to everyone in the lobby, catching on to Xiao Wen, getting them really, really low off the back of that one. Still got another charge or two available to them, and the ult will refresh once they're done because they picked up that Spirit Well. Xiao Wen so low, it's going to get blinked out as they are going to try and find a new position for that Mega Stun coming in from these Vipers. There's only three Viper teams left in the game though, so still plenty of people to lock down these monks when they go in. Zen now with that ult back on again, trying to find those dashes. Has been silenced though, so it's going to make his life a bit harder. Sleepy T actually went incredibly low, had to be forced into the transform early there just to keep himself topped up, as everyone else is just playing evasion from Bowder. I haven't seen a final circle this busy in such a long time. Yoran is going low, but he is blinked out in the nick of time by his team. And now the lockdown looks to be coming in from a Viper. Can Jing find that lockdown, find the stun onto Sleepy T? Looks like he doesn't. Again, looks like he just gets out of range, and it's not going to be enough to find the lockdown onto the Monk, who's going to be de-transformed. Remember, he's low HP. He's going to just top up that armor again, get himself back into the action and keep himself going. 2 minutes left in the lobby. 22 players left in the game. YZG, they have played this very, very calm. They didn't commit for that Spirit Well. They know they've still got control right now, waiting for that opportunity to push the button and go forwards. Bowder, with that buff, weren't actually able to really get too much of anything using that one, as now TXJ's gone for his own transform. Bowder still have that Draco Storm on for another minute though, as there's going to be one grab there from the side of TXJ. QGG is going to be able to finish the kill up for him as they're looking for another couple of grabs. Revenge looking to make a breakaway here from TXJ. Is able to get onto Revenge though. Is going to go for the punch. That's another kill over to TXJ. Is now YZG going to be tying up the score with Bowder on kills, but they've lost their Monk transform. 2 minutes left in the lobby.
Now there's going to be a pop coming out from Jing as he had that V2 variation for the Viper. He finds a shotgun blast, but no kill confirmation. Gets caught by Jing's Hepa detach. WZ Shimu is going to be going ahead and get elimination with the Cyro ultimate. For ZZT taking the time to repair here, he has Tianhai ultimate coming out in just a few moments. Draco Storm's going to be expiring here in 10 seconds or so for ZZT. He's going to be looking for the pop ultimate for the Tianhai. You know, there's a lot of Earthshaker action coming up from TXJ as he had that wielded from that buff. And then with everything coming down here, Sleepy T looks for a double grab. He confirms it. There's elimination potentially on one of them. Not going to be the case, as Sleepy T still has to burn through the damage mitigation on the J selections, and for TXJ doesn't get grabbed. He has an opportunity to burning up here for an ultimate cast. As long as he doesn't get grabbed, this will be the situation where YZG could take this one out here. Sleepy T's ultimate is going to be depleting here in just a couple of seconds, having one grab, going for two, confirming it, slam downs. QGG goes down, then Sleepy T has to deform as a result, and now for TXJ, it's only going to be a matter of time for him to look for these grabs. As you can see, Yuma from Alliance is going to be going off the sidelines. TXC finds a nice kill on the backline against Always Monk, and as Mango to go down here, TXG looks for a single grab, single slam down against Bowder's Jing, and looking again, looking right behind him at Team Bowder, he finds XCM. This is going to be the miracle work right now for the elimination, and NY7 confirms the kill, steals it in fact from his hand, and for TXJ, another 5 seconds to his ultimate, goes down here, finds a nice double grab, situation comes into dire straits, he finds it, it's going to be elimination to elimination, and as QGG goes ahead and has that ultimate still not active, CXZ is going to go on the reciprocation, and he finds one slash, he confirms it, gets for another slash, throws him into the zone for Yuma, and still holds down the zone's position. For right now, YZ up to 14 eliminations, and they're looking towards 15. Yuma getting killed by CXJ's Earthshake in an impeccable combination. As it comes out for 15 kills, they're looking at 16, and as it comes out for this elimination, YZG take this point to the lead, and now giving NY7 a little bit more trouble. He finds a nice parry, he eliminates off of QGG. Bowder's Jing is just sightlining into the sky. NY7 goes down, we're up to 17, and for whether or not Bowder's Jing is going to go ahead and survive out the zone, the amount of pressure from these players are not going to allow it. 18 kills, and having first round, feeling like a championship round, to be honest. But as this round ends out here, Jing is going to go ahead, go down, CXC is going to go down through, giving them the extra 1+ elimination, and YZG take MVP.
There was a nice transform last moment as well there, just from TXJ, to make sure that he doesn't go low enough in their timeout at the same time. YZG take game one very confidently, coming in after winning the bi-weekly finals last Sunday, opening in on a really, really big game, and they played it patiently because they got ahead. They were quite strong. Bowder had more kills than them, and obviously they're not going to know that, but they're going to have an idea that they're not leading the kill board right now. But they didn't overgreed. They didn't commit to that Spirit Well when Bowder came in. The second Spirit Well, they even gave up to Bowder again. Bowder able to get 2 of those Spirit Wells and just play denial from the side of YZG. but they just waited. They waited for people to use their abilities and then kind of just had the man advantage or the power advantage when no one had ults, and they did. Super clean game from YZG. Really good opener from them here on Pedoria. I predicted a lot of monks on Pedoria. There always is. I'm interested once we get the Holoroth, because that's more like a Zyphon Sand Siphon map, how they're going to handle that, because TXJ looked absolutely tremendous on the monk there. And I'm going to be real with you, monk isn't even YZG's best comp. Like, the Transformers comp they're clearly very good at, but they actually, I believe their best comp so far statistically is Blind 8. So we haven't even seen them do their best yet.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that in the bi-weekly 1 final, seeing how well their Viper Witch and Tessa comp / Blind 8 really comes out. And the value that it really presents in terms of when they bring it out, which is going to be in the second latter half. But it felt like a championship round, man. Like 20 plus players by 5 to 6 minutes, just like having all the chaos. It really blew my mind that ASC got blown up as much as they did. But then again, I'm looking back in terms of the replay, and I'm seeing that ASC actually losing out their Tessa caught in the line across the fire as about as XCM with the Kylan ultimate literally unleashed hell after she casted ultimate, giving her full to get copied out in the lobby. And then when the Wu Chen port came out, the whole lobby knows where that Wu Chen port is. There's only a limited amount of space in this final circle. And so for everyone to see that, bro, they just got immediately deleted. Vulpine's essence aside, it was just gonzo. But we do have a question right now for Twitch chat. How many players chose Syra into game 1? Is it A2, B3, C4, or D5? I did mention how there was I'm gonna give you a hint, and this will be the easiest way you can give the answer, but there was a +2 point ban on Syra. So for you guys to figure that one out, that's going to give you the answer if you know the calculations for the pick ban. But regardless, Jake, this is going to be the standings from this match, and it's going to be kind of a spell.
I mean, there's a lot of points up for grabs here. YZG don't get that full big 20 bomb, but we celebrate oh so much. But they do walk away with 25 points at the end of the day with 18 kills. They're about to walk away with 14, 10 points over to Alliance. ASC with 9.5. Like, everyone scored some points, and yes, 5-2-1. It's not great. It's a single point, but like everyone got some points, and towards the top end of the table, it's actually a fair amount of points going down across the board for all of these players. So already opening on a statement game, it was a very interesting game because it felt more like back in the day when we had like 16 player lobbies back in season 1 and 2 of Nbpl. It felt a lot more like that. Lots of monks, lots of people clustered together, and it's kind of that timing of the ultimates and stuff. But it's effectively a very different comp because you don't use you know, your Wei Shen or Karumi to kind of keep yourself topped up. But Kylan, CXZ looked really good on that as well. Right after the TXJ goes for that transform, it was that gatekeeping on the zone, dashing in, knocking people back, and just keeping them at arm's length, making sure that they take time out. And that's why he got 5 kills and 33,000 damage. But TXJ with 9 kills and 26,000 damage. I'm going to make an assumption that our monk is going to be MVP this game. And he deserves it. Like, TXJ played so well. I mean, that first run with Yang was unbelievably crisp from him.
Yeah, his performance was kind of the moniker for the team. We're going to go some clips and highlights brought to you by China Unicom, where we saw the first set of eliminations from Bout his XCM, and also the good first showcase on what the throwing knives can really bring to the table on how XCM was able to utilize it up against his opponents. And then for ASC, trying to hunt down the Thunder Coins, getting a nice parry off of this on both ends. Jail's Xiao going down as Zhao Wen having that pull sword action. He wasn't even the one with the highest rarity weapon. He was just able to be able to throw out and dish out the damage, and getting a nice double confirm after the uppercut for a blue focus and confirm the kill against Cuckoo as well. And then obviously being able to pick up that Vulpine's essence with that last coin that they had in their pockets. Switching on to the Realm of Yang though, YZG taking out that first fight against Jail as one Fong. As we saw, TXJ was wielding that, jabbing like no tomorrow and throwing out those blue focuses to confirm that giant hit confirm. And for the throwing of the flying knives, I should say, this is going to be where CXC is going to be one of the main wielders for it. And into this fight, we end up to the final circle. Earthshaker mentioned, this is going to be a really rare case of seeing an Earthshaker into the Pro League, but it's also really nice to see this Jay having that prominence in this moment, because it really gave YZG the pressure that they were looking for into that round winning position.
Just amazing parries coming out as well at the end there. I believe TXJ got 2 parries right at the end of the zone. So just playing really clean on the monk, and transform right at the end just to make sure. But yep, surprise, TXJ is going to walk away with MVP after this game number 1 of today. Huge performance. Like we said, 9 kills. There's the Earthshaker on his Junes, jabbing, warrior pace, infernal slash, and then just, you know, your standard blue soul jades that you do see on to your monks. 10,000 damage with skills and ultimate, 8,000 with the staff. Obviously, didn't really use that great sword and Earthshaker much, but had a lot of impact. 5,000 damage coming in from that. No surprises. I am excited for game number 2. I'm excited to move on to Holoroth and see what these guys have got cooked up, because like I said, I think it's more of a Decatur map. We do see a lot of people play the Siphons and Sand Siphons on that map, so those are the kind of comps I get excited by. I know a lot of the casters absolutely adore Monk, man, and you all get really excited by Monk comps, but I'm done with him. I've been done with him for a while, so Holoroth's my baby for that one. I do like to see what these guys pull out. If anyone picks Monk on Holoroth, I always give them a bad time about it as well, because I genuinely, truthfully believe it is not the right map for playing that character. There's way too much verticality.
Oh yeah, 100%. And you know, another thing too is that inside of, you know, Holoroth and just being able to be Siphon comp, I mean, off rip, if they take into Salvation Podium, if it's a Sand Siphon versus a Siphon, it's really at odds with one another, right? Where the teams are able to contest that off rip, and then they start snowballing into using the gold weapon. One thing for certain though is, even into the case, my favorite comp, be honest, Blind Date with the Viper Witch and Tessa. I really was surprised of seeing when we had WBG and even ASC actually bring out the Viper Wuchen Matari in the beginning of the season. I saw them playing them in the scrims before the season began, where they were bringing that comp out. We haven't seen it as much, and the reason I really think it's a high risk, high reward maneuver is just because you're throwing Matari out of the Siphon option, so you're only able to bring her out maybe once, maybe thrice, or twice to even 3 times max, and that's 3 points right there for usage. So having that opportunity of choosing her again, kind of limited by that, you know, by the opportunity. But then again, having to see how successful that Viper Witch and Tessa comes through after the rework, it really gives more notion on how that Viper can really just bring broad out. F2 versus F1 still a conversation of the day. Whether F2 is going to, F1 is going to be used for silence. Some teams don't even depend on using F2 or F1 for the silence, right? They use V2 for that silence of the duration, and then they just blow up with the shotgun blast off of the F2, right? The weakened healer. And things kind of work into that motion where if you see that play being done for the teams, that when someone gets caught the first time, you can't allow them to catch them the second time. And some teams last so long in a fight that they forget that cooldown comes right back up, and for the F2 to blow them off, that's another thing. And actually a brief mention to the Earthshaker, like I said, very rare, but it's also to mention that with Earthshaker, with Tianhai specifically, is that if a third teammate had an Earthshaker, they could actually extend the grab and look to connect off of that grab, off of the knockbacks that come off of the single slam down from it. So option selection right there for them. They had warrior pace as well on hand, so that gives them a little bit more mobility boost, but it's one of those off meta pick choice Jades. You'd rather go for another Jade usually, but if that was the option that they went for, it's like when I saw GG running the greatsword usage instead of pole sword. Very rare, but they have something up their sleeve that they may just want to be able to utilize more than the pole sword can provide.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it might be they just got it in one of those Realm Yangs. They had like because you get a Soul Jade with it and you get a weapon and you're like, oh, this is a nice little combo. Make that work. And that could have been just where it came, and then they found the usage for it later down in the game. But obviously a bit of more of a niche one, not one we do see all that often. One I don't think we'll see for a little while. It's like I can't remember is it Cavalry Bloom, the pole sword Soul Jade, which is kind of garbage, but I love it. The one where you ride around a sword, swinging your pole sword around. No, ride around on a horse, swinging your pole sword around. I love that. Yeah. I love that Soul Jade, but it's so parryable. It's kind of trash for a golden Soul Jade. I always love it when someone whips that one out, because while again, yeah, kind of sucks, it's really, really effective at buying space. Like, if you are in a zone and you don't want anyone coming in, and you have that, it's absolutely brilliant for it. The problem is like things like Dreadful Whale and Aurora Burst are just infinitely better as like answers, or options that are different from that. Now I'm gonna take a little step back, because you were talking a little bit about like comps and Blind Date and your love for the Blind Date comp. I have a variant of the Viper comp, which one team we know are playing quite consistently at the moment, and I'm a really big fan of, which is it's the Syra Viper Justina comp. It's just so much crowd control. Obviously, the issue with that comp is you're kind of taking from 2 comps. You take from Blind Date, and you also take from any of the listed Syra comps below, right? Like, there's so many of them. So you are taking from that. But what you do get from that comp is a comp that's wholly unique. I think it has really, really good usages versus a lot of the meta comps right now. Like Monk, you can get the freeze off on the Justina. You can kind of get all the CC and the staggers onto like a Takeda or a a Zai. Like, it's very good at finding one person and just crowd controlling them until they're dead and then switching to the next. I think it's definitely my most fun comp to watch, but it's definitely a more niche, a more rare comp. But I can't remember which team it is that's playing it, because when we were looking at stats earlier at the beginning of the day, it was one of the team's most played comps.
You ready?
And
you
most successful.
You ready for it? ASE, baby. Let's get it.
It's ASE.
Listen,
yes.
Yeah, ASE,
They're
bro.
crazy.
Let me tell you. Yeah, they're testing a lot of things this season. I love seeing it. Specifically that comp as well. I saw that in one of the scrims as it came through, and I was like, huh, okay. And they got like 20 eliminations in that one match, in that one practice scrim. And then they brought it into the Pro League, and I was like, perfect, we're bringing this back. It's just like you said, though, taking out the usage of the Syra and the Viper, especially between those two, because those are their own individual comps. But options are on the table to bring that back, and I especially love seeing it when it showcases itself for what it provides. Like you said, Tian Hai goes for the stagger, for the knockback and grab, and then they can confirm off of a freeze. And Justina can do that with the Syra, and then Viper can then hard confirm a stun if she really desires to lock them through. But with the new V2 change, maybe they might have an opportunity of bringing her back, particularly with that comp specifically, because when you have that 4-second pop for the silence after the 5-second, for the tether, that could give Justina full threshold to look for somebody on a pop, into a freeze, into a guaranteed blue focus. How they connect off of that, knowing that there's no combo breaker to come out versus any skills, they can potentially just delete one person from the lobby. And as long as it's not like a Wu Chen as long as there's not a Wu Chen to port them out, the team would then have to indefinitely take that fight in face value.
I think the thing I like about it the most is the fact that you don't run Wu Chen. Because Wu Chen's great, but like, as you saw in the final circle, just is useless. Like, their character doesn't do anything in final circles, unfortunately, other than like refresh armor and put a wind wall up for a brief second. But I'm a big fan of the removal of the Wu Shen, and I know it's sad as it is to see the Tessa go, but and there is a world where you could replace the Syra with the Tessa, I guess, and then just kind of hope that that's enough. But I guess Syra is just so powerful that that's why you want to be running it. But
Syra,
there's a world where you could run that comp without the Syra, and but then I guess your damage is too low. No, you can't do it. You have to run the Syra, unfortunately. Crazy character. Game-breaking character, man.
Jack of all trades character, pretty much. He's like, yo, I need a healer, I need a DPS, and I need a CC controller. Which one of y'all? And then just her shows up in the party table, and just like has them all.
And someone with more health. They just give themselves more health.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I need an HP shield that's temporary to give yourself survivability. Who's got it? And it's like, oh, that's all she needs to bring up. And it really makes a point too, is the fact that you also see Wu Chen right in the shield walls for the wind walls to deny the range shots. It also denies a lot of like projectiles, like Tian Hai grabs, for instance, just to make it so that he can't grab your teammates, and then in worst case scenario they do get grabbed, he can pour it out. We got some replays though before we enter round 2 from this first round, as we've seen the replay for the first Rummy Yang Alliance versus what seems to be FPX. This is where we saw FPX lose their Rummy Yang fight. And look at this, right? NY7 goes down, and that Syra healing of 180 per ore, bro. So much sustain comes out from that. And now gives NY7 just one armor powder heal. That's all he needs. And then he can just cycle back in after he sees Kiki popped him for the Takeda ultimate. He's looking for the tap dodges. He's actually using the ultimate to mitigate the Furin Blast. That's an insurmountable play, because then all of a sudden NY7 can just kite right back in here, Jake. And this is where like that Zai that you said, Zai versus Zai for Takeda, and who acts on response to one another. And I really think it's on the players on who does better as a response to one the other, because whether or not Takeda can use his ultimate off rip, that's when Zai can use it defensively. And let's say NY7 uses his ultimate off the point, then that's where you see Takeda can use his ultimate as long as the duration of Zai is at a lesser amount, where he can start using Furins even after her ult ends.
I think what I like so much about the Zai variant into that comp, into the Sandstorm specifically, I mean, it works into most comps, but the reason I like it is it was originally picked because the Meteor applies like an anti-heal. And that just slows down what the Syra can do. So your Syra is healing you up to full, but their Syra is not doing as effective on their healing. It's a nice little case comp, but like, the thing is I think Meteor is a lot harder to land than the Furen shove. Obviously, the ult as well brings its own value, the chain scythes, but Furen shoves are very easy to line up and to throw down. A good way to kind of combo break, where like Meteor kind of gets used either defensively or aggressively, and if aggressively you miss it, you can kind of cook yourself a little bit off the back of that one. So it's definitely got that kind of like that level of skill, which makes it a little bit harder to play. But here we are. into Hero Select. I assume we had a couple of issues behind the scenes, hence why we were getting ourselves ready. And yep, Sand Siphons across the boards. See what 521 want to go for here. Probably just going to be a Syra increase, but we could see, okay, so it's a 50-50 split again. We could see teams actually just going, screw it, let's spend the points here. It's only 1 point right now. Lock in that Syra and lock in some Sand Siphon comps for ourselves.
Yeah, it's going to be a weird spot for Bowda, though, because they chose the Kylan Former, so they should be chilling out here for the Kylan Former again if they want to. Nice ASC, that's what I'm talking about. And we see WBG actually bring out the Sand Siphon Syra here, Kylan Former from SR, as well as for Team Bowda, so they have the confirmation for that. We're seeing that Justina Viper Syra that we're talking about. Glad to see it. I want to see the variation for the ultimate for the Viper. And then into the third phase, plus 2 point ban on the Syra, plus 1 on Takeda and towards the Tumulch. Kylan Former from Alliance. Seeing about the Viper Witch / Blind Dave from OA. And then JO and FPX are still deciding upon who to bring out here. Viper Witch would be an option, but the Kylan Former still haven't been banned for any points. So they definitely have for that.
Not a fan of that. That's a lot of Monk on Holoroth.
Yeah, it is.
This could be a really bad final circle for them, and they just get completely cooked by that. Could be a really good one. There are areas in Holoroth, like especially around like the south of the snowy region, like just south of Imperial Village and stuff. Like that's actually very open. There are a couple of spots, but like there's also a lot more spots where on this map Monk gets kind of ruined. So a lot of Monks getting locked in. Not as much Sand Siphon and Xiphon as I expected, but again, we're probably waiting till later in the day when the teams start to lock in the Firefly maps, and that's when we'll start to see these kind of more aggressive skirmishy comps getting locked in. So we'll have a look at the loadout and see if our Vipers are running anything different from one another.
Yeah, especially considering that ASC are bringing this comp out of the patch for the 1st of April. Seeing the Kylan's ultimates and the Tianhai ultimates, nothing changes out of that. We've seen it happen before. No F2 variation for the Kylan, but that's just something that we've seen from TE back in the day from BBB. So seeing if that ever changes in the future, we'll have to find out. But variation V1 F1 for ASC, and very nicely going to be the choice pick selection for that ASC missed. And then seeing the V3 from Jing from WBG as a Tumulch, which, you know, it's going to be the conversational point when it comes down to V3 versus V1, just to see the defensive capabilities versus the offensive position. And then you can see with Ivan actually being the other Tumulch alongside with YZG's CXZ, seeing which variation can come out of that V1 on both ends. Like I said, conversation is in point for, you know, Tumulch, and which ultimate's going to be the more valuable one. We are going to see OA's 2-tick though on the F1 V2, so full silence route ability loadout for their Viper. And that's going to be where we can kind of get a juxtaposition on the skills right now, Jake. And the map selection really will be the defining point on how these Kylan Formers versus the Viper Witch, the Sand Siphons, as well as the Xiphons themselves, on how effective they'll be off rip.
Alrighty, well, we're jumping into the action immediately. Gonna see quite a lot of clusters. Bowda have lit up for themselves, but SR and WZ, I believe that is behind them, gonna be dropping straight onto the puzzle. Got WBG and FPX up by Imperial. So just a couple of clusters. This DRG, YZG, and is that OA? Yeah, OA cluster. That's gonna be quite a fun one. 3 teams all dropping on top of each other. I think the third partier is gonna be walking away quite happy off the back of that one. But for the most part, it's kind of just a series of team 1v1s going in across the map.
Yeah, exactly. And then the 1v1s meaning that the reset route is going to have to be astronomical, you know, because you have to figure out a spot that won't be chosen by someone else if they lost. Rather, you don't want to get rotated on, just like with WBG and FPX being in Imperial Village. They only got so many few spots to go in, whether it's Yuchan Ruins or even towards the Plume Castle region. But starting off into round 2, we are going to begin here into Holoroth Sunny. My name is Severio alongside with Hipbrain. We are going to see a fight starting off between OA and YZG over by the Feather Lake. This is by the sightlines of Igneous Mound west of Plume Castle. And for DRG, getting the troves of gold rarity is going to be a huge game, potentially for the RNG aspect. If they have the luck talent glyph board on standby, they'll be potentially getting purples or even blue weapons just to be picked up. And for YZG, no armors on either CXC and TXJ to be accrued. Now on the current patch, live patch, everyone gets common armor off rip, which is a really great feeling, especially considering if you find a weapon, then you can start going into an engagement round. Regardless though, the players are still gonna have to work down to not having common armor if they don't find it. And for alliances of NY7 having pole sword, he's gonna be going up with his team against JL over by the Grizzly Rise.
Alrighty, well, immediately the action getting quite low onto members of JL. See Cuckoo gets a nice parry off onto Revenge, but NY7 also getting parried in response. everyone on Alliance just gets absolutely countered out. Trying to see if they can find a little bit more damage. Another parry lands in. The bell comes down, but JL are making quick work of Alliance. That was parry city from JL. Just catching them constantly off guard. Really, really nice start to that fight. Gets a Monk comp a little bit behind as we do see the Bane's breath thrown down. I think that's WZ in control of it. So yeah, they're just going to quite happily pick themselves up this blessing. Wonder what they got from there. Golden Hunsword. That is a nice start for Cookie. You just need to get some good armor now and jump into that Realm of Yang.
I think one thing too with the Gold Hong Sword is that it's really a strong point to have for a 2-in-1. For just a self-standing blue focus after an uppercut. That way it gives the player behind him with throwing knives leeway to just chunk. He can chunk all the blue focuses, and they can literally put a target from 1900 HP down to 500 in the span of a split second. So if they get that off with the Gold Hong Sword, it's definitely going to be noticed, considering that Leeway has purple throwing knives, or flying knives, I should say. ASC, though, are on the hunt. 3 eliminations, V1, F2, F1, as I mentioned from before. There's Justina, Syra, Viper, conversational comp to be made. If it's successful this round, I'm praising for it. Meanwhile, though, WBG are over by the entirety of Imperial. They got their first set of eliminations against FPX, most definitely, since they are in soul form right now. I wonder if we get a replay on that fight, because we didn't get a chance of seeing how this team would end up winning that fight, but they all end up with blue armors. Over by the Fortress Kaviani, which is southeast of Metop. WZ are going to be locking through the corridors and just seeing what loot they can pick up, finding the troves. But over by Yushan Ruins, YZG up against DRG, and an immediate elimination as CXC goes ahead and kills off Wushin 98, having the Syra ultimate to be active. TXJ is putting that early onset pressure. Punch first, ask questions later. That's where Dongqing goes down as well. And then for the orbs to come through and all these staggers, only one Syra left to go, and then that's all going to be the last opponent for DRG as YZG pick up their third elimination after this throwing knives hold check. Incredible.
Did he mid-air dazzle him? That was beautiful coming in. Nice little pickup, as now we're going to see sides of WZ getting himself in a fight versus ASC. Meteor goes a bit wide there from Cookie. Already no ult zone, so they can't really get the refresh off by popping the ultimate, but I don't think Cookie really cares. Nice little throwing knife action coming out, and WZ able to secure themselves 1 kill already. ASC Xiaowen trying his hardest, but he is on his lonesome right now. No way he's going to be able to survive this. Goes for the freeze, is immediately cooked by WZ. I mean, they got the Golden Hunt Sword, man. These guys are stacked. Got purple throwing knives as well onto XXMU. Really, really set up. Realm of Yang will be spawning up. Not yet, though. They got quite a lot of time. So right now for the side of WZ, 6 kills already. These guys are going to have quite a lot of Dark Tide coins that they can start just looking to invest in and kind of get their resources sorted out for the Realm of Yang. They've already bought a Bane's Breath, so I don't think they can buy another one. I don't think they have the money, so they're probably just going to have to look to fight for a Realm of Yang. But not really going to be too much contesting because there's only a couple of blind date comps. And like I said, no one's really been doing the blind date comp like we want to see, like we used to see them get played, which is jump in, be a nuisance, and deny people entering.
Exactly. And you know, it's one thing too is that WZ with WZ, they actually have 2 throwing knives on both their back lines. So this is gonna, we saw that from the immediate elimination over by Fortress Kaviani. So through 2 throwing knives instead of just having 1-to-1 or just a 1-weapon individual to each. The fact that they're using both of them at the same time means that if any connections come off of one, the other one can connect off of it. And that especially comes on out of its vertical blue focus, where they throw 3 flying knives at the face of an opponent. If the other personnel is throwing out the throwing knives and charging up, they can just connect off of another one, and they can start a chain reaction for the Hong Sword to release off of that. There's a lot of connections off of that weapon, I'll be honest. So if WZ can successfully snowball into the Realm of Yang and do the same exact work they've just been doing over and over again in this early game, that would be a sight to behold. Our map selection does show that Alliance is over by Cinnabar Valley, making the rotation up north. DRG over by the Pinnacle Town and just making a loop pattern off of Igneous Mound. Medtop still has 2 targets here, Bauda as well as WZ, just be forefronts over this area as it's still within the circle. And then over by City of Tong, 521 SR. And at ASC over down by the Tang Courtyard in the southeast region, they're going to be just looting up as a reset. And this Moonbane is still for another 80 seconds as it's still active. JL could be using this to just confirm that Realm of Yang, or they can set to incite a fight, just like right now with FPX arriving to the scene.
Alrighty, well, FPX seeing if they can see if they get some picks off here. Haven't really been able to actually get too much. They've not got their revives though, so this actually may not be for FPX. They might just be playing a more defensive game. JL summon the Bane's Breath. Now Kiki's just trying to get away from them, but he's getting locked in place. He has been able to get his way to the edge of that Bane's Breath, but still needs to be careful. Going to finally dance their way out as JL control the area. FPX going to be forced to heal up. And we talked about this quite a lot, actually, for the last few years, but Bane's Breath is kind of a dinner bell, right? Like, if you see on the map someone's throwing Bane's Breath down, the assumption is there's two teams fighting in there, and they're probably both blowing their ultimates, so the third party can come in. So JL don't want to hang around in their Bane's Breath for too long, just knowing that other teams are going to see that and potentially come and look for a third party opportunity. Even though they do still have their ultimates, JL probably would rather not have to kind of get surprise attacked. So they're just going to back off and make an escape for it. Well, DRG just done a bit of sniffing around again. Realm Yang spawning up in a couple of minutes. I believe it's a minute something. Yeah, it's 21 minutes when they spawn up, so 2 minutes left. Then we'll probably start to see some action. It's been an incredibly passive lobby today, actually. I've been very surprised by this. I guess because both of the games have been very monk heavy, but typically we do not see trios this passive. It's normally a lot more aggressive by now.
Yeah, definitely will be in probably after the first Realm Yang, then we start seeing this. 36 players still alive though is kind of it is a surprise. Today has been a surprise all around. XDM having himself a jabbing though as the Kylan. He also has Venom Tip, so if they start stacking up with Sleepy T getting a grab, that would be a great value for about it. This is their second game on the Kylan former comp, by the way. So seeing them playing it twice means that bringing out a third time, maybe not likely. However, in Holoroth, things could change up for them for the better or for the worse, as we mentioned with the Kylan formers. But YZG over by the Snowy Forest, having the approach right now for the shop, maybe potentially just going for the purchase on their armor to have that for YZG. I'm not sure. Usually that's going to be the case, but Alliance is already on standby right now on that kind of former on their side, so they're going to be backing off completely and making sure not to incite any sort of violence against their opponents, making their way towards the Realm Yang primarily, and this revenge gets grapple sack. WZ though waiting out for this Realm Yang as SR are stacked out of their mind. Two purple armors, one purple weapon at least on Junks as the Kylan trying to contest ASC for this. F2 to kind of push back, gets no confirmation. Outside Realm Yang fight is going to be occurring. An immediate deletion right there for our Cookie armor, and for that gold Hong sword, it would be very nice to get one reset here as a team repositions to go for a reset. But we have our Realm Yang fight, YZG versus Team Bowda, off the rip into the skylines. You know that Team Bowda are going to be holding down the ground level, all of them having purple armors, all of them having the high tier equipment, and then the 10 high ult to pop out from Sleepy T.
Let's see if he can find the grab this time around. He had a very, very good game on this last game as well. So second round here for Bowda. Immediately ZZT finds himself caught out by that sandstorm and has to reposition with a jump. He hasn't really achieved much and he's lost a fair chunk of health. Everyone is just positioning so well around and comes in for the slam down onto YZT, but isn't going to quite get onto them. QGG is going to get caught. The punch comes down. QGG able to survive for now, but they do get the follow-up. Can they find the re-grab? Looks like he's able to break away for now. Furen shoves coming out across the board. Time breaks, and now that it's going to be TXJ, who's keeping his Takeda alive with the healing, is now just going to continue to microwave onto the members of Bowda. Orbs come out for some healing onto his teammates just to keep them alive. As you see a parry actually land onto QGG. He's able to reposition, get himself back up. The healing comes out for TXJ. His ultimate's timed out, and the Furen shoves starting to do their work here for the side of YZG. A parry making its way forward from TXJ onto Jing. Jing goes low. Jing will fall, and YZG have made very quick work of Bowda, really effectively evading the onslaught from this monk comp. They're knocked out. That's why I love Takeda, baby.
That's right. You know what's crazy too is that ZCZT looked for those grabs on the Takeda after 2 Kylan slashes and wasn't able to confirm it. It was unfortunate. We are going to see one of the more stronger Jades to be picked up here, engraving on the purple rarity side for this team, and for TXJ, CXZ, QG, any one of these guys could be wielding that Jade with a long sword. A free jump R&B blue focus. That's pretty much the biggest thing with engraving. And it does a lot of damage too. So for any sort of target to be caught by a stagger, it's just a jump R&B, and that's all the notion that you have to move alongside with it. But with it, YZG will just look towards in the southeast and just start moving. JL and OA are actually contesting over by north of the quarry towards the tower. And now for Wonfong having Tian Hai ultimate, he's going to see the investment for the Wuchen port, looking for the light, the line of sight for the light beam, and that's going to be down south. So now they're going to have to start chasing this one down. There's another team going towards the north with FPX and WBG, both of them losing out on that Realm Yang. So for both of them, both going to be probably spawning in the middle of this fight over by Plume Castle as OA are trying to reposition past here. High Squared looking to try to go off and making sure he can get a reset, but JL are are not going to allow that. And as much as he goes through towards the Achilles crest, there's going to be one counter grapple from Monk to look to the back line. I like this position he takes, and he finds a great parry off of that to delay the timing for One Fong to go right back in. And now they're going to be fighting within the threshold of the Achilles crest, where there's a lot of cover and a lot of line of sight to break off of.
They're able to pop the urn there, just make sure they break away. One thing. Gonna re-slam down. 2-tick, able to break away, but no, the grab comes in. That's enough damage to finish him up. OA gonna lose a player already. As JL now looking at WBG, who are sniffing around behind them. One thing needs to be careful. He's actually about to lose the monk transform, and honestly, Plume Castle, not a position you want to be a monk on. It's so hard to move with that new movement as the parry onto the knife comes through. One thing is just being made quick work of by WBG as they're able to pick him up. Cleanse a member of their Realm of Yang debuff. Leo, nice little pick up from him as they're going to look to hunt the rest of the members. OA have to use a rebirth charm onto their player who got taken out earlier. As YZG get themselves into a fight versus Alliance and DRG here. Seeing the Furen shove coming out from QGG. He's just going to get battered by Yuma. Got that golden hand sword from earlier on in the day. As now it's going to be TXJ taking to the sky, looking for those dazzles off. The microwave beam is absolutely cooking Alliance alive. They're going to be forced to go in for a transform. NY7's looking for the grab, but Yuma's low. That's a good grab on the TXJ. Going to look for the slam down onto him. He's incredibly low, but he's able to blink out, throws out another dazzle. Is going to try and heal himself back up as YZG continue to fire away. Grab comes in, doesn't quite make the connection onto CXZ as he's breaking away for it. As NY7 going very low in the monk transform. We'll be losing that transform momentarily, but Bowder continuing to put some pressure down onto them now as the third party comes in. YZG have been able to pick up one, but Bowder answering back with a kill onto QGG in response off the back of that as TXJ going incredibly low. It is just a blender of action here. Everybody diving into the mix as ZZT finds himself caught out as SR using their Kylin dashes to shred through the members as Sleepy T is going to transform, Zhao's going to transform, but again, it's Plume Castle, man. This area is not a good spot to be transforming in. There's too much terrain to work around. You're constantly using your jumps just to reposition. They're just going to be playing catch-up.
Gonna have launch pads, man. There it is. EZTT finds it. He's gonna get it up to the high of the ground if he can. It's over. But of course, FPX in their Tiana held inside of the. Look at that. The man can't even move. He can't even move. He has a deform to move past this area. And now it's up for him to reset. And for FPX, they have 50 seconds for the Rummy depletion to get rid of. They have it to be done on ZGE, so he doesn't have to worry. But it's really for Fuon as well as for Kiki. Looks for the Kami kick off at this end for Kiki. Looking for the F1 and then looking to the R&B. Holding for the blue focuses off the throwing knife. He connects against Leo and he attempts to do so again while Leo isn't paying attention. He hold checks. He burns Leo's combo breaker. And now against Yaron, it's going to be a notion whether he can confirm this off the blue focus. There it is. One hit. The soul bloom can be picked up here for Kiki, and there's going to be the case. But Fuon is going to be low enough to be eliminated here by one hit, one sneeze, and there's the immediate elimination on towards that. For FPX, Kiki building up rage per second, throwing out the shotgun hits off of the blades, and if he can go off the flying knives and just kite, he can do that so long as he can get a blue focus just in time. There's one click. QGG is going to deny the escape, but the disengagement is still going to be had for Kiki, and with it, you can actually see a Rebirth Charm had been purchased from ZGE, and he gets Fuon back into the game. We still have 30+ players in the lobby, and this round ranking number 2 is going to be contested here. If one of the teams can try to enter it, YZG are definitely on the stead with 8 eliminations. They want to make the entrance towards this as feasible as possible, and they have this to make it so that if they wanted to, they get the pairs and they can go right back in. They know no other teams besides them would be one of the 4 to be selected for this Immortal War Roman Yang. And for Alliance right now, they're going to be contesting against this team. A level 60 alchemy is insane work for CXC, as well as having a group heal and that engraving as mentioned. So for right now, the mitigation is high, but for right now, Alliance could potentially take the fight, whether or not YZG drops this.
All right, let's have a look, because they're going to drop down into the fight immediately. There's going to be the Sandstorm breaking out from the side of Alliance. They can fire back as NY7 gets knocked back briefly there. Some damage coming in. YCG trying to find the turnaround. But for the moment, it's just a bit of a waiting game, waiting for those big moments to break out. There's the Furen shove coming in from QGG. NY7, he's going to go for the transform. The Sandstorm already being used is actually really bad here for YZG. Doesn't give them a place to kind of waste the time of that Takeda, but they are going to throw down some damage. Yuma just exceptionally burst already looking for the heals as TXJ is going to do his best to make sure he doesn't get too much healing off, as now NY7 wasting a lot of time on that transform. Revenge also going low. TXJ still continuing to just beam through. He's able to take out Revenge in the middle of all of the action, and a grab comes in onto CXZ. They do get a slam back, but the transform's now timed out with a man advantage in the favor of YZG. This is just going to be too hard for Alliance off the back of this one. They're trying their hardest. The dazzle is going to hit onto the pair of them. And YZG take their second Roma Yang in this game. They are having such a good start to this week. Really, really clean stuff from them.
Yeah, picking up a Universal Slash and Gold Dual Blades to be picked up is insane work. Soft Sub Gecko Foot, as well as a purple rarity Jade to be picked up. SR, yeah, see, SR looking towards them with the RMBs. Obviously, with SR having this Draco Storm, Rico not having armor, it's not going to be only a matter of time. It's going to be a matter of when the heal comes back. For Zhao getting caught by the Syra as the focus comes out. You know, Zhao doesn't really have much of an issue here. He can go for some bow shots if he desires it after Leo deforms, and then he can just go ahead and lock it down with Junks. But Junks is going to be on the chase, being the one in the forefront as Leo is trying to escape. Rupture Galore to be revealed for Junks here. 1-2, there's the jump LMB attempt. And for 2 eliminations right now in the Roma Yang buff, not even the Roma Yang buff, but most likely a Spirit Web buff here, not to SR, as we saw that on the field. So for 2 eliminations, I should say right now, SR is going to be holding down the fort as a conformer. Maybe not as one of the Roma Yang winners with a gold armor and a gold weapon, but definitely going to be one to be feared, as it is one of the few Kylan transformer comps with the Tianhai. And for Zhao having gold pull sword scale rarity, he goes back. He saw Kuku getting a fight with Fuan from FPX with common armor. Unfortunate, as the Zipping can still kite around Serpent's Pass. Once those catches come out from the throwing knives, it's only a matter of time before the teammates show up and they commit towards the elimination, as it might come out towards this. As Fuan goes down, still not going to be the only one left. FPX still has 2 teammates on standby to be alive.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of them is eliminated, actually, and the other has the Roma Yang debuff on them. So FPX in a pretty bad state right now. They did jump into that Roma Yang, their monk, just to try and escape everything. Oh, they actually all got in. Okay, they all got in. But this is FPX just taking them their fight versus Alliance inside the Roma Yang. It looks like it's starting all right there for Yuma getting grabbed, but he has the dashes lined up, and FPX just unable to really sink in any more grabs or any more damage. Yuma, plenty of dashes lined up, and with the members going low, Fuyan was already incredibly weak because they'd just been picked up. There was a rebirth charm just before the Roma Yang spawns up, so they were not geared for this fight at all. It was more a desperation escape from FPX, but put them into the Roma Yang, and ultimately it bought them time, but I don't think it's going to buy them enough time. I think this team is unfortunately in a pretty rough state right now. They might be able to get a fair amount of damage down onto those onto Yuma there, but this fight went on forever. This is a long old fight, this one. But there you go. NY7 tidies it up, and yeah, from there it's just ZGE getting caught by the scale rushes, or actually just about evading that scale rush, to be fair. But 1 versus 2, Alliance get to play with their food a little bit here. There it is. Nice parry, actually. FPX put a serious fight up in this one, actually. To be fair, that could have been anyone's Roma Yang. Incredibly close. I am surprised.
I'm actually kind of curious because I heard the musket shot from ZGE, but he got caught off the RMB, which is unfortunate. So he was really preemptive in trying to land it right beforehand, but NY7 coming through, carrying the game. Now there's going to be Alliance with the full Fear gear loadout, and for YZG, they still don't have Fear in their hands. They are the Fear itself. They're going to be manifesting this position on the hillside right now against Iran as WBG. They're getting caught out for Iran not having ultimate. Just jump LB spam. That's all you need to do, especially for your teammate on the back line. 12 eliminations right now for YZG. On the purple staff, just be the primary weapon for the Takeda as usual. And NY7 look to try to chase down no target over by the Ice Shard Lake, finding out JL and OA. But most importantly, 2-tick having no ultimate and having to keep the chase going throughout in the vicinity of a Valiant Challenger. The Valiant Challenger could be lighting the sighting this and just having the vision on the opponents, while they don't realize that Alliance is without any sort of buff right now, or in terms of it, they don't have they have Roma Yang depletion to get rid of. So for Alliance right now, case scenario is that the teams could look to chase this down if they realize that, but whether or not they do or don't, Alliance just has to just play for pocket, and then they have to make sure they can look for a snag off of somebody. Otherwise, it's just going to be a numbers game. They have 25,000 Dark coins. I highly doubt there's any Reaper charms still available, since we saw all those fights by Boone Castle. But if they end up going through the Spirit Wells, they can find the residual loot to be picked up here.
I think it's going to be a hard one to find those rebirth charms now. There's Kiki from FPX, the lone member. 38 seconds left on his Realm Yang debuff. He's not even going to make it to that. SR able to finish him up, eliminating FPX. And I said I don't think this is a particularly good Monk lobby. I really don't think Holoroth suits Monk at all. And yes, it was a Monk taking a Monk out. I'm very much aware of that. But regardless, I do worry for them. Alliance, another one of our Monk comps. I think Revenge, they might still have enough to get a rebirth charm off, actually, because Revenge is going to go out and Alliance are immediately going to look for the soul birth, the rebirth. There's a shop beneath them.
No way.
They got it. He's got to use it, though.
That was the last Reaper charm, and then the team looked to invade. That's unfortunate for Alliance. I think Alliance actually got caught out.
Oh, sorry, I'm an idiot. It gets shared. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, he is going to get caught out, though, unfortunately. If they get a revive onto one. The problem is Yuma gets immediately picked by WRG as they come in. So a really nice little play from Alliance is immediately undone. And, yeah, there goes Revenge as well. Alliance losing 2 players, 1 Monk left. We have 3 full Monk comps left in this lobby. YZG, 12 kills on the Takeda comp. JL also looking to get themselves a Spirit Well here, uncontested. SR are making their way over, though, to try and maybe contest them on the Spirit Well. So White Tigers as well, not quite as impactful as White Tigers in years gone. We all remember the final snaps from last year. That's not quite going to be the same case, but still, White Tigers, going to be a nice buff to grab. More about all the rest of the gear as well you're going to be able to pick up from inside that is YZG. They're just hunting. They're just hunting for solo players. Grab himself a couple of extra kills because these guys are crushing it in this game number 2.
Yeah, looking at the J's right now, there's a lot of J's to be selected upon. Kablu on JL, as well as seeing another Universal Slash on YZG, and then also having an engraving and a jabbing on one side to the other for them. So they're going to be having those power J's for purple rarity. But obviously, always Mong's going to be looking to get chased down here by SR. SR looking to confirm this kill elimination. As I mentioned, Junks having that Raptor Gale Orb. One person in the lobby that could really just start disrupting, and especially that JL is one of the second kill leader in the lobby. Now, definitely the second one, up to 10 eliminations. And for Zhao Liu, it's going to be a chance for him to get that soul bloom after investing the ultimate, and then they have to start kiting back towards the north, and for it, towards where his team is with the Spear Well and just cutting that buff out. Luckily, no one was wanting to contest that. JL is good for that right now. SR looking to make a slight approach while Alliance and DRG are just on standby. We know NY7 is going to be one of the few remaining teammates on to Alliance, so for him, getting chased out is an unfortunate circumstance, but it's to be guaranteed. For JL, they can take the fight into the zone no matter what. Even with the weakness escalation, they'll just come right back out and get the White Tiger's prowess as NY7 tries to die at the zone. He gets hit, though. It's kind of an unfortunate hit for that last hit confirmation to get the zone tick damage. It's still be procking, and for NY7 to not get the elimination to the opponent's team, he's going to go for a 10-high ultimate here. He gets it. But X1, Zhao Yuan is going to go ahead and get the crossbow shots. He's looking for a res this whole time. Impeccable. That's what you call a teammate right there. Now it's going to be forcing the team to want to take this extra time into the zone and probably even eliminating Yuma as a result. But for NY7, he's kiting into a Moonman.
Oh, no!
I can't believe that instance happened just like that.
Dude just parasailed into a tree, man. No way! Alliance get eliminated by Bane. MVP. That's just tragic. That's like, there's no one to blame there. That's just bad luck. He was trying to heal up, just about gets clipped, and 2 times in a row. Rough one there for him as JL does get frozen, actually. Inside the Bane's Breath, that could have been real dicey. YCG decide not to full commit here. Ooh, people are getting very close. I love these Bane's Breaths. I know there were some people who weren't massive fans of it. I think they just add like unnecessary chaos into the final circle, and I love it for it. It's my favorite. Does look like teams are going to be contesting for this next Spirit Well. It's Draco Storm inside of here. YZG going to throw the Sandstorm down onto JL and just look to try and force them out. The transforms are coming out from One Fang. He's going to leap onto the members of YZG. YZG just ducked behind the building, and they're going to play evasion right now. JL forced to throw a lot of big ultimates out there just to try and secure this Spirit Well for themselves. Everyone else is going to recognize that this is a potential to jump onto JL and force them off. As in comes Kakaishi, transformed in trying to microwave the monk. The monk's going to de-transform, and immediately the rest of the lobby are going to recognize this as go time. It is Chaos City inside this Soul Well, as Zhao trying to find the grabs, not really able to get any right now, still looking for them. There's just too much terrain. Is able to actually pluck a Syra out of the sky, but gets frozen. They're going to struggle to actually get the slam off as they're able to break away, and Zhao's actually going low, has to jump up, de-transforms down, is incredibly low himself, and he now has to disappear off into the bushes away. JL are back on the point, but they have to deal with the wisps coming in from those Tammies off the back, and now Bowder, it's their turn. Sleepy T's going to transform, and he's going to look to control the zone. Last monk to transform typically wins these, and I don't think any other monk has a transform available to them. The problem is the other teams are still continuing to fire in. The dome has dropped, and this is dead center in the middle of the circle, so you are just fish in a barrel getting shot at this point. As YZG going to get sent back in here by ZDT, but he is incredibly low. He's getting jumped onto. I think that was Kakashi jumping into his pocket, looking to see if he can finish him up. JL still continue to try and hold and control this Spirit Well. It looks like it's about to tick over to them unless someone comes in and contests. It's YZG finding the lockdown. One Fang's going low. JL's Cuckoo is going to lose his life as they're continuing to fire down. YZG now in control of the Soul Well. It's going to be a pop for them unless someone else can jump in. They've got the Siren Microwave just beaming on anyone who tries to get close. The stuns from the orbs. It's so close actually for them taking over, but it looks like they're going to have to back off once again. Everyone is just contesting for this. Is constant action. JL jump back in. They're down a player though. They need to be careful. One Fang losing a massive chunk of his armor. He is just going to get sent back in here off the back of this, trying to escape. I'm running out of breath, man. This has just been endless action.
I'm gonna take the baton. We're gonna go through here. Is 2DG getting the throwing knife shunt, and as a Spearow still getting contested. And this is a news chance right now for the players. If they don't confirm this thing's gonna disappear in a couple of seconds. For this SR, looking to hard confirm it as it stands to put to have the Tianhai to look for anyone who's trying to shoot some range shots. DRG are gonna be the main benefactors for that. As WZ are also looking to make sure they're trying to hit those pistol shots. As SR weren't able to confirm that Spear Well, the Spear Well deformed itself. Zhao still in Tianhai state for the Vajra, having to go up against One Fong as JL looking to try to contest him out for his HP threshold. It is low, and for One Fong looking for grabs, even with Zhao going down for JL, this is still going to be One Fong's game for a single grab to a double grab potentially, and trying to get one target out. He finds it, he hits it, and obviously right then and there he looks for a re-grab, but the elimination comes out with the throwing knives from QGG to confirm the kill elimination. And for One Fong is going to be the main primary target of this lobby. The players are splitting out between the top rounds of this cliffside. As we see JL go down, we have 5 teams left. QGG looking to pick up the Soul Bloom as he's going to have active Takeda Furin for the next 10 seconds and go straight to the highlights after using the Furin Blast to confirm blue focuses. XEM having the Kylan ultimate still on standby as Team Bowda is going to be holding down the fort. And for this, we still have 13 eliminations for the Sand Siphon Syra that YZG are bringing to the board, and they're still fully healthy as can be. They're on the bottom floor of this cliff-sided. Sleepy T is on active Tianhai ultimate, finding a grab against Dongqing. Maybe potentially finding a double grab here. He's gonna go for the single slam. We might see a re-grab potentially. He sees a bomb dash on Dongqing to the bottom of the floor, and as SR's Junks looks to arrive onto the top side, it looks like it's gonna be a King of the Hill situation as Sleepy T looks for this position. And as much as WZ has an opportunity of just trying to survive with 3 of their teammates, Junks is gonna be the next person to go down in this lobby with his ultimate ending. No more Keelan Guard is available for him for the 4 seconds of immunity. He finds 1 slash to repeat that HP to be built up. But Junks is going to be the one person lobbied out, and that's going to be elimination that Dongqing is going to pick up. 4 teams left on the board right now.
4 teams left. I've never seen this many teams in a final circle, not in an incredibly long time. Not since the old days where with Yotos all be ulting on top of each other. Dongqing's got his F available, could just look for a massive slam down as everyone closes in. As it's just a fight of aerials, sandstorms are broken out, everything's getting thrown down. Kakaishi's able to secure himself 1. YZG, they do still have TXJ, and he's going to be looking to put some work in as QGG, also with a Furen shove, going to be mopping up kills. He's still got another charge. He is taken out though, as TXJ's trying his hardest to try and finish up a couple of players. F's available to him. It's not going to be enough to touch the lobby times out. And I believe that's another YZG victory for them. They had so many kills this game. No one ultimately wins that, but wow, what a lobby. What a bizarre lobby.
Today's the date. Today's the date. You know, the new patch is making things very very longevity.
Different.
There's a lot of longevity to it. Yeah. It really throws me off into thinking about it, but I don't know why. It just, I guess the players are just really figuring it out, because one thing's for certain in that final moment instance is that even when all the players were trying to climb out of the clutches of the zone and getting to the cliffside, they knew full awareness in terms of not full sending. They just knew how much it was going to be worthwhile just to hold back. And even when we saw Sleepy T die to the zone, that was just because of the imprint of location of where he was. Maybe not even giving the elimination to the players itself, but more so just to see all the Syras in the endgame circle not having ultimate available, just using it preemptive. It's kind of an insane amount. One thing is for certain though, throwing knives, the main benefactor in this lobby, especially in this round. We saw how much that weapon had just been thrown left and right between all the players just to catch someone off of the range and then just catching them off when they're in midair. Something that really gives it the main usage of the weapon is to just try to utilize it in many case scenarios. Usually that's why we see stagger weapons like the dual blades or dual halberds to come through. But in the case of with the flying knives, you can throw a blue focus, you can throw any omnidirectional, not even blue focuses, you can throw omnidirectional staggers off of the knives direction, and catching anybody in that position gives a guaranteed reach for someone else on your team to look for them. And players, I think, are using that to their advantage. And then other players are just keeping that in mind just to not put themselves out in a bad position. Because the moment you get caught in a bad position, you get one flying knives thrown to your back, you get two flying knives thrown to your back. And then by that point, you're done. Your armor's chonked. You may not even want to use ultimate, but at that point, you might not even have a chance of being able to do it.
Yeah, they're a really interesting weapon in trios. The ability to kind of, have that mid-range threat is really, really huge. Now, how many players chose Viper in game number 2? Was it A2, B3, C4, or D5? Let's know A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Check that whisper box, because that's where you will be told. Not as many as I expected is your clue. If I'm honest with you, I thought that would be a much more heavy game for that. I am surprised by the priority on the Monk right now. Like these guys obviously are looking towards Fireflies and saying, we want Monk because Monk's strong. So we want to get our Monk games out while the comps that counter it aren't as effective and as strong. So it's a very interesting setup actually. Off the back of that one, I'm surprised to see the kind of like the almost overemphasis on Monk right now, because I knew the character was good. I am surprised by just how many people are prioritizing him right now.
Yeah, I think one thing too is that we had to keep in mind that in these first 2 to 3 rounds and then leading out to the second half, that there also could be ice pick comps to be chosen left and right for those transformer heavy players and teams. But here's the scoreboard. Tied for second place. Coming out here for YZG and WZ, that's going to be 18 points for YZG, and WZ with 15 points. 12.5 for DRG in third place, JL with 12 points in fourth, WG with 7.5 in fifth, Alliance with 7 points in fifth, as well as alongside with Bauda for 7 points. SR having 5.5 in eighth, ASC with 5 points in ninth, FPS with 3.5 in 10th, 521 with 1 point in 11th, and OA with a 0.5 placement in 12th. And then seen in terms of the stat lines for the MVP squad, as it comes out, YZG had more eliminations, they had more points overall because of the placements. And they actually been having, successful run here. Takeda given for QGG most likely as MVP with the V3F1 variation. And just seeing about the tumultuous, right? We said that mention about V1, V3, seeing a V1 onto YZG, as he's been predominantly able to use this in this lobby, and TXJ Classic on the Syra for his value on the team, as well as being the Syra to make things happen on the sky. Now, one thing is for consideration right now is we didn't get a chance to actually see this yet, but a lot of the specialty Jades really didn't come out for this game, at least, like huge game-breaking Aurora Burst, AoE, Merciless Havoc, AoE. We didn't see any of those Jades. It was mainly just the skills to ultimates that are just being cycled throughout. And those type of things really gives us, a notion on just how careful the players have to play, especially not even with Tableau and then engraving and jabbing on line of sight. It's more so just being able to get caught out and then just getting punished for it almost immediately.
Well, here we are, the overall standings at the end of this game. 2 points total across 2 games for 5-2-1. Not particularly the greatest start, but YZG absolutely crushing it. Not quite as good as game 1, but an 18-pointer, putting up to 43 points already at the end of this game. I believe, typically the soft cutoff, and this is very, very soft cutoff, is about 80 points for bi-weekly finals. And that's in 12th place basically. So to be on already halfway to there after 2 games for YCG is absolutely huge. They obviously are going to be looking to get as many points together as possible, because remember, I think it's 12 point something % of your points get carried over to the bi-weekly finals, and kind of give you a bit of a quicker run towards that match point threshold. It can win you the game nice and early. YZG haven't been fast on winning their bi-weekly finals, but they have won both of them so far, so their consistency is starting to pay off. And this team's just, their improvement from week 1 is really impressive. And I know these guys have actually been playing together for quite a while. This is formerly KLA, and it's the same 3 guys who always played on KLA, and KLA were incredibly good back in the day, but they did have a little bit of rust to shake off at the beginning of the split. But coming back now, starting week 3, that rust is thoroughly sandblasted away. These guys are looking incredibly coherent together. They've got really, really good synergy. And this is the formerly KLA that we once knew. YZG looking really, really dominant. And I'm excited by this team. I've always been a big fan of this org. I'm very excited to see, you know, how much more they can continue to kind of go on this trajectory of upwards, because they are looking unbelievably solid right now.
You know, especially unfortunately for NY7, they're getting kablamoed. But and also in addition to the team was TXJ coming up from TE, so having him to take into that slot is like, I think it's a dream team to be made for this year. For the value that they've been able to have off of week 1's victory and week 2 victory, and even you know, their average overall in terms of the scrims during the off season, they really showcase what they have at the value of having him on board. And obviously, MVP goes up to Takeda. Universal Slash, we saw that to be spacing out between players, not really uses predominantly. Actually, he did also have Cloud Weaver, but wasn't using those as much. But I want to look at the damage, bro, and look at the throwing knives. Look at the throwing knives, bro. 28,000 damage. My man picked that up and he said, "This ain't leaving my pocket. This is the spaghetti in the pocket moment right now." And he's gonna be having it on standby the entirety of the match with 36,000 total damage overall. It's nearly to 75 to 85% of the damage that he's been dealing out with just that weapon alone. And not even if he had picked up the specialty Jade, the Moonshard Storm, if he's able to find that Jade, I think he would have, you know, used it even more to be used once those Romiangs or even after the Spirit Will has cleared out. But man, I think Takeda with this Jade or with this weapon, it's always a conversation that we can bring into play about what weapon would be best in slot for Takeda, right? With the staff, right? Having the extended reach comes out, or even with the dual blades, with the Decabloom, or even with the pole sword being to charge up. Now we're adding another weapon, even with the fist blades, the flying knives, being able to charge up with the Furin Blast, or even be able to mobilize yourself while throwing, charging up the R&B and then releasing the Furin and then connecting the blue focus, it's kind of nasty work. So having a Kylan or having a Takeda on that really puts in the pressure, but it's also where he can throw it in any direction. So if he throws his Furin, which is omnidirectional, he can look into lock down that target from that range aspect, even if they're above on a pillar, in the Romiang, or even in the sky as it comes down to drop down situations, and just finding them wherever he seems to fit into the bill for the usage of that skill with that ultimate and with that, and especially with that weapon.
Yeah, it's not a loadout that I kind of actually predicted, but it makes so much sense that it synergizes that well. Anyway, we are going to throw ourselves over to a break, and then when we're back with game number 3, so we'll see you in a moment.
那毁天灭地的。
くるくる回るドレスリズムに乗せて夢見るような世界で飛び跳ねちゃおうワクワクするステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリー
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back here for round 2 for the Biweekly 3 Day 1 Trios. My name is Severio alongside with HitBrain. We come back out after the first 2 rounds with the introduction to this patch for this week, where we have it to be the 1st of April into Season 16. And we saw a lot of notion between YZG taking both MVPs. I mean, we take a good gander in terms of the scoreline being the first across the board, but more importantly, just seeing how much YZG kind of has evolved to this point. And then with the utilization of using the Sand Siphon into the second round, but a Kylan Former into the first round, we now enter into Morus Isle, where maybe potentially we might see a repeat, or we could see a Siphon pick from them. Who knows? Yeah. I'm really curious in seeing about how they choose it.
I'm very interested by that. I mean, again, statistically, their best comp has actually been the Blind 8 as well, which we're yet to see from them. I assume we'll see that again towards the tail end of the day. That's where like the Sand Siphons, the Xiphons, and the Blind 8s really shine when Fireflies come online. And Tessa doesn't need much to charge her rage up to get her ult, because she gets 2 charges on her ult. So very easy to kind of build that rage up and use those Fireflies effectively with that comp. What has caught me off guard more than anything, because obviously YZG, the expectations were they were going to be good coming into today. What's caught me off guard more than anything is, like you said at the end of that last game, was it's just insane how survivable everyone's playing right now. Like, we're seeing a lot of people make it to the final circle. I haven't seen final circles this jammed in an incredibly long time, and it's very interesting because it doesn't feel like we're getting lots of downtime, but like the game just like ends. Like, we're watching people fight, we're watching people go out, and then the game ends, and it's like, oh, only 3 teams are out, and everyone's now fighting in that final circle as it closes. Like, it genuinely surprises me how much the teams have kind of changed their play style, and I'm not entirely sure what's causing it. I feel like these monk picks is probably what's leaning into it, and once we start to see the kind of less monk focused lobbies, you'll probably see that kind of more traditional style that we've seen a lot of our teams play with over the last couple of weeks and over the last year, really, because monk's not been as relevant for a while. So that's my expectation. Savario's, I expect this game to probably, you know, have less monks, and then after that we'll definitely start to see the kind of like, we'll see monks all day, but like we'll probably see, you know, not 6 monks in a lobby anymore. I think we'll probably start to chill out on that a little bit.
Yeah, no, definitely. Considering that with the picks and the bans and having those +1, +2s, the value of having to choose a character with the investment of not just 2 points, but how many X uses that you had already used them already. It really depends on the rotation on bringing that comp out. And even though as strong as Monk is, he doesn't really succeed in all case scenarios. And we just saw that coming through, where even the Sand Siphon Syra just had full dominance into the Holoroth endgame circle, especially considering where YG stood at the top of the helm. But ASC were bringing out the comp that we saw with the Viper, with the Justina, and with the Syra. They themselves didn't get as much value in that game. I think they only got an eliminations 3 count to be made. So 3.5, if I'm not mistaken, for the scoreline for that round, for rounds, I should say. Which kind of makes low-key sense. They weren't a comp. That comp itself, I should say, wasn't, you know, to be selected other than its own right. Like, once they saw a Siren, a Viper, and a Cena all traveling together, they know that there's going to be only one team that runs that, and that's with ASC in the past. But more so, I've seen the success in that comp in Morus Isle. Curious why it wasn't brought up there. I ain't gonna ask questions. I'm not gonna question the coach. This is gonna be that first round selection though for Zhao and Han and Miss for ASC to be in, so they can just choose out a Xiphon or a Sand Siphon to start putting the pressure that they've been hoping for this entirety of this day for their play for the game cycle. They are in 6th place though. So overall, not too much in a problematic state right now. I mean, this is going to be the first 2 rounds we played, and this is not going to be the 3rd round. Our first phase selection does come through for Morus midday into round 3, and I'm just really curious of seeing if we have a Sand Siphon to come out here, or rather with a Xiphon spam pick choice pool. Because if not, we could have an upset comp that comes out, Jake, to be just outlier comp in general.
Yeah, I'm going to be... I mean, Morus Isle is typically a monk lobby to me as well, like, especially Morus Isle day. So, it'll be interesting to see whether or not they can do it, because you also highlighted it a moment ago when I was talking about it, but it's one of those things that our teams are aware of, but you guys at home might not be aware of. You see the hero point increase when we're doing the hero select, but the teams also have their own internal one. If you play a hero more than twice, they increase in costs every time you pick them after that. So it negates how many times you can really play a hero. Like, realistically, if you're being very, very frugal with your points, you could probably pick one comp 3 times. But beyond that, you're probably not really going to be able to play it more than that. So these players, obviously, a lot of teams are already using things like the Monk Up, where we've actually been very, very tame on our Zais, on our Cicadas. But the problem with all of that is Syra, is shared between so many comps, but your internal hero increase on Syra and then everyone else's kind of lobby increase on Syra makes her insanely expensive to pick up, especially later into the day, especially if you're a last selection on that final game of Pedoria and you want to be picking her. I feel like we're going to start to see some more blind dates coming up soon, because that is one comp that has not really been played all that much. Only a few teams have been picking it up. So it's going to be interesting to see on that front. We also know that ASE play that that Feria comp where it's like Feria, Lani. Is Syra in that comp? Because if I know it's Justina, right?
With Ice Pick, yeah, with Justina and then the Feria Shen. And that third slot can be kind of like mixed around.
Yeah.
Very low key seeing Yoda Hime is there, but Syra was also a choice to be chosen there.
God, I love me some Yoto. It's been a hot minute. I mean, that's like original Ice Pick was Yoto, Farah, and Justina. Big fan of that. I mean, they also have that Lani Feria comp as well. Like, comps like that become really high value for, like, I think like game 3, game 4, because it's the point where you're still trying to somewhat conserve your points for the later end of the day, because you want to make sure that you have enough points by the end of the day to lock in the heroes you want. So these are the 2 games where I think you'd start to look at, like, okay, what comps are we actually going to be playing here? I mean, SR, they're sitting quite comfortable right now because they have not spent a single hero point yet. Bowder locking in the Sand Siphon. It is Sand Siphons across the board here. So everyone happy to lock that one in. Moving down the line, still, everyone also got all of their points. So no one on this middle selection has actually spent a single point. There's going to be our blind dates getting locked in for Alliance. See if anyone else decides to match that and lock that in as well, or if they've got other things up their sleeves. I know a lot of these teams have also been locking in the Monk comps as well. Going to see a Xiphon for FPX. JL and OA going to just lock in the blind date and match it out. So that's getting increased. Syra moving up to 2 points going forwards. And weirdly, Monk is the free option here right now. I know Monk uses Syra as well, so maybe not. Yeah, it's quite expensive to run Monk. Oh no, sorry, it's Zip. I'm a moron. It runs Zip. So yeah, probably just gonna be Monks unless 521 have something sneaky up their sleeves.
Thinking. And they're contemplating. Maybe an Ice Pick comp. Honestly, I think they might go for an Ice Pick comp. I don't know why. Something in the back of my head is thinking that out. For a Fair Cannonball or for Justina with the Fairy Shen predominantly. Not going to be the case. Conformer, 3 cycles of heroes to be selected. 3 comps to 4 comps, especially with 1 Xiphon in the mix. Where the only problem I'm going to see is, and there was actually something I realized earlier, was how strong Takeda with the Flying Knives could be, but specifically against Syra's. If he can stagger the Syra, he can then confirm the blue focuses, and he can melt her shield, her blue health shield, her temp shield, to catch her in midair, and just start chonking her down. When that happens, that gives the team full priority list and just like range her if anything. But we still have a spotlight right now for this day, for this round, for Morus Isle. Between Sand Siphons and Kyle Informers, Viper Witch and Tessa / Blind Dates are in the midst with 1 Xiphon. So for right now, Syra being at her peak with 5 selections across the lobby. This is going to be a very insane match. The skill selections come out. V1 for Vauda, Jing for his Tumult, F2 V1 for NY7 for Alliance. And then seeing about anyone else having a skill change, not going to be the case, especially between the F skills. Now switching on to the second grouping with WBG, ASC, WZ, and JL. If WBG is going to be running V1, it's going to be V3 instead for the Tumult. And then it's going to be where we see V1 for ASC, Zhao Wen. And then seeing V2, F1 for Xiao Leo for JL. So he's going to be the one rocking the full Sans route for JL in this game. And then to the third grouping right here, nothing out of the ordinary. Everything's of the same nature. SR with a V1 variation for SR Zhao for his Mulch, and then an F2 V2 play for OA's 2-tick. So for team, once again, that's just going to be where they go for blow up and then for damage spike off of the spawn to just start taking fights outright with a huge damage spiking skill. into round 3, and it really just depends on these off drop spawns, right? We don't know how the players are gonna want to cope into finding fireflies at one of the caves between Council Courtyard or Ephemeros, but we'll find in the spawns right here. One team's getting those cave fireflies, and Team Bout is going to take it, as well as YZG or by Council Courtyard.
Righty here. Well, we're loading in. Going to see where the teams are dropping. Quite a widespread right now. We do have DRG, JL, and I can't see who's behind them, all dropping on top of each other off in the distance. See FPX down by Sunwing's Rest. WBG are in close proximity. YZG actually getting a pretty lonesome drop to themselves, so they're going to be able to grab themselves some goodies. Yeah, a couple of teams over by Sunwings. Very, very interesting drop spots, actually. Quite a spread this time around. Like, in fact, other than that trio, we've got it's pretty much everyone is dropping on their own, and they're just gonna be able to loot up and then find their fights and find their action from there. I am very surprised by this. I really am. Didn't expect it, but here's the action spot already. It is grab weapons, otherwise punch like hell. And Kakaishi already been able to grab himself a little something. We are actually heading over the secret tunnel, though, as Jing got himself in a fight here versus Junks. Laser beams coming out, and the microwave has started. Zhao needs to play the escape game. They're able to get those fireflies, which just makes them have such a big advantage here. Bowder already opening with that single kill, continuing to chase forward, throwing down the orbs, trying to find the stuns, as Zhao will lose their life. Bowder, 2-kill start. Nice for them.
Yeah, very nice, especially the Syra getting the ultimate and having no worries about the poison shrooms within the secret tunnel. So not having that worry is a really big benefit. Switching on to the other side on the western end, DRG passing JL over by the Islet Crater. We saw this on drop, just pick up loot and start slapping. This is going to be the case right now since they are looted for DRG. All blue armors, blue weapons across the board. And now for Cuckoo to go to the Skybound. For Kataxi, he's going to be waiting this one out here. If he can scare rush blue focus, that'll be a great notion for a drop down blue. And then obviously with Xiao Zhao going ahead, having the F1 out, getting dropped down, full sorted, blue focus to blue focus. Parry was anticipated. The combo breaker Tesla ultimate is good. This is going to be the parry that comes out that might put one team to the dirt. There's going to be JL holding on for stone form. R&B charge comes out against Wushin 98, who gets eliminated, and that turnaround's impeccable right now. This comp, which common armor on board, by the way, for all of JL, up against blue armors, and the line of sights by both the Tesla ultimate that really decided the fate between DRG and themselves.
Donkey 9 on the run here. He's going to get picked up by JL. JL nice able to secure that one. And I am surprised by the amount of action we actually had, considering how spread our teams were. I am surprised we haven't seen much. Alliance did drop somewhat close towards YZG, but they could have both just dashed in different directions to one another, so maybe they're going to be a-okay for action. YZG a very quiet start to this game. They just get themselves a lone drop and actually headed down towards the water area, which I've actually just completely brain farted and forgot the name of the area, but they're quite happily over here. Just can grab themselves some goodies. Got purple weapons onto TXJ. I think YZG are probably just going to be playing the loot game right now. They got purple armor onto Zip to make sure that the healer is as tanky as possible, can stay as live as long as possible. But yeah, I think for YZG, it's probably just going to be a chill moment. Build up that rage just passively and wait for the realm of Yangs, but don't spawn up for another 5 minutes, so they got a while to wait before they do look towards that. And I think honestly, this game is either going to explode after the realm of Yangs, and when everyone gets a Vermilion Birdsmite, it's just going to be a mosh pit again.
Yeah.
Or it's going to be a very slow game, and we're going to see a lot of people in the final circle again. I mean, this is the monk map. Morus Isle was like always the map where like there was very few bad spots for him. Like, off the top of my head, like Sunwing's Rest, Shadow Jade Mines, and then Celestia are probably like the 3 worst places to have a final circle. But pretty much most other places, Monk has plenty of open spaces, lots of little bits where you can get a little bit elevated, but not like vertically elevated, so people can't stand directly beneath you. Like, there's a lot of places where Monk can shine. So I think all the Monk players are going to want this to be a fairly clustered end to the game, so they have as many grab options as possible.
Yeah, because anything kind of comes out to try to look for a cycle if they can, and buildings are his main opposition pretty much. So seeing how the circle is going to end up after this Realm Yang, and then seeing where it might show in the place. If we end up going to an open field over by Council Courtyard, then that's just where plays are going to be had for them. All of them, at least, to try to combine forces to try to delete the other lobbies of the Sand Siphons. But WBG, off the first 3 eliminations here, purple armor on Leo, a blue flying knives, purple flying knives onto Yaron, and then Jing on the pole sword. Could be getting an ambush here set up. I'm not even sure if they really anticipated this, but ZG, is passing by these guys. He's by himself. I'm not seeing anyone on the map that's going to be coming up from FPX to try to support his teammate here. They don't even have a Moonbane on standby on one of the inventory slots. So for FPX's ZGE, he actually gets away with his lucky stars as long as his chase doesn't come through here. Yaron actually was thinking about continuously putting that chase. They were actually just looking to go for the shop and get the purple armors. The pickup's going to be immaculate here. They got a couple of seconds until they can make these purchases in the roundabouts. JL also looking to try to make this opportunity their own, having a Viper Witch and Tessa for the blind 8 comp. As Zhao Zhao has his ultimate on B2 as we saw before, and the Moonbane's going to be active. The silence is good onto the Syra, into the Tessa enchant, allowing for Tumult Circle to be coming out here. Now, for the most part, Cuckoo looking to try to see about pushing them into the Moonbane. He's successful for it, and they go right back for a res, but Cuckoo wants to keep this fight going on, as well as this Moonbane to stay active. And while Cuckoo stays there to see what is going to be the situation, Iran gets a reset in the background on our eyes. But for JL, they just know this is going to be a pushback. It might be an attempt for them to just cycle out. Like you said, bullseye on the map, as there is a Moonbane being casted. Any other teams could be just looking out here for any sort of castaways from any other squad that were fighting previously.
Yeah, and I feel like any team that was watching that would have seen the Moonbane go down and then a Wu Shen port out, signaling that ults had been blown. But looks like no one was in the area. Again, it's been a very, very spread out start. So no surprises that there hasn't really been that much third partying. And that's actually been a major thing today. I think normally what speeds games up is the amount of third partying. But like, it feels like we've actually kind of had like gentlemen's agreements, like teams 1v1ing each other and no third parties rocking up. So it is a very bizarre day, and you know there obviously were some changes to the meta, but I don't really feel like those meta changes actually encouraged this kind of play style. So I am interested in what has come around that has forced the players to kind of start playing like this. I guess it's probably, like I said, just the increase in the amount of Monk getting played today. There's been a lot of Monk. But again, I think as we move later into the day, after this point, we're onto Firefly maps, so that's probably where we'll start to see, you know, less and less of those monks and more of these skirmish heavy comps, as we're going to see where the zone moves. Just heading a little bit south, still staying relatively central. There's going to be our Roma Yangs, that one right off in the west, like northwest way. Not really going to be contested by anybody.
I don't think anyone's wanting to sit by Alchemist's cottage, which does give availability for the other Romulan gates that have more players around them. Over by Sunwing's Rest, 3 teams, WZ, WZ, I should say WBG. They're going to be making their way approaching this with a conformer comp on WZ. And if they take this Romulan, I won't put it against them. They got purple halberds, 2 purple armors at least. They got to keep in mind about if they go into that Romulan and they fight a mirror comp of the same nature, it's just who's got the better gear or who's got the better timing for those skills to be placed out. SR, Shipwreck Expanse, which is the water village with the fishing village and everything in between.
Thank you.
Having a horse. Got ourselves a engraving, if I'm not mistaken, a soothing boon, as well as a rupture gill over on Junks, Roger's grip on Rico, as well as having twin shot bounce shell and a swift cut. So these 2 guys are going to be just looking to try to have the Jades in the right hands, with the right weapons, and then hopefully to see how that engraving comes out. We've seen it being pretty strong across the board. A meteor on CXC, as well as a Firehouse target lock and a quick charge thunder call on CXZ, but a group heal on QGD with a swift cut, a assassin's lunge, as well as a benthic descent, and then a focus slide onto TXJ. That's going to be one of the stronger Jades, especially with the full sword that he has on standby before running entry. 521 gets denied. YZG are in there. They're up against WBG. We're looking pretty snazzed out with the gear as well. Purple weapons, purple armor across the board as they're stacked up. This is going to be the Romuang, YZG versus WBG.
Well, YZG, my problem, are still unable to find themselves a single kill today. So, well, in this game, so see if they can make it work this time. Nice parry opener, immediately forces the dazzle out. TXJ able to slide away from that one, just getting the focus slide off onto a couple of players. Scale Rush is trying to break out onto members. As again, TXJ, he's just been Dennis the Menace with this focus slide, tripping everybody up. trying to find those openings. Zing's going to immediately throw down the Sandstorm as an answer to that, but Leo gets caught in the grab. The damage is coming into Leo. They get the punch down. They don't get the follow-up, but Jing is already low, looking for the grab onto him. TXJ is just going to finish that one up with a punch as he is looking for Yoran with the grab. Yoran able to tap dodge away from this one, now trying to catch out of the sky on to the microwaver herself. They have actually still got the man advantage though. KGG was just off in the distance on that zip. As now Yoran trying to break away. That's going to be the end of TXJ's ultimate, but Leo's also going to time out as well. So ultimate-wise, still feeling pretty comfortable. The Dazzle not going to make a connection onto anybody as Leo's trying to bait them over. The damage coming out though from that pole sword onto Leo. He is just eliminated. YZG continue their streak of dominance.
And the focus slide doing work out there. You're going to see a chase down here from DRG. They're chasing up upon FPX. WBG after the loss of Romiang could be keeping eyes out here if they look to the west and seeing that there is a team fighting between another. And for right now, the WBG spawn point would be within the zone, right in the outskirts of it, but that's just dependent on their choice. Kiki, though, finds himself in the corner against a Draco Storm. And with DRG getting the eliminations here, it's going to be their first kill into the lobby. As start winning their Romiang, getting their Verms buff to be available for that Bird's Might. That's going to be a late buff. That's going to be coming back towards them to make sure they can go into taking fights. FPX ZG, though, finding another Reaver Charms. Like FPX have been getting all the Reaver Charms in these past 3 rounds. And so for right now, they still get their teammate up and hopefully see that res to be a safety net as the teams are rotating out of Summoning's Rest into Noble Cave. And that's what we're going to see WZ, right? 0 eliminations, losing out that Romiang. Unfortunate. But they do end up putting themselves at a spot of just being able to spot out anyone on landmass. And then for ASC over by Sigma Mine, ASC's missed having that Vermilions popping out the ultimate against 521. 521 not being able to entry into that Ying, as we saw from YZG's focus side. This is going to be a point where they can get an elimination on the double grab. There it is. Potentially even getting Ivan to reset here for the double grab. Can we get the slam down for the connection? The rendering does not connect, but we don't get a reset. Pampy wasn't able to secure it, and for right now, that Kenai ultimate is going to be expiring with ASC's Han on that Syra to pressure out Ivan on the ground level.
Yeah, looks like Pampy's going to just have to make his escape off the back of this one, but the rest of the other teams are fighting in as YZG sliding in, missed incredibly low. YZG hungry for the kill onto him, just going to keep him grapple locked down. Misses continuing to make a run for it. It looks like they finally found that pickup. That's going to be kill number 4 over to YZG, but they are not done. 5v1 now on the cards for them. Nice splash coming in from the Carolyn here. TXJ gets himself caught up by the Dazzle, gets him caught out by every little bit of crowd control, but it's not enough. That's another kill from the Scale Rush coming out from TXJ. He's able to get a whole heap of damage off, throws down the bell. Another kill coming in for YZG. Here's the transform. They've got 69 seconds left on this rebirth, as that's going to be Sleepy T taken down as the stamp comes in. TXJ just jumps into the Sandstorm willingly as he's now looking for more grabs. I don't know if he's going to be able to get them from within that Sandstorm, so he just jumps forwards once again. Rico plucked out of the sky, looking for the grab onto Junks. Don't think he's going to get it, so he just gets the punch onto Rico. Looks for the regrab. That's going to be the regrab coming in immediately as he may be able to get a clap off and almost finish up Pampy. Pampy goes down. No, Pampy holds his life, as that is going to be Zhao getting picked up. TXJ will get eliminated, but they have that rebirth charm. YZG happy just to go down after that. An absolutely huge performance from them. QGG has been locked down. They need to kind of get QGG dead soon, otherwise he's going to lose his birthright. There he goes, disappearing off, and all of QGG get away. But that was a very successful use of the Bird's Might for them. They came in with 3 kills. They're left with 8.
YZG really making it worthwhile for their effort right now. And OA is looking to try to get some action as his ASC's Han with those gold flying knives are going to be thrown out. Now, while the tether is active right now for this Viper for 2 tick, it's going to be a pop and an Asan. So for right now, Han has 4 seconds to decide upon what to do next. He lost his teammate Mist. He takes a full blue focus to the face. He wants to just throw out these quick blue focuses if he can. He's looking to high-risk maneuver this, and he's going to go ahead for the pressure of making sure this res can be occurring. Mist getting a full reset off of those orbs, and for Han to just keep the team in a defensive position, but 2 ultimates were expended here. Mist not having his Takeda ultimate ready to go immediately. This might be a dangerous position, but they're going to go to the zone to try to cut away from the Viper team, who could be waiting for them to approach this area. Now, off of this, we still have second Romiang to be spawning in here. WZ still in that Romiang depletion mode, which is unfortunate, but they still have to fight fine. They have to fight in something in the next 40 seconds. Otherwise, it is not going to be a good chance to get those points because they are still at 0 eliminations. 2 purple weapons, or 2 purple armors on standby too. So this is really great loot that they have. It's just not having the luck to find anyone here is unfortunate, because we saw a plethora of players at this area for majority. They were even in soul form looking past in this area while we saw them in, just waiting it out. But now they actually lucked out. DRG over by north of the islet crater were spotted out. So now with the next 10 seconds, they knew there wasn't enough time to confirm a kill. They knew that they shouldn't be giving the eliminations to anybody. And this is going to be where WZ goes down completely with the remnant depletion with an unfortunate circumstance.
It ceased to exist underneath the waterfall. Nice and touching place and then to be eliminated. First team out of the lobby. Actually, no WBG. No. WBG and Bad are out, actually. Yeah, so not even the first team's out of the lobby. So at least they got that going for them. On the other hand, YZG still continuing to look incredibly good right now. Next round of the realm with Yang spawning up, and YZG, they're going to happily jump back into this one. They may wait it out a little bit, but for now, they're just playing it relatively chill. Got golden fans onto CXZ. They actually want to do a bit of shopping, as SR just trying to stop them from shopping. Just being a bit of a menace, being a bit of a nuisance. Yeah. Are they going to jump in? Neither team wants to pull that trigger. SR just playing interrupters. Yep, there they go. YZG jump into the realm of Yang. Could just be them versus SR. Just going to do a bit of a trade as no one else has jumped in yet. SR just waiting as long as possible. I don't think they want to fight versus YZG. Not that they are 100% certain of who's there. ASE making their way over, though. And that is going to be Alliance versus YZG. Alliance only with blue armors across the board and one purple weapon. Going to be a tall after the status one. DRG and SR will be going up versus each other in their Ramayang. As YZG going to go aerial. And NY7 looking for a potential scale rush angle if he can find it. Don't think he's going to be able to get given over to that one. Does still have the Viper stun available to himself as he just looks to try and chase forwards onto the members of TXJ, but the focus line's huge. There comes the charm out from the Tessa onto the members of YZG. They're trying to look for the lockdowns. The CXZ is going to get caught out, and that's the CC coming through, but TXJ slides in to save his teammates, slamming down. And it looks like they've been able to keep CXZ alive. Can't find the grabs, though. The wind walls are going to be a real menace, actually, here for them as TXJ looking for it. The reposition from the Wushen. Can't quite find themselves another grab. And somehow, this comp is doing very well here into this comp. They're just really good at evading versus the Monk. The blind date being so effective here off that back of that as Yuma now looking to chase forward. CXZ able to catch two players though. Absolutely huge damage coming out from him as another answer comes out and NY7 is melted. YZG just using these daggers so effectively. Yuma is getting obliterated. Double dagger comp is just pinning revenge. He is blown to pieces.
I was so curious what those J's were picked up from the shop, and I was like, I wonder what J's they got from that. They were wanting to commit the shop purchase heavily. 2 Moonshard Storm deletion. Just control alt delete, press alt F4 right now. This comp right now, this team having the combination of the Jade on the flying knives on 2 players is nasty work. You catch one person, there's nothing to come back from, especially if they're in midair. DRG winning out their side of lines with 7 eliminations with that Draco Storm buff are making their way towards Islet Crater, having the opportunity of seeing what is available to purchase. We ourselves don't know what's in the shop as in terms of Jades or weapons, but man, having a surprise like that is something else. You're gonna see a Thunderstorm pick up from Dongqing, as well as the jabbing and having a Juggernaut for it. Kakashi has himself an engraving as well as with an aerial rend and a tuna. Then Cena softs like Gecko Flip for Wushin 98. And actually Kakashi, I think, Dongqing actually did pick himself up with a Overlord, if I'm not mistaken. So we're gonna have to see how that one ends up going through. Otherwise, should be given to Kakashi because he is rocking that great sword. Switching on over to YZG though. 2 purple armors now, 1 gold armor, and another gold weapon to be picked up throughout this Rummying win. So for right now, seeing how they're gonna be co-piloting this lobby with 27 players still left alive. Alliance is going to be just snaking around just for a moment before they start dropping into the spawns. And for FPX, they themselves going to go ahead through and seeing about their buff ending. But with YZG, they're on the hunt right now, and OA on the vicinity check to see what is up. DRG looking to pot shot FPX over by Islet Crater. 2 purple armors and still 1 blue armor on FPX, while DRG is still rocking through with the massive gear. That is an understatement for what they have to be accomplished.
Alrighty, well, DRG just having a little bit of a look around to see if they can find anybody. SR now coming in with their rebirth. Only got themselves 4 minutes or 3.5 minutes actually to find themselves a kill. They spent a lot of time scouting, so they do know where people are. They need to move over and be aggressive real fast. But I think the big problem is a lot of people have been quite passive today. I mean, to be fair, we have less people in this lobby than I think we did in the final circle last game. So it's definitely been a more aggressive game. People have definitely picked that tempo up somewhat. Yep, there it is, YZG. Just with the daggers, man, with that moonshot, it's actually unplayable. Like, how do you counter this? They're just absolutely dominating people. It's so good to watch.
The RNG that Jade was, there's 2 of those in the same rotation is diabolical right now for this. And they're just using blue rarity throwing knives, just being able to connect one, gives connection to the other. And they can just do that on rinse and repeat as long as the combo breaker's down. Nasty work, Jake. This is
it's just beyond nasty, mate. That's brutal. That's absolutely brutal. It just feels like unplayable into 2 of them because you get juggled out, and by the time the crowd control from one is worn off, the other one has started, and you're just being juggled left, right, and center. And if there's 2 players caught, there's no answer. God, YZG is so much fun to watch today. They're having such a cracking day. 12 kills under their belt. No one's even close to them on the scoreboard. Like, DRG are the closest on 7 kills. SR have 6, but they have only got 1 player cleansed right now. They are still fighting, though, seeing if they can find some damage onto the FPX members. But the evasion game has started up here from ZG, as they're just trying to play evasion. And it's so easy within, like, locations like this, where you're at, like, Sunwing's Rest and Celestia and stuff. It's very easy to play evasion. You can only play evasion for so long, though. It's just going to be able to break away briefly. ZG is just using this treehouse as an amazing tool just to escape away, but does occasionally get battered, and it looks like this may just be enough to finish them up. SR able to dunk the kill. That is going to be their 2nd player cleanse, but they are still down a member. They're going to need to find some revives, but Alliance have smelt something is up.
Rico's actually proccing up the Syra ultimate, the Wuchen port to get out once the Syra ult was active. And inside of the islet crater they go. Haven't struck the bell just yet. I think one of them should be looking to do that because now the line of sight is going to be given to SR. 5-2-1 making their approach from here. Bell's still not being struck, but they know the opponents are anyways. Tumult Circle actually expended from Zhao as NY7 baited him from entry, but Yuma gets caught by the dazzles from the Syra as it's still active. Seeing NY7 go for the blue focus, goes for the crouch LMB, goes for the 1-2-3 on the horizontal, and NY7 sees it towards SR Zhao to get eliminated. These guys still also looking to get rid of the remaining depletion on both Revenge and NY7. V1 Viper ultimate comes out here. Let's see if they find a connection here. Junks is actually going to be one at death's door. They're going to catch that. They're going to get gold throwing knives on the pickup if they can. Otherwise, the lobby is looking to close this one through. There is 4 teams here, maybe even 5. ASC's Han in the background. V2 Viper ultimate in the vicinity from Tutik. Looking for a pop here. He gets one off of One Fong, and One Fong's going to be in the background as the chase down goes off against FPX's Kiki. Kiki's on active Zai ultimate, dies out, 9th place. 8 teams still left alive in the lobby right now. Mon looking to go ahead with the RMBs if he can, and for Mang, I mean, if Mang gets himself another Tesla ult, he could use it defensively. The thing is that Pai Pai has himself to have a Wuchen port in case the teams get out. And if he goes for the Wuchen port to get the teams out, everyone can see where the light beam is. It's really a counterintuitive ultimate, especially in this position where all teams are looking at all lines of sight, and they can just look at where the team might end up and just might disappear off to. But I think one thing that Meng has definitely is just the knowledge just to keep himself hidden before you need to reveal himself. Otherwise, YZG, they're confirming this one, Jake. And I think they go for a White Tiger's prowess off of this end. If they get a gold fan or a gold flying knives pick up from one of the bodies, things are going to get very dicey real quick.
I mean, gold throwing knives. If they get 2 gold throwing knives, which I know is very hard to do, but if they somehow pull that together, this is just cooked. Like, it's actually so over. As YZG continue to apply more pressure. Golden armor on multiple players as well. KGG and TXJ, both of that golden armor. 6Z, golden fans, so his ult is big. White Tigers is going to be very scary, though. The good news from the lobby is it's not going to be like a close White Tigers like we used to see where, you know, everyone gets popped. There's still lots of time left in the lobby. They are going to be, you know, somewhat scattered out. But since I last talked about the amount of players left in the lobby, we're still on 24 players. Like, it's actually still going to be a very clustered final circle. Not one of the better monk circles because there's a lot of trees and stuff to hide in, but there's still enough kind of open space for monks still to get some value out here. be a very, very interesting one. I would be very happy if I locked in a Viper right now. This looks like a classic Viper location. Get up to a tree, jump down, stun the whole lobby with a tactical nuke. And shame you don't have the moon shards and flying daggers, because that stun combo from a Viper into that would be brutal. Absolutely brutal to handle. But it's just a bit of a waiting game right now. Teams are waiting out for the circle to move a bit closer.
I think one thing too is the lobby needs to understand how much of a threat this team comp is with the Jades they have on hand, knowing that they may decide upon assassinating them, whether as a third party or as a direct confrontation with a Viper ultimate just to drop down into them. And that commitment is very, really enticing. The only problem is that another team could show up and just disrupt that whole process, and that would give a lot of headaches, considering that there's not going to be an ultimate to be, or two ultimates really, because the Tesla has to line it up for that Viper to get a confirmation usually. And then Wu Chen is still going to be on sightline duty just to make sure he can get the team out, or even shield walling from any sort of range shots. Spearable active, Draco Storm, 5-2-1 looking to try to kite around here as DRG and YCG are going to be looking into the corner. There's going to be the Moonshot Sword coming out, the double connection. There's a Tesla ultimate to come through and making sure they can confirm them once they're in still place. And you can see that TXJ is getting that focus slide action, which is a really great, strong counterpoint to any blue focus holders or anyone who is trying to contest against the Moonshard wielders, and having to catch them in a knock-up state specifically. First, TXJ though, he sees that CXZ is going to get caught to the Test enchant. They're going to defend him with the Moonshard Storm. V2 comes out from the Viper. TXJ could be conundrumed out of the game. No more play for that Tianhai, and this is exactly what puts into the Kylan Force ultimate from CXC. The lobby made its choice, and they are going to be making full focus on toward the Sis team, considering that Kylan is active. They only know it's a matter of time before it ends.
Yeah, are they going to be able to get their teammate up in time? That is the question for the side of YZG. I don't even know where the Karen is. It's going to be a hard one to go and find the pickup onto them. I think that may just be the end of days, unfortunately, for... Oh, no, YZG able to pick up? Okay, they're back.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that could have been real dicey. They had a good start as well. They were 12 kills in. They were set up to potentially go for it, but almost paying the price. Stuns come in. Everyone is continuing to contest on to the Spirit World. Does get picked up, though, by DRG, who now have that Draco Storm. That is scary. Grab into Kylan Slash, into Draco Storm Burst. It is brutal here. DRG chasing up as JL are going to lose a player. Q9 going to make his way back towards the zone. Kakaishi just going to grab himself the Soul Bloom, make sure he builds up that rage once again. Everyone else is just turned into squirrels. This is typically what happens when a Monk's team is very strong at the base. In a map like this, everyone scurries up the trees, just hides their nuts. They don't want to be getting caught here. That laser beam is brutalizing Alliance as they're able to break away.
I think NY7 has that V1 on standby for active usage once the time happens at the end game. He could be looking to try to disrupt, but then again, if he gets multiple stuns, they're going to have to really decide upon who to target at that point. And then there's DRG, 100 seconds left on that Draco Storm active to have this pressure to be made. Tianhai ultimate has been down, but it's going to be scaling up slowly. DXJ finds a nice iframe through the Viper stun, potentially gets caught by the silence. Can't go for a double slam down just yet. If he even attempts for a double grab, he's going to go for a single slam. Getting himself into the Draco Storm into the threshold is going to be where TXJ really is going to have to figure it out. DXC getting caught out of the dome and living to get res from QGG. The Viper ultimate for NY7 out of usage. He gets eliminated throughout the point that Cuckoo goes for the RMB. In the background, TXJ is going to see Pampy getting a double slam down as he deforms. And for Pampy to get a double grab again, he's going to get himself the elimination against one Fong. And ASC's miss is going to be looking to try to reposition as Takeda. Even with the Tumult ultimate coming out from Zhao Wen, DRG are right onto it. And they are going to be looking this one through. Kakaxi finds his ultimate usage. And for DRG, this is round 2. Dongqing going down, though, gives Han another advantage here that pushes out the Khan, so that way this Tianhai can't have as much value as he was hoping for.
I mean, that was crazy coming in from 5-2-1. A bit of an encore, the amount of clapping going on in the distance there. Kakaishi looking for grab, able to catch Cuckoo out of the sky. Can he find someone else for a clap, or is it just going to be the old punch? That is exactly what it is. Now just catch on to QGG. Still got that Draco Storm onto DRG, so QGG loses a fair amount of HP. No re-grab coming in. Alliance are going to lose Yuma, though, as Han is now starting to microwave down on to everybody. Trying to put some extra damage down. Can he find it as TXJ is going to go in for the transform, looking for the grabs. 1 minute 28 left in this lobby. Hands just playing the dodge in the sky, trying to break away. Windwall's breaking out left, right, and center. That's going to be one grab from him, but in with the dive, in with the knives. The damage from YZG is huge. An encore from TXJ. Finds the clap. That's going to be the kill coming in for him. YZG raking in the kills with the knives. Another grab onto hand. Another clap. Another encore from the side of TXJ. He's going to lose his transform, but the double knives from YZG are going to continue to do damage. It could be the 20 bomb here for the side of YZG. They need to find the damage as DRG, though, are going to go for the transform. They're trying to find the lockdown here with the Kailin. Kakashi losing a lot of HP is going to get one grab onto Ibin. Just going to have to go for the punch as in comes a little bit more damage. QGG trying to play evasion. The knives trying to strip away the health bars of Kakaishi's health of his friends, but I don't know if he can do it. They do get the clap onto one member. TXJ is going to go down. That's going to be the end of their monk. As can he find another? Gets a grab onto CXZ, gets the punch off, but it's not enough to finish him up. Kakaishi's now going to de-transform. Donkey 9 forced into the zone. He's trying to stay alive. He's trying to keep this one going. He does have the ultimate, though. DRG has the initiative, but Donkey 9 gets pushed back. He has the dashes, but he's bleeding out to the zone. Gets the dash through one. That's going to be another kill for DRG. I don't know if it's enough to catch up, though, to the members of the side of YZG. Rico goes low. They time out again in the final circle, and that is the hat trick for YZG.
YZG on 18 eliminations there, getting MVP. Maybe no multiplier, but man, they're stacking up. They're stacking up heavy. And they did a really good run there for that shot over by Noble Cave, because that really catapulted their position, just confirming into that endgame circle. Having the Moonshard Storm there too, even against single targets. Once that Tianhai goes out, QGG is going to go ahead, throw the Moonshard, and that grab comes out to guaranteedness. And that's going to be where we can see YZG showing their prowess into that fight alone. Even against the odds that DRG was able to pick up the Draco Storm Spirit Well, it still didn't give him enough notion to put the fight out. And TXJ showcased that as that Tianhai CXE on the Kylan, and for QGG's survivability as that zipping in the endgame circle really just came in a clutch for them to place out in a tight situation. Man. Moonshot, like, it was funny because we mentioned, I was like, man, I wonder if we're gonna see the Jade for flying knives in the first 2 rounds, and we didn't get to see those in the first 2 rounds, and then all of a sudden, explodes, just like shows up here, and he's get flashbanged with like just getting hit, and we see the value of that Jade. The teams know that, and they knew exactly where it kind of led out towards just pressure, damage, and control. It has all 3 traits into one, and for that, it's essentially like a Merciless Havoc, where you can just launch it out and then you can just confirm it. Plus, once it enters gold focus, you saw them playing mind games to the players. They were like, I'm throwing blue this way, I'm coming back with the gold this time. And then there was nothing they could do about that. They get caught, they get eliminated. With the chance here to actually see it, I know there's a lot of things that you have to go through.
I'm a moron. I had a sip of water after we finished that game and forgot to unmute. But yeah, no, what I was saying is, what I really liked about YZG in that Realm of Yang was they held their cards close to their chest. They didn't reveal that they had that they had a moon shard. They didn't even reveal they had 2 moon shards, to be fair. But they sat back. They threw their ultimates, and then Alliance felt comfortable. They're like, oh, the Monk transforms down. The Kylan, sure, he hasn't ulted, but like they've used all of their major ults at this point, other than the Kylan. And then suddenly they just get caught by the Moonshard. And they're like, oh, that was rough. And as they land, the second one hits them. And then the chain starts and 2 players caught in it. It was really, really well juggled, where they kind of lulled Alliance into that sense of false security, and then suddenly caught them off guard with their own hubris. It was really, really cool. YZG are just looking terrifying today. 3 wins back to back, and it hasn't really been close. Like, Bowder was somewhat there, and then suddenly YZG just rocketed past them. DRG had a game where they were almost there as well, and then again overtaken by YZG. Like, these guys are killing it in these final circles. It's really hard to deal with them.
Yeah, they kind of found every single nook and cranny that can work in their benefit. Not only to the Common Former, this being their second time running through, but even towards that Sandlife and Cyrus. So now having this chance, YZG working out to 20.5 points earned that round. ASC with 12.5 in second place. DRG actually going through, with DRG with 12 points, 11.5 for SR, and 5-1 for the 7.5. OA with 7 points earned, JO as well, and then with 4 points for WBG, Alliance earning themselves 3.5 points, even at the ends of the earth of the moment where we saw them get fully eliminated after the Viper ult attempted with NY7 ult as it comes out for V1. But Bowda, 3 points off of 10th place, FPS with 2.5, and 11th in WZ with 0.5. Stat line showcase that With 11 eliminations, most definitely TXJ takes his MVP with 26,000 damage. And with the sustain that comes out for Zipping, I mean, usually we'd see that 36,000 is nothing to scoff at. Usually we'd see higher numbers, but this team didn't really need as much a sustain that needs to be done from her, just because they were doing the amount of offensive pressure against their opponents that when it came time to be, all they needed to do was to self-heal and they can reset themselves. So that really does come into the case of CXC, especially as a Kylan ultimate gives them that white health rebound. But scoreboard coming out from the leaderboard: 521 12th place with 9.5 points, and 12th FPX ZQ with 13 points overall today, 16.5 for WG in 10th. OA was 17 and 9th, and even with WZ to kind of work out for your ASC, Atlantis at 20.5. I don't even want to look up, but 21 points for SR in 5th place, about a 24.5 for the 4th place. ASC with 27 in 3rd, DRG with 29 in 2nd, and 64.1 for YZG.
We see some teams struggle to get this across 12 games, right?
Absolutely.
Like 64 points, and they've done it in 3.
Absolutely.
Oh, these guys are just really in their element right now. They're so in their element. Can anyone else catch up? I mean, DRG, regardless of everything, to be fair, DRG have actually had a good day. Like, a lot of points are being kind of just hoovered up by YZG, but to still be able to get to 30 points, still to get some decent points in on those games is genuinely impressive from them. And they've been relatively consistent. They had like one bad game, but like the rest of the games, good. 12-point games are perfectly acceptable. Man, I mean, we haven't got some of the big players in this particular group right now, though. We don't have like the likes of GG. We don't have OUG. I mean, we do have like SR and stuff, but some of the big teams aren't in this particular group, so maybe this is just an easier group here for YZG. But here we go once again. This is it, where they revealed their trump card. The moon shard's coming out, and man, I love that. It's just like, how do you play into it? Like, double slam revenge just gets obliterated.
It's not even a blender, man. It was a straight churn. There was nothing left but like just paste, literally. And there was enough work to come around here for 5-1. Those double grabs really kind of concealed the deal for a lot of those teams that would have been a threat into the in-game lobby to give YCG the necessary pressure, like ASC. And then they went again for the Pampy, and then they insult to injury against 5-2 as their own instead for the Kylan or for the Tianhai to get grabbed and then the immediate kill off of that. And it's kind of funny too because, like I mentioned, so many options for the flying knives, for the amount of damage that you can deal in such amount of ways. You can throw a one single blue focus hit, right, with the hold LMB, the 1.0 horizontal, and you can hit any target in like a cone for one hit. And then you have the RMB, 3 individual blue focuses strikes, and then you have the option of 2.0ing your horizontal and hitting 2 blades, and that just comes out left to right. So many options right now for them. And with YZG's TXJ taking MVP, 10,000 of that damage really came from his skills and ultimate. That's what he's prevailing with. And the Sopset Gecko Foot was the only Jade he had on standby. At least that's what it showcases here for him. But with that 26,000 damage total, he was just majority just using Focus Slide. Even though Focus Slide isn't showing up here, if we said how many times did he slide in that game, that would be a chance right now for him.
Yeah, I mean, huge performance coming in from the side of YZG. TXJ, massive game so far. It's kind of hard to like talk about anything else right now because of the fact that we are 3 of 6 games in, and YZG don't look like anyone is close to them today. These guys are crushing it, and it's a hard one. They're gonna go, right, well, these guys could probably do it, because right now it just feels like everyone is a step behind them. Again, it could come down to the fact we don't have like the likes of Wolves, we don't have like a GG. I mean, as much as Wolves are technically the world champions, they haven't really had world champion performance this season so far. So, a little bit of a write-off on that front. But, with the likes of GG, with the likes of OUG, are those teams going to be enough to potentially slow down YZG? Or if these guys just thoroughly found their form and looking like they are in complete control of everything right now, it's going to be a big one. I mean, we're moving into the second half of the day. Some teams do lose a bit of pace going forwards. That's always one of those things that you do have to kind of keep in mind. They could somewhat slow down at this point because they kind of exploded all their energy, but we'll have to find out. Anyway, I believe I just heard that we are going to throw to an interview, so let's go over to that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Yeager, and now I'm standing here with CXZ, and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，陈玄之，欢迎来到赛后采访，先跟观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 YDG 的陈玄之。
欢迎陈玄之来到我们的赛后采访，也要说一说今天真的，哇，这已经不能用开门红来说了，这简直就是垄断了今天的比赛。Okay, so first I would like to know, so how you comment on yourself, analyze today, like why you guys just have 3 MVP now in the game so far. 先来说一说，今天能不能帮我们分析一下，今天整个队怎么简直就是统治了3排比赛，今天3个天选。
就是大家伙都没有什么失误嘛，然后就正常发挥嘛。
就是正常发挥，你觉得这一个今天可以拿下这个天选，会不会跟我们现在进入了一个新版本当中有关系？
有肯定是有关系的，因为飞刀这个武器的出来嘛，就让这个游戏变味儿了。
感觉也是你们真的非常擅长飞刀，也是吃透了飞刀的机制，所以今天拿了那么好的分数。Okay, so for us, I think everyone is like in good status today, really good, and no one just have any mistakes so far now in the matches. And for me, also because I think our team fit to the match path, and because our new weapon, flying knives, we're really good at that. That's why we can have 3 MVP so far in the matches. 太棒了，真的太棒了！再次恭喜一下你们。好的，我们也来看今天的题目是什么。Okay, so let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, let's see. So today's question is, which hero did YZG CXZ use in Game 3? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中呢，我们的陈玄之到底用到的是哪个英雄？Okay, when we mention like the latest game, I really want to know in the final circle, so how you guys just saved the TXJ so really high like killing score. 这边说刚才这把比赛一定要问一下的就是那一波啊，其实自己拿了一个我先不公布正确答案啊。对，其实2位的英雄可以看到，当时在决赛圈一开始是有点迷茫的。当时谭旭姐走了之后，其实会觉得很难去把它拉起来，但是你们做到了。当时这一波谁去做的一个主导，然后怎么做的这个决策可以把它救起来呢？
就是具体我也不知道是谁说可以拉的，因为声音变不出来嘛，就说可以拉，那你拉，但是确实没人管我们。
所以也是，虽然已经忘了是哪一位队友找了一个很好的 timing， 但是3位是做了一个非常正确的决策，才可以把自己的队友给拉起来的，对不对 ？Okay, so for us, so to be honest, because it's hard to like recognize whose voice is the leader in the latest game in the final circle, and just told us there's a timing that we can save TXJ, and I think we really find a good timing to saving him, and then we can have the MVP. 真的这波比赛真的太精彩了，我觉得应该选手已经准备就绪了。I think our play is prepared, and let's start counting. 那请玄之先给我们进行一下倒计时，好不好？英文的。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 有请陈玄之公布一下正确答案到底是哪一个
B.
Yeah, the correct answer is B, and congratulations. Okay, and I really want to know because I would like to say congratulations again because the last bi-weekly final you got the championship, but for us we think so in the game 1 to like game 3 or 4, like I don't think you have the chance, but at last you guys just won the game and get the MVP. I would like to know so how you guys adjust like in the last bi-weekly final. 这边要问一下，首先我要再次恭喜一下 YCG 拿下了我们第2双周的一个周冠。但其实，在当时的前几把比赛当中啊，我们觉得可能 YCG 这一周啊可能会没有希望夺冠。然后我们也有猜测到说，会不会是因为教练这一周恰好不在赛场，没有办法给你们一些专业性的指导。但最后 YCG 真的靠自己的实力逆风翻盘。也不能算逆风，就是翻盘，对不对？真的打得非常非常的精彩，能不能给我们分析一下最后2把真的整个状态气势拉满，最后拿下周冠是怎么一举拿下这个周冠的呢？
因为当时红湖打完嘛，就是那个感觉就来了，感觉第几把应该就结束了。
哦，就是拿了一把擅长的阵容，然后突然感觉手感就对了，是不是 ？So to be honest, for us, we think our hero combination we're really familiar with the like Viper and Tasha, and after use this hero combination, we just think yes, we have good status. We had hand feeling now in the matches, and we will won the game. And that's why we can get the MVP and get the championship. 哇，我们再次恭喜一下陈玄之，再次恭喜 YCG， 不仅是我们已经连续了2个双周的周冠，今天也真的是稳稳的拿下了前3把。接下来还有3把比赛，虽然说啊，我们也是很期待其他队伍的一个精彩表现，但也希望你们可以继续统治，好不好？我们一起祝你们加油。Okay, good luck to YCG and thank you for today's interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
Waku するステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がるそうな勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
everybody, and welcome back to the NBPL. We're getting ready to go into our second half of the day. This is the Firefly half, where we get all of the action. Not to say we haven't had lots of action already. YCG have been crushing it. Savario, what are your thoughts right now? What are we expecting going forwards into part 2 of today?
I think one thing we had to keep in mind about is how many times certain teams that would have thought that their Kylan Former usage would have been super strong in the first 3 have now just been denied that aspect. So for right now, seeing how YCG is performing on a 3-round occasion, first place all 3 rounds, we have to keep in mind that they know that that isn't even their strongest comp. They even mentioned it in the interview with Jaeger about how the value of picking out, having Viper Wuchen tested the blind 8 is their premier comp, one of their strongest comps, period. And that still doesn't even equate to the fact that they haven't even picked Siphon in that value of the next 3 rounds. Yeah. So for the next 3, they want to go toe to toe with the Sand Siphons that haven't been chosen, or even towards others, with Siphons in general. I know for a fact that these guys know the value that it comes with whenever they want to burn A, their points, or B, their usages of those heroes from previous rounds that we just saw.
Yeah, I think they've had, 2 monks and 1 Sand Siphon so far as their run for the day, if I remember right. So yeah, we haven't seen them on the blind 8, which is like, the one which at the beginning of the day we brought the stats up, and that was like their statistically best performing team and most played team. So crazy to see that they're actually been this great outside of that. Maybe, we haven't seen them win this many games in a row. Maybe it turns out that was their weakest comp and they've just been playing it a bunch. It's hard to know right now, but YCG, absolutely crushing it so far. Won both of the bi-weekly finals so far, won all 3 games in this day. Bowder, DRG are probably the 2 teams I've seen get close enough to contest and potentially beat them out. So there is a world where, we look at the likes of Bowder or DRG going into this next game as well, because it kind of has just been the YZG show. Which is, we haven't had like a team like hard dominate like this for a long time in trios. Like, I think it was when FPX first rocked up to the circuit, and those guys were like putting out numbers on days which we didn't know was possible, like 100-point days and things. This was like, they were breaking records every week, but they'd have like a bad day, and then they'd have like an absolutely massive, like explosive day, where they'd get like 100 points and everyone would be like, wow, FPX the best thing ever. Been a while since seen a team dominate a day quite like that. Yeah. I'm gonna be interested, because obviously Fireflies now probably means that we'll see somewhat of a change in the way that the day is going to be played out. Looking at things like probably more of these Sand Siphons and these blind date comps and Siphons as well. I also am surprised that we haven't had any curveball comps for a while. Like, the closest thing we've had is that Justina Syra comp, which we talked about at the beginning of the day, that a very, very heavy CC comp. But because of like the YZG show that's been going on, we haven't really had a chance to have a real look at that yet. So again, another kind of comp which is in the back pocket, and I'd like to see some more teams pulling it out, but I guess it comes down to the Syra costs and the Viper costs being just kind of a little bit too awkward, especially the Syra over that. Where's Mavalda, man? I know she's not as good as she was, but I miss Valda, man. I miss Valda so much.
She showed up in Trios finals this past weekend, but it was mainly because of hero points. The other thing, too, is to keep in mind is that with YZG taking the dominance, it's also to the team's macro aspect in the group spawn, like where they decide to take the first landfall. I saw ASC last round. They took the spawn over by Crow's Nest, which really does have a lot of boxes to be made for the Dark Tide coins, and then that way they can snowball out potentially with getting a Moonbane. And that's only if the shop is available there outright. If it's not, they're gonna have to make their way towards the shop. And the nearest vicinity location from them from outside is Sunbelt Dwelling, which is near towards Celestra. I think it's like 300 to 400 meters. My man cleaning his man. Good man. The one thing that makes this more of a spotlight right now is if the teams can understand TXJ's values on where they decide upon taking fights, if they want to kind of contest the team. Obviously, right now, the main goal is just try to get the points to make it through for finals in the following weekend. But for right now, is just taking the study aspect to a full new level. I mean, JL's One Fong is the key staple from the original 3 with LYD, with VVV, with TXJ, having, being the God tier team from the year prior to making it to Worlds. But now for this year, it's One Fong left into the JL roster, but he's still making strides, especially as their Tian High is to be made as like a title format as being one of the top ones. It still kind of makes me wonder about WBG. I really want to see WBG play out into a ice pick comp if they can. I know that Sleepwalker isn't here for the Justina, but at the same time, I kind of just want to see them play out with the ice pick with Farius Shen. In Morris Isle or even to Holoroth, they could see some value potentially there, but if a Sand Siphon Syra goes and blows out full numbers before the mid game with Rummy Yang 2 respawning in, they're going to have a really difficult time if they aren't stacked themselves. And this even goes alongside with S-Star here. But one thing is for certain, with the sounds that come through here.
I know what's wrong with me today. But no, yeah, I feel like kind of just going back to like the kind of almost the budget comps that are like not even on the point side of budget, like Zai as a comp is very, very kind of resource unintensive. Like you need a good weapon on Zai because that directly translates to her ult power. But like these monk comps are expensive. Like you need to get good armor and good weapon onto Monk. You also need to get good at least weapon onto Kailin as well because his ult form is based on your weapon rarity as well. Like it's a very expensive comp in the sense where you have to go into Rumble Yangs. Like you are forced regardless to go in because you need to be contesting. As interesting to see that like today a lot of people are actually holding on to those points. Like there's not a lot of hero point expenditure going out. Like OA, JL, Alliance, all on 9 points still. You start on 9 points. Like these guys have not spent a single penny. Bit of Siphon, double Sand Siphon, triple Sand Siphon coming in, so it's going to be that one increase, but we could see some Zais coming out here. I mean, we're at that point in the day where people probably should look to start to spend some points. We're heading over the Holoroth as well, so it is a quote-unquote Siphon map of sorts. There's blind dates are getting locked in across the board. YZG, DRG, do they want to shift it up? Oh, ice pick for YZG. Interesting.
Yeah, it is actually. Especially considering that I think this allows for them to double pick Viper Witch and Tessa in the next 2 rounds if they decide to do so, with no value to lose any points. So that's pretty good. Now it comes down to them being that in the second round, they can probably sneak who they are. Like, if you know what I'm saying, like they don't get their position of when they're in the phase, who's going to be running X comp in this phase, but now it's not going to be the case. No one's going to be able to anticipate that for the future. At least now it's going to be a surprise. And then you're going to see in the round 3, the Con Informers, they make their approach here. WBG also on the standby. If they pick ice pick comp though, as I mentioned earlier, that would be kind of a nice option here to see if they do, because they can run Con Informer into Morris Isle, or they can go into Pedoria for the second round phase into that. But they're going to go into Con Informer here. They're going to burn out the points for that, and then that's going to be, well, no points, but the usage, and then that way we can see these 12 teams. For being the only ice pick comp here though for round 4, I'm coping. I really am coping, because this is going to be a comp that can get fried out unless they have a significant off drop fight that just gives them the snowball they need ahead.
Yeah, it's going to definitely be a harder one for them to pull off, especially while this comp is actually quite good into monks, because it's hard to pull a Ferrier out of a mech. It's technically feasible. You have to head right into the center, but it is hard to do so, especially when you're getting staggered by the cannon, staggered and dazzled by the Syra, and then obviously the Justina constantly freezing. Like, it's a very, very good skirmishy comp, and even in the final circle, like, Ferrier is so good in final circles. Like, her cannon just absolutely gatekeeping people on the edge of zone, just railing down damage, being able to fly up away from the action if they need to. Justina getting the freeze. Like, this comp is very good in the final zone, but again, kind of following your cope train there a little bit, because it's one of those comps where, like, yeah, it's the only one. People are going to know to focus it out, and if they see the Justina blow her ult, it's not like in other games where, like, oh, Justina's blown her ult, and it's like, okay, there's 6 Justinas, which one's the one with no ult? Like, it's the only Justina on the map, man. Like, they all don't, no one has the same skins. They all have, as far as they see, everyone sees them in just base form of these characters. So that Justina stands out like a sore thumb. Gonna be
sorted, bro. It's gonna be sorted for them if they get cocked out. We didn't even get a chance to look at the skills, bro. I wanted to see it was a VT Justina just to see. You know, they're gonna hit me with the Lala Bumbo tech. Everything comes out until it's too late, and then no one's gonna be, you know, on the reciprocating end for that. You know, behave, as he says. But there is gonna be one spotlight, and that's YZG stuck into Yushan Ruins. No one out there predominantly. This is gonna be if they take the teleporters, but I think YZG have enough time to go for everything instead of Yushan Ruins by their own, for the sake of the next couple of minutes. But pocketed spawns for ASC and DRG, they're going to be the tank courtyard. Cinnabar Valley have 4 teams on the sites to see if they want to just run into each other and then start meshing around. There's still a lot of loot to be earned out throughout the area, so a lot of gold, a lot of boxes to break, and a lot of loot to be earned into game 4. And we're starting off with ASC. DRG having this position, great sword, not the great first weapon to have, but Matari to confirm off of the great sword R&B, not going to be the case. Xiaowen looks to try to slap off, but the soul breaks are in from Dongxing, and he's going to get hot into the water right now with those slaps, almost losing out to Kakashi, but one horizontal to the next, and he's just spamming out soul breaks left and right. Dongxing still making it showcase that he's still got what it takes to throw out these blue focuses. And then with Dongxing looking at his teammate Han, or what, not his teammate Han, with Wuchen 98 connecting off the F2, there's only going to be a limited amount of time because JL are now approaching the scene with ultimates on standby.
Well, bell rung, everybody spotted out. In comes the uppercut. JL able to secure a kill on Donkey 9. ASC trying to pick up miss, but Xiaowen just going to have to disappear off. Knives getting thrown out of plenty here. Everybody's kniving up as Cuckoo just going to look to laser beam down onto Han, keep him pinned in place. I'm surprised that they burnt the ult there, but I guess they also have a DRG in the area, deciding just to use it as a bit quick scout tool to see what's going on. Make sure that Mist isn't getting picked up by anybody. Yeah, JL committing an ult for just a solo kill. Maybe a little bit optimistic, but we'll see. Nice little start there over to the side of JL. 2 kills under their belt. 3 kills onto FPX, though, who are having a really, really good start. As JL are looking for that 3rd kill. They found Zhao Wen, and they are just going to send all 3 members onto him. Zhao Wen, I mean, Zip is pretty good at healing 1v1, not 1v2. Going to get absolutely obliterated as 5-2-1. Off the back of finally having a good game. Looking to see if they fancy their chances here. Only got the grey armor, though, so they aren't quite squishy. Taking a fair amount of damage. Shale trying to get some damage down. They throw out the Fox. I don't think the Urn actually hit onto anyone there, but there's going to be a big stun coming in from the Viper. XX10U is down. Nice pick up onto him. Ivan's going to look to try and finalize this one. As really, really felt well played by 5-2-1. Able to secure themselves a couple of kills, and they're just going to peace out. They're going to do what that comp does best. Is JL going to lose one thing. DRG picked the kill up. 5-2-1 actually jump back in. They get a massive burst out. They get the Urn down. Kakashi's going to finish up Ibin, though, in response. As 5-2-1's Fat Milk is the only player left standing for them. They're going to lose their revives. As DRG kicking it off with 5 kills to start the game off. If ever there was a game, this could be the one.
It really could be, especially considering that with the 5 eliminations, the amount of Dark Tide coins that can be coming out from that, it's astronomical for it. And SR Junks, Gold Fan picked up from the Salvation Point, and no one to contest him. It seems like, considering they have no eliminations, no deaths. And so for right now, up into the northeast, they know there's at least one team out here, which could be WBG. It could be anyone pretty much to kind of work into the location for a flank, because WBG already have those 3 eliminations. YZG, though, slow roll. Listen, they didn't get any sort of opponents out here from Yushan Ruins, so they have the entire northwest to their own, you know, for the loot gain. And so for this means they can go to Boomerang Cliff if they desire to get loot off of there. They already hit all of Yushan Village and the Yushan Ruins as a whole, so taking all the loot there is definitely going to just be golden on hand, and if not, potential for purple loot. We still got a couple of minutes before the shop opens up for those purple armors, and so for WBG, hanging out here inside of the Imperial Village, gonna take some time before they head down south. Over by the trenches, though, FPX Kiki in the sky with that purple fan and blue armor. Seems about as Jing here with that Wu Chen. Viper Wu Chen test of slash blind date versus that Sand Siphon's gonna be coming out here. It's CPT off of that purple staff, purple spear, staff I should say, as it comes out with the Tesla ultimate. Doesn't confirm against Kiki, and Kiki doesn't have any worry about this. XEM could be deleted off of this point with the V2 active. It's still having that Wu Chen port to give them the insurance to back off. Geeky's not going to have to invest his ultimate here, thankfully, so that way if they do end up invading against his team, who is pushing into the Plume Castle, they'll be able to have a success doing so. Meanwhile, YZG, first fight we're seeing, they're up against SR, and SR looking to take this offensive capability and separating QGG from the rest of the party.
Yeah, nice little separation there. QGG freezes himself up, finally getting to see this ice pick comp come into its own. QGG throws the ultimate down. Can he try and find the save here? CXZ trying to make a run for it as here comes the transform from Zhao. Looking for the grab, the mech up from CXZ. He's just going to try to play a nuisance game here. They still haven't seen any freezes coming in from the Justina. Grab onto QGG though. Cannon makes sure that the slam's not going to be possible as he's able to break away. Gets the freeze onto Zhao. Zhao loses a fair chunk of HP for that off the back of it in responses. They're now just continuing to fire down onto the Monk. SR starting to get a little bit low off the back of this one. As CXZ still has that mech for a little bit longer. Another cannon fire coming in onto Zhao. They're continuing to fire away down onto him, stripping away as much armor as possible. Zhao will finally lose his mech. CXZ, sorry, loses their mech, but Zhao loses most of their armor. Looking for that aerial shot off here on the Ferrier. Got the knives, going to put some damage out. Zhao's going low. That's going to be the knives to kill onto CXZ, throwing those ones out. And this fight looked like it started badly as a great parry comes out from Rico to CXZ, able to pick up his armor, his knives again. Junks can't save the day, knocked into the aerial. Junks is too low. Mid-range is just keeping him pinned down as YZG, mid-air shot, going to finish this one up. That fight did not look like it started well for them, but they turned it around so flawlessly.
I was about to say, man, I was like, yo, QGG was at death's door for a bit. In the lobby of SR was looking to try to get him out. But then once the ultimate came out from CXZ, the usage of that, and then all of a sudden catching one blue focus to the next, you just saw how powerful that 1.0 horizontal came into clutch. I mean, you can hold it for until it hits 2.0, and at the end of the day, it's going to be a single blue focus that just gets shunted in the face of the opponent. Which is really unfortunate because we saw how much that, the Tianhai was able to survive even through the Courier Shen shots. And then after that, off of the ground units, it was just a matter of time. And it's also the fact that it's ranged blue focus, so they can be spaced out. They don't have to get the risk of getting caught into a grab and melee range. And at the end of the day, they can just tap dodge if worst case scenario, he is looking to aim at them. But switching over to Med Top, over by this region, ASC having 2 purple armors, having at least 1 purple weapon. Owe is over by the Camel's Hump. Now, Owe has all 3 of the teammates here all have purple weapons, so their scaling is not going to be an issue. 2 blue armors, 1 purple armor. All right, 2 taking to be the one, the wielder for that, and it's good to know that because combo breaker for Meng, it really comes into usage just to make sure he can get mitigated aside, that he can escape from a fight. But for Takeda, he doesn't really have much of an escape unless he invests his ultimate. So for him to stay onto the healthy armor set, I would believe it. That's the same thing with even, ironically, into the case of Tianhais. You usually would see Tianhais and they would take the notion of, yeah, Tianhai should get the better armor. But in reality, those soft targets on the ground unit need that mitigation, that extra 300 armor, just to make sure that if they do end up getting in a bad position, that they don't have a reset that is like a Tianhai where he gets a full, his whole health bar goes up to like 1500 or to 15,000, it feels like, so that all the players can just keep mention of that player being at, the weaker target, but at the same time, that purple armor or greater, that just really comes in the clutch. So for that, that's going to be the same case with the Sand Siphon Syra, where Takeda would be able to take that. We do have Romy Yang for the next 45 seconds until then to be spawning in. Players are making a rotation. DRG are close by to 1, ASC on the other on the southwest, OA and JL on the western end, and then with the northwest, you can see YCG and WBG are on the slow approach towards that Romy Yang gate, as well as towards Plume Castle in this very center near the circle, where 521 and Alliance are going to be making that approach.
Well, QGG doing a little bit of shopping. They are right next to that Romo Yang though, so they'll probably be jumping in there. Although WBG are in the area, doing a last little bits of shopping. What absolute monstrosities are they putting together off the back of this one? QGG picks up a whole bunch of purple Soul Jades. I don't know what they are. Do you read Chinese? Because you seem to know what they all were.
I studied them before last year. We have our Rampage Benthic Descent on QGG. He's the one with group heal as well. So if he gets out, he can get 1 or 2 heals off to keep the team going. But yeah, that's like the one special DJ. ASC, all they got for themselves is a Jap, if I'm mistaken, on a Zhao. So that's going to be the one Jade. That's going to be starting off, Jake. Let's see how these guys go.
All right, Han takes an arrow straight to the head and immediately starts to transform off the back of that one. Doesn't want to be dealing with it. See how the Ice Pick comp does. They just beat them earlier. Cannon fire coming in onto Han. Han's getting himself completely stagger locked off the back of this one. Haven't seen the Justina freezes connect yet as QGG gets grabbed up. They need to get the cannon fire down onto QGG. He's not going to get caught out by the punch. Han continue to get fired away onto. There's going to be the freeze into the lockdown. Han's armor and health is just going so low off the back of this one. They're going to continue to fire away. CXZ going to come in slamming down, firing onto Mist. Great freeze. YZG, is there a comp that they haven't mastered right now? They are so clean with it. ASE getting absolutely frozen and picked apart by these guys. Huge, huge performance. Han will be next up on the menu. These guys have mastered everything they need to.
Bro, the throwing knives are just doing massive work. And the Near Edition actually picked up for them. So if they get a spear, that would be the pickup. But man, you saw how much the throwing knives just got utilized there? It's crazy. It's the fact that QGG goes for dashes and then he throws out the single 1.0 blue horizontal and he can just skate away. He can kite away. And that just gives him 500 damage that he throws to a target and he can walk away from that completely, especially after he got caught into that grab. Denial from CXZ off of the Fairy Shen cannons and then having TXJ's ult on standby really just came in the clutch. For this next fight, though, Owe up against JL. JL Cuckoo onto that ultimate. Xiao Leo is going to be having no ultimate active just yet. He wants to use it in response to Takeda ultimate being held out here for as long as it is. Really going to be used now on the prediction from this side sight lines. If Xiao can confirm it, you know that someone else is going to be denying it, and that's definitely going to be the Syra. Syra is just pelting him, Jake. And I don't even know if the Syra will really have much of an option here except just throwing out blue focuses after she leaves at her ult.
Yeah, looks like PP, though, is about to go down. Throws down a Dazzle. Caught in the sandstorm, though. Oh, no, it's their sandstorm. PP's quite happy to make a break for it, but there they go. Taken down by JL. Making quick work of that one. Dazzle is going to connect onto him, but not really going to cost too much. JL with the man advantage now versus OA. Utik trying to escape. Don't think he's going to be able to get away from this one, though. Dual halberds. Just such an effective weapon. They do have the reburst, though, so it's not the end of the world for OA. JL able to pick those kills up, and right now JL on 9 kills. YZG started off with 7 is really nice for them, but they are potentially looking at losing their quadra of wins, depending on the performance here. As Han is going to chase forwards and look for the grab. These guys got the debuff. One Fang getting caught. It's a good way to cleanse that debuff. Get as much damage off as possible. Punch. Can he get the re-grab onto One Fang? No, but team's going to continue to fire the backup. One Fang's able to get an armor swap off as Han's trying to reposition away. One Fang drops away and out of reach of Han. He's still continuing to try and make an escape for it. The prediction grab. See if he can catch One Fang midair. One Fang incredibly low. He's just playing evasion right now. Looks like the rest of JL, though, are making their way over. One Fang actually able to save his life a lot for a fair amount of time there. And that may just come at a cost as Mist is going incredibly low. That Syra beam absolutely obliterating them. It's going to drop down as now JL with the man disadvantage. Can they find that turnaround? I don't think they're going to be able to. ASE, dual halberds on Han, just able to strip away as XX1 UO able to put some damage back in response. Cuckoo also low. Both these members on JL, I don't think they've got enough in the menu on the line for them. The Dazzle connects. Cuckoo may have made a mistake here. He needs to go down. Yeah, 20 seconds. He's going to do it.
He's got to burn that Verms. The only problem I had was the fact that not Zhao, but their Mulch actually ended up not getting that armor back. So they have common armor on Rebirth, which kind of makes me kind of go, because that armor loss of purple down to common is substantial, especially to this point, unless they can find a blue later on. Big fight, though, happening over here. About a FPX ultimates between them, as well as DRG in the mix up here. This is going to be where the Roman depletion for FPX needs to get rid of, as well as for DRG. So either or, one person's going to get eliminated, they might end up insta-dying, no res petition, and that's going to be the case for the Wuxia 98. Free plot, free R&B, and that's going to be the silence against the Syra. Kakaxi goes down as a result, and the soul blooms are getting picked up between Bauta, and Bauta is looking pretty snifty right now, going again and again for those R&Bs with the halberds, extended range with the verticality of the vertical blue focus for that. FPX in the sight lines down south side, hoping to get chased down here from SR as they are looking to ambush them in the zone. Fuwan doesn't have an ultimate as a Syra. He does have combo breaker, but he doesn't get a stick. I lied. Zhao gets caught into the Dazzle. Unfortunate situation for now for FPX, as he's going to be the only one in the zone that's getting full focus by SR, which I believe is going to be one teammate down, and we still have 2 teammates still alive who are getting chased on the other end by Team Bauta. Kiki is over by the Emberhawk region. procs Forbidden Seal, so the entire lobby can see this as a beacon of light. So everyone can just notice that there is something happening down south, but the next Yang is up for grabs. And so for the teams, they're gonna have to make theirs approach. YZG, I wanna see what are we getting from the shop specifically, because they're patient right now, and this type of patience works out in their favor. It's 42,000 Darkseid coins. They can get 1 gold jade of of choice, but what's available in the shop refresh. Having that Tempest kick, it's actually going to be a advanced seal from QGG. Soul Jade burnout coming through here and swapping this off between their players. I see a Benthic Descent picked up for QGG, and it's going to be an advanced seal given the CXZ as well, with a blistering edge and with the jabbing and the scatter shot. So really nifty stuff. Survivability is at its peak right now for YZG, especially considering the 2 soft targets that can self-heal within their ultimate will be able to go ahead and have a reset if possible from their opponents.
Looks like JL want to try and play contest here on this Rema Yang. The freeze comes out, and JL are not going to be able to stop them. YZG happily jumping inside this one. Meanwhile, there is actually a fight breaking out at the Soul Well. SR trying to contest Alliance for it. Syra Microwave breaking out onto these players. Zhao trying to see if he can find the damage, but he is getting locked down by that laser beam, going incredibly low. Has to jump out, as we do see FBX get knocked out of the lobby overall, but Zhao now losing his monk form, needs to be careful. Alliance NY7 gets caught out in the knockup, is able to break away for a second, but Junks is just applying so many dashes onto him. NY7 gets to the sky, tries to break away, uses the F defensively, still has the chain scythe to work with, and I think Alliance is just going to have to cool it. Now cutting back over to YZG versus JL.
Now, QGG just lost his gold Hong Sword. TXJ looking to scare us to the drop down blue focus if he can get the vertical. He doesn't connect it. He goes for an attempt again if he wants to. He still has ultimate. He is the defensive measurement right now. QGG still also having his ultimate. Syra ult to multiple. This might be deletion, but TXJ was preemptive with it. He predicted it. He's going to have his ult active, and he's going to be able to get those microwave beams off to the sightlines, but he gets caught into the dazzle. This actually gives him his ultimate no value whatsoever. In QGG, even if he ults here, Takeda has been holding the ultimate the entire time for JL. JL has been having a nice run of victories here. Then TXJ is having no way to escape this unless he uses his combo breaker, since the chase on Cuckoo as well as Xiao are going towards QGG's direction in the background.
Looks like he's able to get some healing down, just get the armor back right now. As QGG's the problem though, he's got turned on to. Man advantage over to JL. Fu Ren Shove connects onto TXJ. He's a long way off being able to get that ultimate off. Does throw a dazzle down, doesn't make a connection with it. He's just going to look for the 1v1 versus XX1 UL. TXZ going low, and TXJ, I don't think he's going to be able to survive this one on his lonesome. He's trying his hardest just to put some distance between them, but that is God's bleeding. YZG go down.
You know, it's crazy. I think is the reason the CXZ's ult was used pretty early into that fight, which then just slow rolled the ultimates coming up from JL, and JL found the victory as a result from that. And that really hurts, especially considering that TXJ's predict ultimate really came through until the enemy Syra comes out to dazzle him, and then he's stopped in his tracks. The HP shield comes through, and they can just start throwing blue focuses left to right, and then all of a sudden there was no value off of the Syra ult. So for now, YZG on the reset value. WZ though, WZ, they're on reset value with their Draco Storm for another 100 seconds, picking up the bounty scroll. 3 eliminations so far, and they might have to target onto one of 521's members, whether Fat Milk or Pampy. I'm looking at it right now on the map, see where it updates, and it looks like it might be towards Pampy's direction. While that might be the case, not the case. Actually going to be towards one of the other members, and that's going to be a duck hunt position right now. For OA over to the northwest, they are going to be going ahead and having the shop to be making purchases here, having when they're rummying, and obviously Team Bauda taking fights up against Alliance's Yuma going down. Bauda's picking up eliminations left and right, and Alliance is at their weakest right into this round, where they have no gear to kind of survive off this, especially Revenge not having ultimate just ready to go.
And that's that Revenge trying to make a breakaway, just using the walls to break away from the side of Bauda, but Bauda are just unrelenting. Revenge on his lonesome is going to pop the ultimate, look for the dazzle. Jing's going to try and break away from that, but Bauda, they have the people. One person can get focused at a time by Revenge, and Revenge has got a lot of movement, is slowly dropping down as he's just going to make the escape, but ultimately continuing to fire away onto him. He's able to get very, very high up. Incredibly aerial, but Bauda just matching him height for height. Revenge is just being grapple locked down. Alliance, their hope of this game has fizzled out for them, unfortunately. Down they go. Bauda up to 6 kills off the back of that one. YZG still need to find themselves some cleanses, though. They got 9 kills, and they need to cleanse themselves with this debuff on the Realm of Yang. Right now, JL are leading the charge with 12 kills under their belt. This Ice Pick comp definitely done better in a game than I thought they might have, just due to the fact they were the only Ice Pick comp, but they need to make sure they stay in this game later, which requires another 3 kills.
I think it might be because like the scaling, right? But if they don't kill targets sooner, then those targets are going to get stronger later, and that's exactly the case scenario. Yaron finding himself outside of his TNI ultimate, getting meter dumped. Look at the throwing knives horizontal coming up from 2-Tick. Kill potential right there. Like 600 damage just comes out, and they can still take the chase onto JL. JL on the north side, though, they have Draco Storm less duration than OA right now, so they have to be very mindful. 30 seconds left on for it. And for Xiao Xiao, having catch Jing into this corner, F1 burned out. Jing is not going to be only with limited options here, using the Hong Sword to escape, but the Draco Storm to stagger will give JL the necessary motion right now against WBG. 1 elimination on the board picked up. Now JL is up against OA. OA 2-Tick having the throwing is out here. Gold Hong Sword or Gold Longsword for Popeye for the hits if he can go for the connections. But you can see ASE are, you know, they lost to Romy Yang, but they can go for an invasion here. I'm not against it. The only problem I have is that Han only has the 5 grapples, so taking a chase here is limited. And for them, when the 2.5-minute mark comes through here for that Romy Yang depletion, limited is going to be an understatement. We have a ghastly miss in the field of play, so any silences from those hands that pop out is 8 seconds of not being able to do anything. So if the Tianhai decides to ult here and he ends up crossing past one of those hands, he won't be able to slam down if he gets a grab. And 8 seconds is a hefty duration with his duration of his ult duration. The ult duration of 30 seconds, 8 seconds is a good portion of that. And YZG, they make their approach on that.
Oh, are they going to see if they can find ASE? QGG immediately gets parried as he jumps down, has to freeze himself, tries to pick his hand sword up, able to do so. And now putting some damage down onto them. CXE jets for a breakaway. The hands are actually breaking out at the ground here as well. There's going to be the dazzle. There's going to be that crowd control. The Ice Pick is starting to make it work. Mist goes down. Hand goes for a transform. CXZ also transforming at the same time as QGG is looking for Mist. Mist was actually able to stay up somehow in the middle of all of that. In comes the laser beam though, as they're just trying to find their opening onto Hand. TXJ making an escape. His ultimate has timed out, but he's found Xiao Wen. A beautiful parry into the grab. The cannon will stop him from getting the slam down though, as he is actually able to get the punched off as QGG slides into this fight. He's low HP. Multiple people collapsing in onto this fight though, and this could start to get dicey for all teams involved. QGG has no HP left. Xiao Wen is chasing him down. Hand's gonna lose his life. Mist is gonna lose his life. QGG is gonna lose his life. And this has just been the third party of a century from WZ, as it looks like YZG are just trying to break away. I don't think they were able to cleanse a single person there. It has gone so bad for them. CXE trying his hardest with a pole sword in the 1v1, but it's just survival city. No big parries, no big opening. I don't think the CXE is really going to be able to do much more here, unfortunately. He's about to time out. 17 seconds on the clock. It was a hell of a run today for YZG, and they're still exiting this game with 10 kills. They can't be too annoyed about that one, but it is a slightly sad way to go out in game number 4.
Yeah, exactly. YZG coming through here with 10 eliminations, getting knocked out into the game. So for right now, WZ taking a perfect ample opportunity on that third party. And the crazy part about it was the fact that how close they were with YZG getting the eliminations off of one of the ASC's teammates. But then again, Tianhai full reset. And it was crazy too, considering that that 8-second silence was active throughout the duration. Until then, it was already over. So for right now, take a look at the Jays right here. Morus having a pickup for PP, having an advanced heal for 2-Tick with a Juggernaut level 2, Benthic Descent, Rupture Gale Orb, Explosive Armor. And then seeing about an overcomer on Mong, your Jade, it's going to be on the Tumult here for OA. So if he decides to connect it, he could potentially extend it, and then that could just give, you know, an elimination or even just a spacing tool. But for OA, full gold armors on all 3 of their teammates. Gold weapons, most likely at least to two of the teammates at least. It's considering that this is a Sand type and Syra, I don't see any sort of opposition for this team not making it to endgame circle. We have a Dreadful Will that we saw earlier from XCM, as well as a scene with the aerial rent onto it with the Soul Shatter and a Juggernaut level 5 with the Sap Jade. You gotta be kidding me. My man stacked out. Advanced group heal on about his Jing, and then scene about a Sign Fang and a Sap Jade on towards ZZZT. This is going to be a spotlight between both these teams of who can eliminate who and get the betterment of the resources like those Jades that are on hand.
Oh, we are going to be seeing... Oh wait, just trying to find some damage onto battle with the cannon. There are plenty of weapon repair kits there. Man, OA is so stacked actually. Got golden armor on all of their members. Guys are looking absolutely terrifying. That White Tigers as well, also going to be a real problem for anybody who is getting close towards them. So it looks like Balor just gonna look to try and make a breakaway. Oh, Dreadful Whale. Dreadful Whale golden daggers.
Oh, yeah.
Dagger.
Juggernaut level 5, by the way. OP.
Oh my word.
OP, bro. So if he ends up getting that knockback into getting a Dreadful Whale, he could probably just delete anyone's purple armor at that point, because he can jump R&B afterwards. But even more so is that if he ends up getting a parry, like a single hit parry on a Sap Jade, he could just delete someone's health bar completely, given an opportunity if they throw a wall Haymaker Blue. And someone around in the field has had the detach. I was about to mention that. JL's Zhao Zhao has that the detach, so he's going to be with it, also with an engraving, and then seeing a Aurora Burst on Cuckoo, Rampage, Tempest Kick, Sky Punch Sap into the Advanced Steel, and then hoping to see how those guys want to utilize that. Otherwise, Moonbane says otherwise, don't mess up on my, don't bark up my tree as the slam that comes through. But we also have to keep in mind Mystic Might is on the field right now for the players. So an ult refresh cycle for the Sand Siphon Syras, definitely going to be a dangerous play here, Jake.
Yeah. 15 players left in the lobby. One of our more quiet final lobbies of the day. Been very, very stacked so far. OA going to get caught out actually by that Tessa Charm. Immediately, everyone's going to jump in. Sandstorm breaks out. Bowder continue to advance forwards as OA lose PP. They were the stat guys. These were the guys with everything, and not going to be able to get it. That Dreadful Whale from Zem connects on to Lue there. Sends him packing as Tutik is trying to pick his teammate up, but Bowder are going to make sure that they're not going to get that opportunity off. Tutik, caught out by the urn, is trying to make a breakaway from it. He's going to get charmed up, but was put enough distance away, and PP will be timing out. OA going to be down a player as JL the ones to pick that one up. Was that another Dreadful Whale coming out? There was so many effects going off on my screen. I don't know exactly what happened there, but JL got himself 13 kills. These guys are the ones to watch. That is so much burst coming out from the longsword there. Able to do it. Charge coming forwards. And they're going to get themselves onto kill number 14, I believe, off the back of this one. There it is. JL set up to take this lobby and set up to start to catch up to YZG on the overall standings. They got PP back? No, they lost 2 tick. Not worth at all.
Misinput. Man was looking for the Scare Rush, didn't get it. Kind of unfortunate, but since PP is going to be coming back here, he's going to have to really be careful if he wants to go for a res in the zone. Because JL right now are hunting out, and they're hunting out the Viper with the ultimate from WZs, but I don't think there's going to be any sort of issues. Leeway is going to be probably cornered off between 1 or 2 targets. We got to remember that Blistering Edge on towards its mulch from One Fong is going to be making work, but OA actually get full eliminated out. They both died to the zone. Incredible. Intense gameplay for the reses. We're probably going to get a replay of it. I feel it in my bones. But those guys are trying to go for the reses behind reses. The only problem was Serena's against them. And now we have 10 players left alive. Between JL and a full stack of a full squad, Bowda also has a full squad. We have 1 player from ASC, 2 players from WZ, and 1 from WBG. So, having said that, the lobby could be looking past 1 of the 3 player teams and then trying to pick them apart piece by piece. But this is going to be where that engagement comes out. Last 2.5 minutes into the matchup, and you know that JL's Cuckoo has a Sire ultimate to be used once all the other ults have been expended by all the teammates, Jake.
Yeah, it's going to be that last minute. Hold that until you can really get as much value out as possible. Again, though, with the longsword just catching onto Bowder's members. There's an Aurora Burst as well in there. I couldn't see exactly. There's so many massive Soul Jades going off in this fight. Just an absolute flashback to when everyone had Golden Soul Jades back in the lobby. JL are just turbo stacked. The Sandstorm breaks out. Zem is caught in place, and that is going to be the microwave coming in from Cuckoo to finish him up. Bowder's Sleepy T left in a Sandstorm on his lonesome. We do see the Charm Lang onto a couple of members of Bowder, but I don't think, sorry, onto JL, but I don't think it's really going to translate into much more. Just going to look for the healing, and now 7 players left in the lobby. Not many people left to go. JL have so much control. They're looking for their 20 bomb game. The Flamer going to connect onto Lue as they're going incredibly low, able to get back to off for the moment as Lue can't quite finish up Cuckoo. He's able to break away, finds the stun actually onto 2 members of JL. But the problem is Bowder are hounding onto WZ and not looking for the stunned JL members. So WZ struggling for this one, and that should just be enough to pick them up. No, they're able to blink out with the Wu Shen. But Lue gets caught, and One Feng secures his 18th kill of this game. JL find Cookie. Send him into the zone. Cuckoo just trying to find that damage with the Hun Sword. Remember, he still has Aurora Burst, so he can just gatekeep areas really effectively off the back of that one. Cookie's trying his hardest, but it's not really going to be enough. He's juggled up into the sky. And JL, they are going to hit that 20 kills. There's one player left, and it's Bowder's Jing. 1 versus 3. Goes for the blink out, runs into the zone. He's just going to time out, and Bowder not going to be able to deny the kill from JL.
Yeah, he thought he was going to steal their 20 bomb with that last kill elimination against Cookie, but they were still lining the side of him, and the Wuchen Port especially being located immediately. JL's 19 kill. Finally, a first place team to take the massive multiplier with the high amount of kills. Second time today. But even with so many tied situations from rounds 2 through 3, like, oh man, that was going to be a reoccurrence. But JL finally found the niche into breaking into second overall and having that game to be their own, and then having the catch up to be, I believe, right around 50 points. Right behind YZG's 70 to 80 points. So now it's like just that slow roll position in the next 2 games. But I want to talk about the plays out there. A lot of Jades, but a lot of control discipline into the final 15 seconds. It just made it really difficult for all the teams to deny a chase from the JL squad, especially considering Spiritwell with the Mystic Might was in motion, so they can see where all opponents are in the final circle. And then they could just go for ult refreshes off of proccing their ults preempted for it. And then obviously there is nothing you really can do against the Syra's Dazzle from an ult form, where 2 second silent or 2 second dazzle duration, and you have all the time in the world to charge up blue focuses, whether that's an Aurora Burst, which she was wielding it, but whether it's an Aurora Burst or even towards having the Overcomer, the Heta Detach, the lockdown. That was one of the biggest plays that we saw between those 2 Jades to make it through. And you know, Ice Pick comp from YCG, it worked out. It worked out pretty much going through. The only problem was how would they react in terms of finding another Syra in the Rum Yang. And the fact is that Justina can't freeze Syra unless she imprints her ult by, you know, with the palm in the ground, and then she can get the enhanced dash. There's only one opportunity to do that. Barry Shen has cannon shots to hit those off. They don't take any sort of capitalization off of that. It might be Jover, but just
that's
like the
a hard question.
That's a hard question. Which player killed CXZ in Game 4's A, ASC's Han, B, ASC's Zhao Yuan, or C, WZ Liu, or D, WZ's XX Moon? Now, the hint is that it was a Viper Wuchen Tessa comp, so use that information as you will, as they were getting eliminated over by that Rumyang depletion state, over by the Snowy Forest.
I can't believe you know the answer to that. I've forgotten. I mean, my memory is terrible. Like, I've already forgotten what I had for breakfast this morning. Like, dang, I'm not very good with this stuff, but I hats off to you. ABCD in Twitch chat, I'm sure someone is spamming the right answer, and everyone's just going to sheeple copy them, so be that guy. If you don't know the answer, what everyone else is posting is probably going to be the correct answer. And check out Whisper Box. YZG finally go down, but they didn't go down without a fight, to be fair. They had a tremendous performance here on, you know, on a more niche comp, and they actually haven't spent too many hero points, so they've still got 2 games left. I don't know where they sit in the pick order going forwards. I think their next game, I think they were middle, right? So they have a last and first to go. Yeah. So this next game is probably where they're going to dump a bunch of hero points on a good comp, and then the last game is where they're just going to, you know, spend whatever they've got left over. They get first picks. They have a lot of control over their fate that way. But here we are. JL walk away with 28 points after this one. Battle with 13. 10 points over to YZG. 9 points to WZ. FPX get himself 8. OA get 8. WBG get 7. Like, this is a good scoring game across the board, really. I mean, SR is pretty sad, and same for Alliance, but I wouldn't be too disappointed with an 8-pointer here. Even that 7.5 I'll be happy with. Not bad for a lot of these teams. I guess the problem is JL getting 28. It's a lot of points under the board for them.
Exactly. I think one thing that SR really had a struggle bus moment is even after they won the Salvation Podium, they got that gold weapon, but they weren't able to hold on to it. Right? They lost it to YZG over by the Serpent's Pass, which was kind of an upset moment for them, and not really having the reset that they were hoping out to get and achieve. But 16 eliminations from Wenfeng and Zhao Liu by themselves, and then +4 from Cuckoo for the 22 total points or 20 kills total for it, 28 points for that round. We got ourselves going through the standings here. This is we're going to see the bottom 6 first, 5-2-1, 15.5, a little bit more points between games 3 and 4 compared to the first 2. Still having that necessary pushback that it needs to, engage upon to make it to the gatekeeper spot. But 21 points for FPX, 22.5 for SR, 23 for Alliance, WBG for 24, and 25 for OA. All in the sequential order here from 9th to 8th to 7th. And then right above OA is going to have WZ with 29. 32.5 is going to give to ASC for 5th place, DRG for 35, 38 points in 3rd place overall for Bauda, 48.5 overall for JL in 2nd place, and then 74.6 for YZG in the grand scheme of things. Catch up right now is going to be, around 20 points or so, 24.9 if they want to be exact. But one thing is for certain right now is that these guys have pretty much these next 2 games to choose out whatever they choose to want. If they want to use a guaranteed comp, they can go Xiphon, or they can go the Viper Witch and Tessa route. Their pick. Morus Isle is going to be the next round for the map selections. So when we see YZG choose out the Viper Witch and Tessa, I ain't going to be surprised, Jake. I ain't going to be surprised.
I feel like that's the comp they're going to be locking in this final rotation for game number 5. I feel like Blade likes Fireflies. It likes getting those ults up as quick as possible. Doesn't have quite as much impact on final circles as you do see, but they haven't played it once today. They've been a lot more kind of final circle focused. And the Ice Pick, even with it being, their lowest performance of the day, it's still a 10-point game from it. It was really, really impressive. The JL on the Sand Siphon, just looking so dominant here. This is what happens when a Sand Siphon kind of starts that snowball. It just gets going, and a Dreadful Whale in the mix, Aurora Burst. I can't remember the Longsword Soul Jade. I've had a complete brain fart on the name of that in my head, but they were just terrifying.
Yeah, that had to detach really came in clutch later on, and this early fight, this is the second round meeting, by the way, where Cuckoo was going ahead and just getting these connections against YZG, and you see, and from this point of view, where the line of sight from Syra is, right? Once we locked down TXJ, once we saw the enemy Syra off of the dazzle, the team just go ahead and just pelt her. And then that's when we just look for the chase. Eyes go right back. Eyes behind their head is really the biggest play in the communication line. And so for JL to actually have this to T was really a nice change of pace from the point of view from the replays, because you see this live in the action of where they were like instant snap, and then they went right back towards the last remaining teammate, which in this case was TXJ as that Syra. And the scare rushes were made just to counter out, one for Sager, one for Blue Focus, confirming it, killing it, and with the final circle getting out between WZ, Bauda, all the players. They really couldn't do anything about this. Once the Syra ultimate was ready to go through with its multiple ultimate, the Tessa ultimate aside, all they need to do, Cuckoo was need to do, which is Perma, CC, stagger, the Tessa, and then confirm the last hit confirmation against the Wuchende.
And there it is. Nice little close out there for the side of JL. 21 kills under the board for them. See our MVP. Going to be the Takeda. Yeah, no surprises, really. Really, really solid game from JL. And striking back in a day where YZG have just been oh so dominant. Our MVP coming in. XX1UO. 26,000 damage. 8 kills under his belt. Really, really huge performance from them. Hepta detach gonna be the Soul Jade. 8,000 damage to the longsword. Not as much damage to that longsword as I expected, but I assume he picked it up a little later. Also had engraving as well. So had 2 nice longsword Soul Jades, and then the rest were just kind of basic Soul Jades. Not as stacked as YZG were before they went out.
I'm trying to think, because even in the early game with having halberds, using longsword here was mainly usage, even though it doesn't have as much high as damage, was mainly for the control that Hepta Detach can do. And Hepta Detach doesn't do damage, it gives you a massive amount of healing. That was the change that they made to it a year, I think, or 2 back, where they made Hepta Detach not a damaging Jade, but more so about sustain. For it to give you heal back, but the CC control, one of the more animation lockdown skill, or like Jades or animation lockdown skills, those are hard to not ignore, right? To not use. If you have something that is able to be a unique animation that forces someone in a locked position where they can't combo breaker out of and they can't do anything, you know, it's going to be an over experience, and the Hepta detach is one of the few ones, right? Martial Art Form Hook being the other. Having the opportunity of picking that up was the point, this turning point of switching from those halberds down to using the longsword. Another thing too is, I think in the early game, if they had throwing knives, they would have been using those regardless, just to have those on standby. I know that in the solos mindset, for solos, when you have the throwing knives, you can confirm some pretty nice catches with those RMBs, and then once you're able to connect off of that, you can keep someone in the float state. But over in trios, you kind of can extend that with your teammates with jump LMB staggers, and longsword is one of those more usable ones. But having the chance here to see halberds be used with the RMB just to hold them through, whether they're chasing or whether they're holding the blue focus in front of to face the enemy, which gives them an option. Either are you gonna want to clink it? Do you think I'm gonna release it? So if you early parry, I can just release later on, and then the teammate can just follow up. And that's probably why we didn't see as much damage from these guys. Hongsword aside, Hongsword is what we saw in the hands of seeing with their Syra. So having Cuckoo having that Syra with the Hongsword, he can just snap right back in with the lethal dab, which just gives a blowout potential.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm interested by now, obviously, the next game, because I think the thing that's caught me the most about today versus like 2 weeks ago when I last did trios was the hero point usage. Like, we were seeing all of the last few weeks of trios, in fact, pretty much since we came back and started this year up, our players have been, and our teams have been very, very willing to burn their hero points and lock in comps, and kind of, you'd see people by this point in the day be close to 0 hero points because they kind of mapped it out. But today seems like a way more passive day on the hero point expenditure. Maybe this just comes down to certain conditions which I'm not recognizing right now, but I feel like at the most, I would like to see some more players and more teams burn some hero points. I believe SR burnt quite a lot of points already. They went down to 6 going into their last game.
Oh my
but this is finally we get to see it.
I called it
the
out.
Tick's too much.
Look at that. Ding!
He got caught.
Yeah, he got caught. And look at this. This was too ambitious in my book. I was like, I hope he doesn't go back in the back of my head. And I saw them both die in the zone. I'm like, this is what happens.
How did PB got caught on a tree and he tries to heal?
What?
Okay, well that's just trolling, man. Like, you were that close to not dying and you're like, yeah, we'll both just pot inside the zone. Take the damage. Don't stand in the shadow corruption. Don't stand in it, especially late zone shadow corruption. It's fine earlier. Man, that's like, check your PayPal levels of stupidity. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing other than like deliberately throwing there, man? Like,
I don't want to process it. I don't want to process it because I'm like, there's no way that we're just sitting in the zone. We're not going to get heals. We're already in weakness escalation. The heal isn't going to do anything. It's 2.7 seconds. He's at the HP threshold where 3 ticks is that's it. Like, that's where he's done. I don't know. Maybe misinput. Maybe he thought he was outside of the zone. He was thinking ahead.
I'll be nice and say mistakes happen, but damn, that was a stupid mistake to make. That was dumb and dumber there, honestly.
Like, the ambitious res is one thing. It's just the position. I think he was thinking ahead, thinking he was going to be on the ground, and then not the case. I mean, there's a lot of I will give him the benefit of, you know, mistakes, just because there's a lot of things running through the head at that point, right? So having to not only be able to compete in the Nbpl, but also having to think about what's going to be happening in the next move in this next couple minutes, who's going to be approaching, who are they looking out for, and all the while managing their resources. Didn't bother to check whether or not they were landing on the ground or in the tree still. So we're gonna have to see for OA's performance later on. Obviously, a little bit of a hiccup there, right? As you say, a little bit of a big hiccup from that point where they eliminated them both in the zone. But no eliminations given to the opponent, so that's all that matters. Team Battle, though, killing it out here, at least into making the top 3 so far for them in performance. Now, into Bauda, JL, and YZG, those are the top 3 scoring teams so far today. It feels that even with Bauda losing one of their core members with Baby U, from, you know, previously known as U, to have him not there anymore, kind of a, you know, cumbersome moment. But Bauda's been proving themselves time and time again that even without it, right, they still work with the slot 1 player, the switch into it, and they still have the necessary output for it. ZZZT, I believe 17S prior to that. So for CPT, he would be the one player that takes that spot over, and they still make work with him.
Well, having a look at the players in there, getting set up for game number 5, heading over to Holoroth for our second to last game, our penultimate game of the day. Alliance, it's not been a great day for them, unfortunately. They've been a team who've actually been on the up and up for a while now, but today not really been able to quite have the same amount of success we've seen previously from this team. I'm wanting to see what the hero select is going to look like, because I did talk about it a moment ago, but I genuinely do think that the teams they're being a little bit too passive with their hero points. And it's something that I'm very, very vocal about a lot. Like, I genuinely don't think you should be at 9 points by now. Anyone at 9 points in game number 5 has made a serious mistake in their hero point expenditure. I mean, maybe there's a world where like a team with 9 points goes into game 6 and blows all 9 points to lock a comp in. But
yeah, that's rare.
It's very rare. I feel like you should be starting to burn through points every now and then. You know, I can't remember who it is, but there's always a team who seems to always want to be like, right, screw it. Syra's only increased by 1. We'll lock them for this game too. Make sure that we get our hands on this comp now instead of a comp that we're less comfortable on. I think that's the much better way to do it. But here we are, getting into game 5. Hero select is going to tell us a lot. Where are YZG? Oh, they're in first, so they're going to be in second for last game. Okay.
I'm in a moment. Having a moment right now. If YCG decides a Viper Witch and test off red for the Blend Day comp, that'd be weird. I mean, not weird. It's like I'm not gonna go against it, and it's like I'm just seeing it, and then having to go into Pedoria with it too would be the case. But they still have Xiphon available, right? Xiphon Syra is still up for grabs, and they're in first phase, which is the phase that's usually given to the Xiphon comp in general. So, what are we gonna do here, YCG? Are we playing the Xiphon Syra, or are we gonna be playing out the Viper Witch and Tessa as just like an off pick? Because if they go away with the first usage of that comp with the blind date, they won't have any sort of burnout of points unless there's like a +1 or +2 on Viper, or even a +1 on Viper for the second phase in with Matari as well. And they still have 8 points available for them. So they are going to go for wow.
They got ice pick again?
Dang, they really want this is testing grounds.
Damn. I mean, the thing is they've done so much work right now, but like they can kind of afford to play around with their comps.
Yeah.
They can actually justify it. So, just going to be the Syra again. Increased. There were 2 Sand Xiphons, 1 Xiphon. SR going to burn some points here finally. Locking themselves in. The Xiphon. In response, ASE, Bowder, and WBG. What are they going to be looking for as their lock-ins? Going to be the Monk Kylin. Going to be the Sand Xiphon for Bowder. So that's going to increase Tammy and Takeda. There's going to be ASE locking in a lockdown version of the Viper, Syra, and Justina comp. Syra increased to 2 points. These guys are all first select next round, by the way, so they can afford to burn points. JL, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Locking in a comp and actually spending some points here. Going to be Alliance playing it safe and going for the blind date. I think they're the only blind date in the lobby so far.
I think they're the second, maybe.
I fundamentally disagree with Alliance and JL here. They're both going into the final game with all of their hero points.
Yeah, I think in the first day of playing, they could have had some opportunity to expend. If it's not that, then they're just disciplining themselves for if, you know, and that's a big if, right? But of course, having to go into for Alliance, make it to finals, so that way they know they can run 6 rounds without points burned, because the first 3 rounds, no points are available for them. But yeah, then again, that's long shot territory to speak out of, you know, in existence. We'll have to see if Alliance can really make this work, because this is one of their key component comps too. Like, this is one of their better comps, I think, in general. So having a Viper Witch and Tessa for them for the blind date would be a great availability option of just trying to catch up points in the past seasons. This season, I mean, not so much, but we have to see what they're doing in skill selections. F2 V1 for the Viper, Cena V1 for Bowda's Jing as it comes from Tumulch, as well as with Dusha 98 from Team DRG. Now looking at the second row, ASC have an option to being one of the other Vipers to switch out for the ultimates. You're right, it is the only one blind date comp, and that's going to be to Alliance, whereas ASC is on a whole different spectrum with the F1 V1 for their Viper, and then seeing past the corner across all skills, everything seems to be normality. V2 for Tian High-ends for Kylins, as well as for the Zais, and then seeing V1 for Syra, Zipping, and the Matari. So off of that end, last round selection, YZG testing grounds, playing out to the same skill selections they had last round for their ice pick, and then seeing V1 variation for Ivan for a 521 as Tumulch, and then having no opportunity to see anything else switch off from the normality. And that's going to be our skills. Now, hot take is that with these skills, like, they're not going to be changing anytime soon. But if anyone finds any niche with any other skills, like if they find any ultimate usage from when we saw V1 Takeda at one point, then, you know, that's when I'm just gonna ask questions, but I'm not gonna question it until I see the result.
Surprising as we get into the game, but YZG once again are quite happily dropping solo. They did this in the last 2 games, and honestly, it's a relative success. They just want like a nice drop, gather the loot up, don't want to kind of coin flip, oh, are we gonna get a weapon or are we not, and then just gonna lose a fight. They want to make sure that they turn up to their first fight with their revives, as geared as they can possibly be. Bowder and ASE are going to take a fight here down by Shadow J Mines. It's again a relatively spread out drop spot for all of our teams.
Yeah, and I think the one thing is too is the note in the Shadow Jade Mine between those 2 teams. FPX is playing macro, YCG playing macro. They're just making sure they can get as much gold as they can. And if it's like in the same scope of GG going to the secret tunnel, right? GG takes secret tunnel. Any team that wants to fight that, they take it best. Like they fight it, they're at the best of their ability there. So for other teams, they can really try to contest it if they know how to fight them better at their own game. But over to the Shadow Jade Mine, ASC going to be getting some loot inside the cave. WBG taking fights up against 521. Having no ultimates just yet, we do see that there's a lot of slaps and a lot of tap dodges coming through. Yoran looks for the 1-2. Cactus Yen releases the 3-piece off towards Pompey, and Pompey has the blue focus for the vertical fan. I'm not even sure if he has F1, but this is a 2-set eliminations. Nice parry. Nice chance to see Jing going right back in for WBG, but with it, Zipping ult comes out active, but a little bit too late. Jing is down, but 521 still losing out majority of their players, and Pompey being the only one left alive. Has F1 still available, but you against a slap in the halberds, 1 second to the next, it'll be only a matter of time. But oh wait, Jake, they're in the vicinity right now. Takeda ultimate is ready to go for Pampy. I'm not even sure going to be able to invade and ambush this team down south.
That's that. Pampy's just trying to put a kill on the board, at least for his team. Gets the Furon shove off into Yoran, able to finish the kill on him. Gets the Soul Bloom as well, actually, to heal up, but you are outnumbered. OA going to make very, very quick work of Pampy here. He tries to find his opportunities to get his clangs and parries off. Not going to happen as PP continues to aggress here. On to WBG members is Leo on their own. Going to get taken down. They're trying to make an escape. Caught in that uppercut and finished up there by OA. Nice start there with the third party. 2 kills over to them. ASE on 3. YCG obviously being quite a little bit more quiet. They did just get a bit of a solo drop off for themselves. They just want to gather what they can before then looking towards getting involved in any potential action, any potential fights. Let's see what loot drops.
Greasy Maze going to be a great on-drop spawn for FPX. Like I said, for the macro, they have the Fireflies already picked up. All the gold tros with the increased tro frequency with the gold area. Now for FPX, all they got to do is just keep going inwards towards Celestra and hoping to see if they find any targets. If not, they go to Eventide Temple, mainly because that's going to be a reset position for some teams if they lost their first set of fights. Try to figure out to get a gear on hand. Bowder, though, death's door right now. They lost their first fight. All 3 lives have been taken from them, extinguished. And then we're switching over to towards the Wooded Haven. East of the Sunwing's Rest, and for DRG finding Mong here, ultimate's gonna be coming out, and the full blast of damage comes in. The Mong goes down, and Toxie still has the light beam to counteract Pipe Tie, but for the stagger into the dazzle, it's gonna be over for people to get out here alive.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be making much of a run. Kakaishi continues to chase up into the sky with the laser beam. Constant health bars though, because they're both so high up. As PB, half HP. Going to drop down grey armor, not really going to be able to do much here. Do have their revives available, though they do find Donkey 9. Maybe with this pulse sword can finish him up. OA going to finish up Donkey 9, secure themselves a kill there, and DRG crumbling apart here to OA. OA having an absolute cracker of a start to the day, constantly picking people up, and that puts them on to 5 kills. Not a bad start at all for OA.
And they're making nice work out of that. And it was weird too, because I'm pretty sure they went for a salty res on their Matari for Mong, so that really came in the clutch there to come back into it. And then having to see them get the eliminations and just immediately eliminating the whole squad. Switching on over, YCG, CXZ, Harry. JL takes elimination. Their biggest ops right now in the lobby, period. 5 eliminations for JL, and Alliance is looking at this like a bulb of light, like if there's a moth to a flame and sees the Moonbane struck. And they're going to be having their gear on standby. They're going to have all the ultimates ready to go. NY7 making a little bit of noise here is going to reveal the position that the AS team is ready to go for the ambush. And for JL's Cuckoo is going to be looking to space out as a Zippying. For the teams inside the Moonbane, Xiao Xiao as well as Cuckoo are in one Fong. They're going to probably retreat out to the western end. We know that there's going to be a lot of fights in the west, but there's still fights to be having in the north. SR fighting up against OA. OA taking a kill elimination against DRG. Looking at Sutik right now. He finds a nice parry against the throwing knives, but he still takes chip damage off of the gold focus from the ultimate, and he gets eliminated as a result. That's giving me a +1 right now for SR, the only elimination they have so far in the game, and they are still looking to try to pick up pieces off of OA.
Yeah, nice little pick up there. Xiao going a little bit low off the back of this. Getting beamed down. Sent packing. Gets popped off as Meng getting chased onto here by Xiao. Continues to chase forwards as Meng desperately trying to put some distance between him and Xiao. Up Xiao climbs. Meng continues to try and make the escape. Revives is still on quite comfortably for a lot of these players, so they are sitting quite happy here. They continue to chase as Meng is going to be able to break away. It's a really good place to escape. Like, Sunwing's Rest, there's so much terrain to jump into, grasp onto with your grapples. It's very, very hard to, well, it's very easy to escape here, especially if you have a head start. So they're able to break away. It's ASE also having a really, really solid start, just looking to spend some of their soul jades and sort out their loadouts going forwards into the next stage, because in the next 2 minutes we are going to be seeing our Roma Yang spawning up as I think YZG may be a little bit slow if they want to go for a Roma Yang, just due to the fact that they haven't really got any gear because they lost 2 players.
Yeah, they lost to 2 players off the reset, I think, still to this point. And for YZG taking a Roma Yang, it's the likelihood is going to be at the minimal value. There's a lot of cut-in dry places that they can try to loot that hasn't been looted fully yet. But even with blue armors and blue weapons, they can still make work, especially if they're looking to kite around for spirit wells and or just look towards any sort of loot left behind by bodies. Only difference is that in the early game before then, there's not a lot of loot to be shared from bodies, as we still have 36 players still left total alive. They find a reset now. They got themselves, the respawn somewhere in a location. WBG, though, inside of this area towards Celestra, getting chased down by Alliance. I think Iran might be focused out here. The thing is F2. NY7 not going to have any silence. So when he throws up this F2, sees the bell, it's up to the destination of Jing to try to lock down one of the other players from Alliance. And for NY7, the Viper ultimate really can be countered out by Tianhai the moment that there's free reign for it, as Yaron is able to get a reset in the background. WBG's Jing looks to level 2 charge, looks to release if he can off against NY7, who has F2 back again, uses it. V1 might be coming out here. Look at the throwing knives. They're going to be coming out right in the middle of it. V1 also going to be used, but here's another thing for the changes to rework for Viper. It can be used while under attack, so that's one thing. The other part about V1 is that it is rage usage of 60% initial, and then it breaks off to 8% per second for a total of 5 seconds to burn it all the way through. So they actually are really lucky that that change went into play due to that Wu Chen port. But then again, the combo breaker ultimate for V1 for Viper means that if you can turn the fight around with just that one ability, that everyone is going to be trying to back off, and they can get punished for it quite easily.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Bane's Breath still in control here for ASE for a little bit longer. There's FPX. They just popped the no alt zone. Oh no, ASE popped the no alt zone, but even so, they're quite happy to be continuing to scrap versus FPX inside that no alt zone. Just going to send them away. Looks like YZG are thinking about collapsing in on this Roma Yang, although they're being relatively slow on it, so maybe they're just going to look to try and pick a team off who don't get themselves in. So SE continue to hold this down. Roma Yang will be spawning up momentarily for them as well, so they just have total control. No alt zone and Bane's Breath. Like, how do you actually push into ASE right now? We'll be falling off now, though. So this is the opportunity for the teams to jump in. Again, definitely going to be a little bit harder as ASE. Here they go. In they get. I'm very excited by this comp inside the Roma Yang, actually. Syra, Viper, Justina. Really, really exciting team to watch. Lots of crowd control. Going up versus SR. SR running a Xiphon comp. So it's going to be their answer as they are just going to get up aerial nice and early. Still got that F. Nice grapple to open up from Zhao Wen. Going to pop the ultimate and look for those freezes onto the SR members. Able to catch onto Zhao. Comes in with a charge attack from those katanas. Gets another double freeze off. And he is just being a frozen menace. Caught by a dazzle though. And the laser beam's going to play some interrupt. Still got 2 dashes available to him though. So he continues to be fired onto. Gets Junks in with a freeze. But that lockdown from Han is just denying this Justina. Goes for one more dash, doesn't quite make the connection, gets caught out again, has to go in for the freeze as they're trying to break away as Junks now. Has he got what it takes to find that opening on the Matari? It's going to get the reset on the F in a second. They do lose Rico though, which is going to be a heavy cost for them as now Mist goes down. They tie it out. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Gets the horizontal off from that longsword on Zhao Wen. Gets caught out and taken down. SR, they've done it. They were caught by all of the crowd control earlier, but they turn it around. SR, one of my favorite comps this patch, popping off.
Yeah, it really is. Gold flying has to be picked up, and a group peel actually to be picked up. This team actually had 2 advanced heals on standby, so now they're going to be able to have this group peel to be activated. Now given probably to Matari most likely, and that's just going to give them one way to get heals in the back line and then for her to come right back in. So really wanted to see that comp succeed. The only problem is you saw how healthy SR was, right? Like by the time that Syra ultimate ended, they were still full HP, full armor, whereas you know, within ASC's boundaries, they had no armor. They just had to go on Death's Door. And even with the Justina getting those refreshes in the freeze, problematic situations occurred once, you know, once the refresh was done. They had a limited amount of time before the refreeze could be happening, but with it, Syra is in the backline looking to dazzle, and that's exactly what happened against Justina, which was unfortunate to say the least. We are going to see JL though out for their Realm Yang with 7 eliminations, making their way towards north towards the Servant's Grounds over by the Victim's Haven. We see Pampy with 5-2-1 on their reset route, but also after their Realm Yang having 5 eliminations total, having purple armors across the board, and they're just going to be making a beeline section towards maybe into Zest Winery, potentially even more so into Celestra. The circle looks to be more in terms of the northern side. We'll have to see because these players are making these rotations past the bells and just seeing who they can spot out. For 5-2-1, Setsai for Syra, they are going to be one of the few left in terms of being alive. We do see that Bauda is on Death's Door with the Realm Yang depletion, WBG, and ASC as we saw previous into that Realm Yang fight. And they're going to be making a jump on one team to another, regardless of the time on their soul form. They have to make that fight happen, and they have to happen soon.
Yeah, they really do. Now, kind of just having a quick look at the overall scores right now. JL definitely still leading the charges. They're looking for a potential hat trick like YZG did at the beginning of the day. YZG have very, very quiet game so far. 0 kills, and they had that one fight which they lost. Was sent back. It was JL who caught them out as JL jump up to 9 kills off the back of that, eliminating DRG from the lobby entirely. So we've got 3 players running, or 3 teams running around with that Realm Yang debuff on. So in comes the mosh pit. This is pretty standard procedure here. Junks chasing forwards, tries and finds that scale rush off, isn't able to get it. SR, and they deny JR a little bit more. Junks gets the aerial down, gets a massive chunk of damage out with those golden daggers onto one of the members of JL. Junks now just evading, getting grappled at as he's looking for bow shots. JL's Cuckoo's catching on, but there's going to be the grab. JL going very low. That laser beam being a real menace to get the punch off onto Junks as now XX1 UO is going to go down. Junks gets re-grabbed. Looking for the slam, not going to be quite enough of the flamers coming out, but they've got the lockdown to potentially stop One Fang from killing Junks, but Junks is too low. There was no defense. Shell's One Fang will go down in the midst of all of this. It's WBG making their way into the fight. They want to try and get themselves some cleanses done. I don't believe they were able to actually slide in and pick any soul blooms up, but here comes the lockdown, the freezes from ASU's Zhao Wen as he is looking for his opportunity to get into this one. Can he find the lockdown this time? ASE making an escape away from this one, and everyone's just kind of scatters. It was a little mosh pit on the lake, and then everyone calls it. It's more a pond than a lake, isn't it?
Yeah, they call it the Yellow Leaf Lake, but it really has, you know, it's not the size of a lake. You know, it's not like we're gonna Michigan and having the, you know, square kilometers. But one thing is for certain right now, Forbidden Seal's active into this area, so players around the vicinity with the buffs could be looking into this alliance with that Draco Storm. Definitely could be looking past this area of just seeing any sort of points to be made. to just catch anyone on the outlier position. But Roaming 2, that is what's going to be spawning in here. Spirit Wells have been located in the map. WBG want to take a front face value against ASC, and for WBG, we're going to see an F2 from the for F1 from the Viper Mist, so which means that there is no silence to be inbounded. They can still spam this out. B1 Viper comes out from Mist, and now it's whether or not Moran can get an iframe for the ultimate. He does in fact do so. Now outside of the Forbidden Seal, the players would have to decide upon to catch them inside, but with Jing burning his Keelan guard, he's looking to try to disengage, gets one nice grab. Yuran will look for a second one, and with the grabs, he finds it. There's a slam down, there's a kill elimination immediately upon XEM, and then Yuran looks straight towards to pick up that Soul Bloom if he can. Boom, there he goes. Did he go ahead and pick it up? He can go for it. He tries it, and he did not get any sort of way of surviving this because all the teams are now locking into this Tian Hai. Yuran goes down, WBG goes through.
Yeah, as Balder now continue to chase on. Can just make an escape actually away here. The charm actually connects from NY7, gets the tether onto 2 members. That is going to pop any second now. That's going to break Zem as he's aerial. Can they find the lockdown? NY7 is actually waiting, but down goes one. Alliance sliding to kill the kill. They do get sent. One player goes low, but Alliance able to answer out with another kill for themselves. And I was saying we haven't seen much from these guys today, but that's exactly what I want to see from this comp. You dip in, you grab a kill, you pop out. You don't overextend, you don't overreach. They still have NY7's ultimate as well, so they're able to comfortably contest this Spirit well. They're probably relatively close to getting all of the Tessa charms back up as well. We do see JL and 521 jump inside a realm with Yang. Again, incredibly quiet from YZG. Haven't seen these guys do much so far.
Yeah, see what they're going to be doing outside of the JL's one Fong, though, having ultimate ready to go. Drops down. Ooh, go for it. 1-2. Okay, ultimate. I like it. But then its ultimate might come out here immediately, and it does, in fact. So maybe one Fong is actually anticipating that immediate grab on Yin. We need to get this double grab, or we need to delete this Sire from the lobby. Here, F1's still available, so there's going to be an escape pattern. For one Fong right now, sees himself to see his teammate get dazzled. Not going to have any sort of issues, but he still doesn't have a real clear line of sight, even with its ultimate now expiring. Does not get a captured grab, and for one Fong finding out Yin, he does try to attempt for the grab after level 2 bling from the light beam, and then with Zhao Zhao going down here for JL, all that's going to be left is whether or not Yin can make it happen for his team. For 5-2-1, we saw them get their first Romy Yang, not maybe the fight itself, but the victory lap with the Vermilions, and it looks like this might be a position, Jake, where they could go for a second Romy Yang win up against one of the kill leaders in the game.
Yeah, looks like they're going to be chasing on as 5-2-1. Got JL's Cuckoo in their line of sight. Cuckoo tries to get the lockdown, actually able to strip away Yin's armor, but does lose all of his armor in response. Yin going to get the parry off. That's going to be the opener. Cuckoo chunked out for the follow-up. The golden pole sword shredding through the armor of the JL members. There's one thing, desperately trying to make an escape away. The fans do a bit of work, but it's not going to be enough. Cuckoo goes low. Yin breaks away. So we cut over to SR and ASE inside their realm of Yang.
Now Zhao has himself to have those spam throws from the Blistering Edge, but Junk still has ultimate ready to go. He's looking to lock down Zhao Yuan off of the Scare Rush into the Matari, into the Viper. Now Junks is going to get silenced here for 8 seconds, but he's still holding blue focuses. Here's the V1 coming out from Mist. Now I don't think that Matari ult's going to last as long as he was hoping for, but Junks gets an avoidance, and with it the team comes back again for a set eliminations in that Romy Yang, picking up that Draco's Storm and all the loot within. WZ, FPX outside of the Romy Yang are looking to contest one another, and you can see WZ Cookie, he's getting kills with WZ, and this team is on 3 eliminations, but they still need to get a res off of XX Mew. Otherwise, FPX could be wanting to chase these guys down towards the Wooded Haven, and we also see whether or not WZ can get out of this alive. It's going to be up to the decision about it if they want to take this as a third-party opportunity.
Alrighty, well, Cookie, I don't think they have the money for a rebirth, but again, it kind of comes down to, I haven't really been paying attention to rebirths this game, if there's any in the shops, but we're also at the point where the zone's quite small, so actually getting your hands on it. Oh, there we go. I was just talking about rebirth, and there it is. Rebirth charm comes in. There's enough space for them to get that rebirth off. Alliance, I'm very happy to see them come into this game actually, you know, swinging, because we talked about it. I mean, I talked about it at the beginning, kind of criticizing Alliance for not quite hitting the same marks which we've seen out of them for a while now. But these guys, this game definitely have stepped up to the mark. It's definitely that Lions foot we got very excited about last year, where they'd always been the underperformer, but then suddenly this consistency came into the team and they look really solid. So excited to see what they're going to be able to do in this game. As currently just watching ASE do a bit of scouting in ghost form. They've got 60 seconds to go find themselves a revive, and then 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go find themselves a kill. So it's going to be a tough one for them. Here come the kill leaders, JL. And they're desperately going to be looking for some teams to fight. Only 3 minutes left for them, though. 3 minutes 30. They immediately find OA's PP on his own, which is a really, really rough one for them. The problem is PP may be able to lead them towards Alliance, who have got the back and the turnaround. PP gets away with his life. As Alliance just saved the day. He even was able to buy a rebirth charm off the back of that one, as Bowder getting himself in a fight here versus FPX. Zem is going to look to turn it around onto them. Bowder don't have that debuff on them, so it's not like this is an absolute must fight, but Sleepy T might be going Sleepy buys. He is getting sent incredibly low. Dazzle after Dazzle coming down. Zam is trying to keep him alive, though, with his own Dazzles in response. The fruit range shoves come out as FPX going to go for a transform and look for the grabs and look to try and shut down these members. There's one grab. Jing taking the daggers. Man, those daggers do... The flying knights actually do so much damage.
Yeah, they do. And it's, like I said, like the 1.0 horizontal, you can spam that twice, and then there's at least all their armor coming out.
Oh, that's
which is kind of... It is a tough position, right, to try to fight that weapon against a Tian High comp, where once that grab is secured, usually other weapons like the pole sword or long sword would have to find the terrain advantage of just being just a little bit, a couple of feet above. But with the throwing knives, what you gotta do, you know, even with range weapons, right, and having to swap those out, but with the flying knives, all you gotta do is just aim and throw and click and release, and that's all you need to do with the weapon that comes out from just a single grab, pretty much decimating someone's health bar. Bowder's gonna get a zone res. I think FPX has been keeping track of the alive bar and seeing that this team hasn't been eliminated. So now ZG, look at ZG, man. Look at him on the map. He is hunting down. He knows these guys are looking to try to pick up themselves after their loss. And he gets an immediate kill against Jing. And he looks for the drop down blue focus. Man, it's an assassin. And he has the cloak and dagger to come through here for that elimination.
That was so cheeky there from ZG. Just picks up a kill, dips back out. Into the potential waiting hands of YZG, who are gatekeeping the edge of the zone right now. This could be dangerous for Bowder. Zem maybe timing out. If YZG see this, they might get a free kill. Nope. Just going to time out to the zone. FPX are able to re-enter in as a Sleepy T. Just going to get himself back in just about. Now ASE actually find WZ inside the zone. XXMU going to get himself caught out. ASE able to secure himself that kill. That's their 9th kill of the game. They're able to cleanse one player off the back of that one, as now we're actually seeing Alliance getting themselves into a fight here versus FPX. Lockdown comes in, Revenge able to get the kill, as now YZG, 1 kill under their belt this game. Definitely not having as good of a performance as the members of JL were, who are about to time out for JL. They are in some serious trouble. They've been able to cleanse one player up, but ASE could overtake them on points. YZG, I mean, they've got some serious work to do. They are only 1 kill in. I mean, they've done their work today, to be fair. Like, these next 2 games don't really matter. As long as they're good on their second game day, they'll be all right. But yeah.
One thing is that YZG, even with blue armor, is like once these roaming depletion goes through, like, oh man, the gear pickup is gonna be it's gonna be sublime. Specifically because Cuckoo and Funfong, right, are like one of the ones in the outskirts. So for Funfong, he knows he has to die in the zone. And the realization that with ASE going for the Justina, going for a 2-on-1 swap in the middle, nice. And that's going to be Cuckoo's downfall. That's going to be a soul to the Viper. Now for Funfong going out here in this corner, this is a great position just because if we do see any potential for loot to be picked up by the last remaining member for JL, that would be a good case. But that would be up to the determination if he decides to go back there if he needs to, because the zone's going to be closing in pretty heavily into the southeast corner. Spirit Well going to be popping up for the White Tiger's prowess. For ASE Zhao Wen. ASE, 11 eliminations, by far, pretty good. We still have a chance here between them to make it out of the bar with SR at the 11 eliminations too, who are, by the way, stacked out of their minds with 2 gold armors and 1 purple armor. But more importantly, having the buff active for that White Tiger's prowess out of that Spear Well. So they're going to be making a full, no stopping this train motion of going north. And we don't even know what Jades they have, right? We don't even know what they have that's might be a make or break for those endgame circle fights, especially when people are all cornered together nearby to one another.
Well, it looks like right now SR just going for the run around. PP gonna get cooked up by that flamer, trying to make an escape back into the realm, but SR can just send junks in as well, and PP's just being kept from healing. Yep, down he goes. He'll be dying to the zone regardless, as He somehow didn't get picked up by Junks. Oh, what a denial from PP. SR, though, I mean, they're golden armored up the wazoo, man. Like, they are very, very set up. YZG, it's been a quiet game for them. Just going to do a bit of light shopping as the zone closes in. See if they can get themselves a little something. But, again, YZG, probably not their game. Just a kind of a few extra points to remain at the front of the whole lobby. As the rest of SR find Revenge. And Revenge can't even blink out. He is taken down in the middle of all of that. So he's going to grab a little bit of goodies. See what they can get off the back of that one. Head back towards the rest of the lobby. That final game, Bane's Breath breaking down. Just going to split the team. One thing gets taken out by the Bane's Breath. Oh, JL, it's gone so wrong so fast.
Feels bad.
Are they going to be able to pick him up?
No, I think he's the only one, like, last one to go through here. Not yet.
That is actually tragic.
Yeah, it is tragic. Also, Moonshot Storm. SR has Moonshot Storm and a Roar Burst. So, look at this. Okay, he didn't go for it, but things comes out for Junks right now. Where he's looking for those range blue focuses into the golds. The next hit, not the second half, but he does get a little bit of chip. But he has to look back. This team, SR, also have 2 advanced group heals. So no one's dying anytime soon unless Moonbane says otherwise, and if the teams go for the immediate elimination off of a 10-high grab or even with the Kylan. But Junks is separated from his team. They're trying to make sure they can go forward. They regroup. They're going to have this Moonbane, but they still have this White Tiger's prowess. Spearwell to be thinking about. FPXGG gets a kill against CXZ from YZG. As one teammate down, that's their Various Shen, and they're attempting a res here with the Syra ultimate. Will CXZ get enough heal back? Yes, he will, but he gets Wisp throwed. Syra's still keeping him alive, keeping the dream alive. And he gets all the sustain for his white health to come back because of Syra's RMB, which is absolutely insanity. And then for YZG, knowing that the Fairy Shen ult is done, all they're going to do is wait it out for a couple bit, and then we can see fights happening. But 20 players left in this lobby, and all of them are in this corridor right now, in this lane, just looking to try to find one person to the next, to try to find a target file selection, more importantly, because once one person gets eliminated, another person is going to jump in, and that's exactly what we're seeing from SR as they're pushing this with no recollection of whether or not they're going to get the Spearwell. It is going to get cleared, it is going to be theirs, and they're going to get a full ult refresh.
As they continue to fire away, Rico just putting some damage onto Pampy, sending him back into the zone for a brief second. Left with the dazzle, doesn't quite. Ooh, maybe Pampy picked up by SR. 14 kills to these guys. They are absolutely rocking it as ASE getting locked in the zone. That Aurora Burst is also available to them as Rico just going to spot out the fact that ASE are chilling inside a building. In comes the Meteor Slam from Zhao, and they are getting absolutely slammed here by the daggers, by the hurt. The freeze comes out as ASE try and find a turnaround into this one, but there's going to be the lockdown. Aurora Burst was going to break out. Rico able to break line of sight and not get caught with the stun, but somehow I think he was, as Zhao Wen gets the freeze on. Rico losing so much HP. Zhao Wen does a fantastic job of trying to turn that attention away from his team onto the members of SR who are leading the charge right now on kills. Rico, he is in ult form, but he's timing out a lot of it right now. He's just looking to put a bit more damage down onto Zhao Wen. ASE, Zhao Wen incredibly low, freezes himself up, able to break away from all of this action for a brief second as Rico's ultimate has timed out. YZG been incredibly quiet this game, but they have found Zhao on his lonesome. 1 versus 3. Zhao's trying to make a break away from the members of YZG, but QGG needs to heal up before he looks to jump into any more of this action. Get some health back from a single pot, goes in for the freeze potential here. Looking in, catches onto one with the freeze, gets onto Rico. Rico loses half his HP. The reposition to rejoin with the rest of his team, catches the uppercut. Another freeze comes out, keeps him pinned inside that zone. QGG doing his work here on the Justina. Runs out of dashes though. Hasn't been able to really pick much more up off the back of that one as YZG stealing away some of the armor, stealing away some of the gear and getting themselves back into this game, but only 1 kill. Don't think they're going to be able to take first place off the back of this one, but man, let's see what they can do.
It's going to be a notion. They got all the gear necessary to kind of snowball it through. If they can, Merciless Havoc comes out from SR. They're going to be picking this up for the grab. And with hopefully the elimination, but NY7 has 8 ultimate and just a couple of percentage points for that rage bar. Nice horizontal from Kiki to kill off CPT, but with Kiki getting this engagement and burning his F-skill, we might see a jump LMB, and he's just pushing through with a 10 high ultimate. There it is. Kiki finds it, and with the Viper ultimate coming out here from NY7 just in time, he's looking for the grab. He denies it. There's going to be a slam down of the sentry right there. There's a cab bloom, but it's not going to be confirmed. There's going to be the kill. Fuwan's going to be finding it with the cab bloom, and then with it, we're going to see Kiki looking for those range grabs. Obviously, TXJ is on that 10 ultimate. Obviously, he's hammered down in terms of being in an armored state, but with the tumult circle covering around 30 to 40% of this area right now, all it takes is TXJ to look for those last hit confirmations. ZG finds another kill elimination against 521, and TXJ looking for those cannon shots to knock him to the zone if he can go for it. He's got a couple of seconds left before he deforms, and in which case, so does the 10 high, and now he has another ultimate to see towards it, and that's his own. TXJ was a Sire the whole time, so he has his end game circle after Rico's ultimate expires. As Fuwan looks towards this, you know Rico's looking to go for those dazzles, making sure he can hit one shot to the next, and for Rico to go back and forth and just trying to find his slot. But Xiao is also at full health, nearly to full health. As long as the other teams don't look at lock this down, Jake, this next minute is going to be pure chaos.
Yeah, this next minute is going to be absolute carnage. SR trying to hold on, trying to see if they can get that last hanging on point right now is ZGE desperately trying to make a break away from it. ZGE chasing forwards. You see the Aurora Burst breaking out from the back of that one. Is he going to be A-okay? He's got the dashes lined up. He's actually done a fair amount of work, able to finish up onto Yin. As we're seeing KGG get himself caught out for a brief second, but in comes the stuns, actually. They find a kill onto FPX's Kiki there from their Syra. Can they do a little bit more? SR's Zhao gets knocked back into the zone. That's going to be another kill for YZG. It's not going to be enough for them to take this entire game, but they are the last team standing. That is an SR victory if ever I've seen one.
Oh, yeah. 100%. Even with the first place and all the placement multipliers, doesn't give enough for YGG. They just slow rolled to first there. My man is ready to go through Rico, taking a swig of that water, making sure my man is hydrated. Say hydrated, gamers. Make sure you guys drink water, because this is where, you know, the competition comes to round 5's ending, and for SR to pick up their first MVP for today. And this comes out to SR playing this fundamentally really well. They had kited throughout the entire duration of having to fight for the buffs, but also utilizing the buffs of what was made. And for them to have this to, you know, push on as a Xiphon, having the Jades to back themselves up to is also a big part in the reason. And we're going to see that later on when we see the MVP stats and just seeing who was the one to stand out on top.
I mean, that was a huge game for SR. These guys have actually been performing quite a lot consistently throughout the regular series so far. My brain crumbles at this point in the day, Savaria. I don't know if this happens to you. There's so much action in NARAKA, but by the end of the day, my voice just like my voice and my brain start to crumble. And I'm like, I forget where my points are going. But SR, they knew exactly where they were going. That was still the victory. Absolutely huge performance from them. Really, really good performance. Also, hats off to Alliance. I think Alliance had a really, really good game here. YZG, sure, they were last team standing. Sure, they get that extra little bit of points for that. But they were a little bit too passive this game. They've kind of got nothing to lose. You might as well just go broke here. Go for 4 wins in the day and sit happy with yourselves. I think they were a little bit too passive coming out of that game. But yeah, huge, huge day there so far. And we still got one more game. We're still going to Pedoria after this one. How many players chose Syra in game number 5? Was it A5, B6, C7, or D8? Either way, it was a lot of Syras, but I mean, if anyone's surprised by that right now, I'd be very confused, because everyone has been picking Syra consistently and a lot throughout the entirety of this tournament so far.
Yeah, I made the predictions to be really, really easy with Twitch chat for you guys, where it's like, how many Syras have been chosen, 4 or greater, and people still choose 1 or 3. I'm like, no, Syra has been used in the first phase for the usage of the tournaments this year past, and even throughout the latter ends of the summer season into J-Cup. And having Syra to be used, she's been taking 100% pick rate. And if there was a ban rate for like complete bans of characters, she would also take 100% ban rate by just minimum of +1. And for the players to kind of just to select her is between 3 different comps. And so for the teams to kind of see about her and how strong she is and how impressive she is, it doesn't help that a team comp that involves with her into Sai, into Matari, you know, is even allowed in the first place. But that's going to be the case. SR took that with 18.5 for first place for the points earned, 15 points for FPX, ASC for 12, 11.5 for JL, YCG for 10, 9.5 for 521, Alliance with 8.5, 6 points for WBG, 5.5 for OA, Bowder for 4, 3.5 for WZ, and then DRG with 1 elimination, 1 point earned throughout the round. And, you know, Alliance did go through and working out and getting 7 eliminations total that round. Our MVPs, though, having 37,000 damage given towards Zhao at 9 eliminations, being most likely the highlight for this game, for this team, and in the overall for the stat lines.
I mean, that is our first Xiphon. There we go. Our first Xiphon victory of the day as well. Typically we get a lot of these, so surprised to see it took this long. 37,000 damage on Zhao, 9 kills. Like, this guy absolutely crushed it. I mean, a lot of healing and damage coming out from their Syra as well. We'll have a look at the overall standings off the back of this one. I believe YZG have had 2 10-point games back-to-back. Like, even in their bad games, they're doing good. Like, that's the crazy thing about these guys. They are just consistently performing. I mean, 521, they have been getting better towards the tail end of the day, but not quite enough. As, yeah, YZG still remain themselves 24 points, 24.6 points ahead of second place right now. So 1 more game to go. See if they can maybe make that gap grow a little bit wider. SR, big 18-pointer there for them. They've had a relatively underwhelming day, but that was a nice victory, putting them into 5th place right now. They've still got some work to do if they want to be looking towards that bi-weekly final, but it's a good start, at least for now, for them. As FPX also, bit of a scattered day, some good games, some bad games. And I mean, a lot of people scored relatively high on this game. 15, 18, 12, 11, 10. Like, on the top end of the table, you can see everyone but Bowder was in double digits.
Exactly. You know, it's kind of funny, too, because considering that Bowder has been able to keep themselves at the top, it was kind of unfortunate seeing how fast it kind of went through and getting eliminated out in the last game with only those 3 points to be earned for it. Or 3 kill eliminations. But we do have match replays brought to you by China Yukon as we go for this first onset fight. And this was that Shadow Jade mine spawn location that we were looking at before we swapped off. And in the showcase that ASC had Bowder down to the T's, we were just talking about these. I was just talking about Bowder, and I'm like, man, I wonder what happened. And then this is the case scenario. They get fully decked out here from a 1 player alone, and that was ASC's miss. Ban parries, you name it, he's got it. The team is locking that down. SR, though, in their Rumble Yang for the Rumble Yang 2 with those gold flying knives. You can see how much Junks kind of rushed down here. We actually were there to witness this live, where Junks was getting these blue focuses just in the nick of time, and even past the point of the Viper ultimate, knowing that the Viper knows this Matari won't have ult for long, finds a nice reposition off of the kiting potential that the flying knives does present for itself. And then looking past this point, FPX fighting up with Team Bowder, where FPX wins this fight predominantly, knocking on 2 of the players from Team Bowder in succession, even past that point. And then ZG coming in for the drop down halberds, as we saw from earlier. And TXJ, YZG, all 3 players still left alive, and SR was left alone to the dirt. That was going to be where YZG take that first place multiplier and first place there. But SR take MVP with Zai, the dominating force, MVP.
Here we are having a look at our MVP, our first Zai MVP of the day, our first Xiphon team that's won today as well. Which is a crazy statement for me, because I feel like this comp is one of the best on the patch. I think it is the S tier comp, but 37,000 damage coming out from the Merciless Havoc, Blistering Edge, Scatter Shot, Assault, and Switch Dazzle. That's a loaded Soul Jade lockout as well, actually. Seeing, you know, a lot of players running more than like 3 blue Soul Jades is pretty common. So seeing that people are actually starting to use their Dark Tide coins on, you know, getting themselves as good a Soul Jade loadout as possible. Today has been exciting on Soul Jades, because we had like eras where like people would have like 3 or 4 golden Soul Jades each per player, but like now we're in an era where like 1 or 2 is actually impressive for a single player to be running. So a lot of big Soul Jades going off. Like we saw, like again, we saw the Moon Shard. I believe that was JL rocking that, and we also saw an Aurora Burst on JL as well that game. So like Soul Jades, we've been a little spoiled, kind of getting, you know, those OP builds that we haven't seen in quite a minute showing up today. So it's been a banger one on that front. But last game, obviously going over to Pedoria, I want to see hero points getting absolutely drained. I don't want to see Monk. I just want to see chaos. That's what I'm asking for in this last game of the day.
Asking for a hard ass because you know Kylan's going to show up with the Tian Hai and then the commendation comes out. Phase 2, 100%. But the option is if those points are going to be available there on the second or the third pick selections to see how often they can get that or be available for those. We are going to go ahead and throw it to a break so we can get into game 6, y'all. We're going to be right back in just a moment after these couple of minutes.
するステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がるそうな勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back out here for round 6. We are going to start off hot, right into the mix of all the players' point of views. Last game for today from day 1 for trios for Biweekly 3. My name is Severio alongside with HitBrain. We are going to have a chance of seeing the players decide upon this Pedoria Midnight map selection for the process. SR killing it this last round, getting the MVP, and just having the opportunity to just selecting that out. Now it's really to determination. Our points are going to be consumed for the hero points for players between phases 2 and 3, or are we just going to see no points even consumed through phase 1 for those who are able to pick a character thrice upon beat?
It's one of those ones as well where this is what we used to see back. Do you remember when we had like the Thanos snap era of White Tigers on Spirit Wells last year, where the stacked team would just get bullied by the entire lobby? That's what happened at SR last lobby. Like, they were scary, and there was one moment where like a big hit came in and the whole lobby's heads just turned and looked at SR and just dogpiled onto them. They got focused out so much at that final circle that getting the big multiplier at the end by being the last team standing wasn't unfortunately on the cards for them, as YZG were able to sneak that one underneath their noses and double their points, which was probably very needed for them because it wasn't a high kill game for the side of YZG. So SR probably happy with their performance, but they're very aware that it could have been better. It could have been a higher scoring game. As oh god, that yawn's gonna make me want to yawn here. I honestly, TXJ's yawn almost set me off.
It was a chain reaction, but then I would have yawned. Then it's like then it's really starting to set up. The problem that really came through was that YZG was able to get that loot, and it was hidden. Like it was behind enemy front lines where players wouldn't be able to see them. So catching all of the purple armors, all the jades that could have been left behind, YZG took full advantage of it and was just able to clean up shop at the very end there. Now, first phase, ASC, WBG, SR Bauda. Could see the Xiphons come out pretty much. I was looking at the past data from the choices for first phase, last round selections for multiple matches. Xiphons and Sand Xiphons is definitely going to have the opportunity of showing up into this phase. But like I said, it will be a chance of seeing if anyone wants to try something out, if they can afford it due to their positions. ASC is holding third, pretty nifty too about it. So if they really want to try something else, they can't pick that Ice Pick comp or with the Justina, the Viper, the Siren. That is 2 times in a row that we saw that comp. They could choose a different comp because they don't have Syra usage. They can't even pick Syra at this point. So now it's really up to ASC to decide upon who they want to pick out as their the comp is going to be available. Kyle and Former still available for them, which would be a upset Loki or Viper Wuchintessa. Either or.
This means Syra doesn't increase in points if ASC don't pick it up here. So we're going to see some... Oh no, she does increase in points. It's 3 picks, isn't it? Not 4. Yeah. So we're not going to see any more Xiphons, but the Sand Siphon hasn't actually increased in cost, so Alliance are going to lock that one in. JL, you're on all of your points still. It's the last game. Blow them. Lock in a Syra for the love of all that is holy. FBX going to be picking themselves up that blind date comp. And there it is. Monk actually for JL. Math that one out just to blow all their points on this final game. It needs to work for them. Monk increased. Everyone on increased points here. I don't think YZG can... They definitely can't pick Monk. I don't think they can pick a Syra comp here. Yeah, they're going to have to go blind date. Same for WZ. Also locking in the blind date. 521, they could potentially pick any one of these big comps. They've still got 9 points available to them. Blind date there for DRG. See what 521 are going to look to lock in as their final comp. They can go Sand Siphon. They can go Xiphon. It's going to be the Xiphon. There's no Takedas in this lobby. We're going back to the era of all Xiphons being picked up here, but I do worry for these Monk comps because there's not as many Monk comps, and Blind Date I think is a hard counter to the Monk comp. I think there's just too much crowd control. You can earn him, you can stun him with the Viper, depending on the Viper air variant as well, it's brutal. Like silence or stun is rough regardless of what Viper loadout you run. They are gonna struggle in this lobby in my opinion, so we're gonna have to see how they pull it off. I think the big thing, and I know what Severio is going to be excited about, is these hero loadouts and what the variations of the Vipers we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, because in the past, we've seen Vipers run all the skills in the branches, right? Besides F1. But F2, F3, V1, V2, V3, and now it's going to be, which are going to be the two strongest ones? V2, F2 coming up from FPX, and then V2, F2 from Kakashi. So this is going to be the choice pick right now for the first two rows. Off of the row 2, though, nothing changes off between V3 for Yuma, though, for Tumulch. But off of the other row, we have V2, F2, this time from WZ. Now they're using the V2 more in this round into Pedoria Midnight. The Kylan Formers are going to have a heck of a time trying to fight that out. Obviously, there's no extended silence with F1, but that's where YZG switches it up. This is where their pretty much primo pick selection comes out for V2 and F1. What really surprises me is Zyph and Syra 5-2-1. This is the first time they ran it ever before in this season, which surprises me because it's been 2 weeks, folks. It's been 2 full weeks of seeing them play. That is 24 games they have played, and not once have they chosen a Zyph and Syra, this one being their first match to do so.
I am surprised. I am surprised that they haven't taken one of the premier comps of the entire season right now. And, you know, on to week 5 is the first time they play it. Really, really surprising. Now, having a look at the drops. SR kind of on the lonesome. 521 are somewhat adjacent, so probably will head over fairly quick. A big old cluster up in the north. Everyone's going to be looking for that Vulpine Essence. It's going to be a complete bloodbath over there. Where are YZG is the question. Not there. That's ASE and JL.
I think it's southeast.
Yeah, maybe. It must be.
Because Misty Glade up in the north has Fireflies like crazies to go into Arcadia, but you see YZG be taking their own solo spawns. There it is right there. It's over by the statue workshop. That's going to be where they are by themselves. And they got 3 gold areas for them to decide upon going next. YZG playing it out, no one contesting them. That's a big surprise that no one wants to contest this team if they know that their spawn's going to be in those loot areas. But game 6 commences. Jake, we're starting off hot, we're starting off fresh, and we're starting off with a fight. FPX versus Alliance.
Yeah, Alliance already revenged, got his armor stripped away. Does have a sword, but that is already Alliance's NY7 going down. FPX with the flying knives, able to secure themselves another kill. 2 members of Alliance are dead. Yuma, blue armor, just trying to make a run for it and see if his team can regroup with him. DRG in the area with Bowder. Bowder not particularly geared up right now. Just got the blue sword and the grey armor. Scale Rush coming in from Zem as he's trying to find an opening on to the members of WZ. As DRG collapsing in from the roof down, and it is going to be a try fight. Zem with the parry. Good break there with the F coming in from that Tesla to make sure that they don't get caught out as Zem catches himself a knock-up onto Cookie. Cookie going incredibly low. Sleepy T trying to make a run away from it as well. As it looks like Bowder realizing this fight is getting a little bit too hot for them. They're just going to break away and go for the resets and see if they can grab themselves some slightly better armor. But WZ already finishing up their reset is just going to chase forwards off the back of this one and force the teams away and out of those, out of their little hidey holes. Zem with the blue flying knives, trying to put some work out, but he's immediately getting caught. Jing gets absolutely battered by the pole sword off the back of that one. The flying knives come out, and now it's actually Cookie getting turned onto as XXMU able to throw down the Tesla Charm. Can the urn get touched in time? They're going to block him away. Zem's trying to make a break off, and that's going to be enough for WZ to secure the kill. Chasing a bit further forward now as we see Lue throw down their stun. They are going to get caught out by that Tesla Charm. Don't think the stun's going to connect in time as Dongq9 will secure a kill in response for the side of DRG as Bowder finds Kakaishi inside the building, but DRG are going to make sure that Kakaishi's not on his lonesome here. The Matari invisibility will do a bit of work as Jing is sticking to Kakaishi, but in come the wind wall heals to make sure that he doesn't lose his armor. Jing gets battered back, and now the invisibility is going to wear off. He needs to try and make a break away from this one, but looks like DRG continuing to try and apply some pressure now onto the members of Bowder, and they're going to blink out. Do not want to be dealing with that. DRG, disengage.
Yeah, and Bowder's XEM Syra Ultimate's going to be expended as a result. Not having supplies, but off the salty res, there is nothing to be had. I should say. They have to find the loot off of this area, maybe even going to the northwest towards the broken down buildings. But WBG are not going to shy away from this. They are arriving from the north side. Purple weapon on standby, purple halberds more specifically onto Yaran. No specialty J's just yet, but they do have Moonbane from on Jing as their Matari. And Jing is in the front line right now. Jing being in the front line could just go ahead and just cast his Moonbane right now and just be the first one to just start action. And obviously, when it comes to WBG, just hiding out here, they just want to see what was going to be the next play. As for JL, though, switching on over to the southwest corner towards Imperium, we are going to see Zhao off of this F2, using it defensively to back away, no armor on hand. Wonfang finds himself to get caught by the laser beam off of the pole sword into the extensions, but Wonfang has ultimate. He is not going to go down today. And Xiao Liu is going to go ahead with the active Skyline ultimate to try to confirm any sort of hits. Rico is going to be the one, but there is a lot of terrain to be griefing out this Tianhai for Wonfang. For instance, he could look for Junks, but Junks gets inside the building, and now he's in a fight between two targets throughout this area. Blue armor is going to be burnt out here in just a corner, and there's going to be one Matari ult to get himself out. Now, in the back line, you can see Bauda's Sleepy T gets a kill off of his Zai as his Zai ultimate. And goes ahead, and you can see WBG getting a kill off of Jing in the background. You can see that over by Arcadia, the fights are still happening, but SR taking their fights with the Zai ultimate from Zhao, used at this point in time to go for a 1-2 delayed 3-piece. Zhao Leo is going to be going ahead, going through, but Zhao makes sure he can get caught by the grapple on blue focus, make sure he can go for the ensnare for his teammate to connect the RMBs, and then that way JL goes down, and this is going to be their first set of eliminations. Wonfang goes back to the floating platform to find an armor swap if he could, but Junks is already on the chase game. The team is here to re-support him. FL is available for as a combo breaker. He throws a wild haymaker blue focus, but the team's going to go down for the first set of lives, giving him a full reset value. SR up to 3 kills.
Really nice little pick up there. It's Meng chasing forwards. As you see a grab coming out from PP onto TXJ. Catches him here, but YZG already been able to pick up 1 kill on to the members of OA. They're continuing to fire away onto PP. He's about to lose that transform. The silence is completely staggered his play. He is still silenced. He can't do anything. Down he goes as YZG able to secure that kill in jumps 5-2-1 to see if they can win here versus the members of YZG. But YZG 4 kills deep now. Much more aggressive game than we saw last time out of them. They are just going to disengage. Want to go for those resets off the back of that one. And OA going to have to be sent off to the reset. Only their Zip survives. Nice start here from YZG. Very happy to see this because, you know, we talked about it, but in the last couple of games, they've been very passive in their drops and not really been proactive. That last game especially, they didn't really get a kill until the final circle. Now, starting off strong, getting those kills where you got those revives, and they can look to then set up, use some of those Dark Tide coins to try and control their chances of success inside of Realm of Yang.
Yeah, you know what's crazy too is the fact that 5-2-1 kind of, you know, coming through here the first time the Zyphon comp, having 3 eliminations, having purple fan or purple throwing knives, but it's kind of I'm curious to see how they're going to take the next approach in the fight because obviously WBG getting the Vulpine's Essence will have that insurance policy of 1,000 heal, 40% mitigation for 5 seconds. That Jade alone makes things very, very difficult. We didn't see much value for it in the first Pedoria map, considering how fast the team got deleted from 100 to 0. But at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if these guys can utilize it, you know, inside of Realm of Yang, where it will be of value, considering they do have the gear to back themselves up for purple rarity weapons and the scaling itself.
Also, they got a good team for Realm of Yang because last time we saw it was a blind date comp who are just kind of dog inside a Realm of Yang. Like the comp, unfortunately, Wu Shen is just not designed for that. So you're basically down a character. I want to see YZG grief because they haven't got a particularly good team for jumping into Realm of Yang. So I just want to see them go to the Realm of Yang, and then when people get close, just throw down all of the abilities, lock someone out, find a kill or 2, and then blink out. Like this comp is meant to be played. Like I've said all day long. Haven't seen anyone do it so far. So that's what I'm looking for. On the other side, though, WBG running around with that Vulpine Essence have the perfect team. They have a Zyphon. Like, those teams are so good inside of Realm of Yang. So definitely want to keep our eyes onto that. I actually missed who picked up the Vulpine Essence. I'm gonna hope it's their Zai, but we'll see, I guess.
Yeah, I think Zai would be the one to choose it. Either Zai or the Matari, but definitely Zai because Matari has a huge amount of sustain for those Fs for casting ultimate, so she can burst heal herself back up. Whereas Zai really doesn't have burst heal. She can only throw the ensnared, which is the meter for the whip, and then afterwards, any goal focuses give a little bit of healing, but not to the extent of like a burst heal. And then Syra. We are going to see in terms of the Jades, Xiao Liu has himself focus slide. He is the Kylan that we're currently seeing. And as well as seeing a Vajra script onto Cuckoo, so in case he throws any blue focuses, he won't lose the weapon. This is actually a great chance. We can see the Jades, WBG, Still having no specialty Jades, only Volpine's Essence as picked up towards Yaron, being the Zai and having it. His mitigation right now, kind of, lackluster for what it is, but like I said, these guys are just coming off the rebound for it, so no Jades really can be picked up in this succession. And then for SR, for ASC, over south of the Ancient Stockade, hoping to see if they can take this Valiant Challenger into the wrong Yang and succeed in a fight where they don't lose. This is going to be where they can get a lot of money off this really, really well. SR having the purple fan, purple pulse sword on Junks, seeing about their opponents being WBG, having an advanced heal group heal on Junks, as well as a engraving focus slide. And this is going to be a fight right now, Jake, that's going to be determining whether or not the Volpine gets burned.
Yeah, that's going to be so big. I mean, SR have better Soul Jades outside of that Volpine, but that one big Soul Jade there for WBG could be the difference maker. As Leo right now goes for the parry onto Rico. Great save there with the Meteor slam down from SR's Zhao, just to make sure Rico's not in danger. Once again, gets caught by Clang, not the full parry this time around, as Junks is making an escape away. WBG timing this one out a little bit more, as we now see Rico forced into the ultimate. Going to be looking for those dazzles onto the WBG members. There's already Yaran going incredibly low, trying to make a break away from it. Has the Meteor out as he gets slammed down onto. They're going to try and keep Yaran sustained up here with the orbs, healing him up. But it just looks like the other side there, Zyra, is just doing their best to try and keep Yaran alive and not doing the damage, where Rico's playing full aggression mode right now. Caught inside the cone from the chain scythe though. WBG have been able to find themselves a little bit of safety net, throwing down the F to try and get themselves a bit of a save, as Yaran will go down. They find the knock up onto Rico, and that Volpine Essence did diddly squat. It was the power of all of those purple Soul Jades that SR had, and how aggressive they could be with their Zyra was the big defining factor in this fight. Leo goes down. SR make it look easy.
Yeah, especially considering on Rico's point of view, we weren't able to see it, but he was locking down on Yaron in the sky and just hoping to try to see the pathing for the knockback. He confirmed the knockback. He burned Volpines, but right after Volpines, in order for Nux to have much value, got the Dazzle. And that Dazzle really just put down the pressure of having to worry about his eye with 1,000 HP and then coming right back into it. Now for Rico, having gold halberds picked up from that. Explosive armor is also picked up. Rico going to be going ahead with still wielding the blue armor. These guys are looking to go past the 10 Icon Informer squad as the ult comes up from Han. And into the sightlines for Han, I mean, these guys have Vermilion Birds by the low, winning out their Romy Yang. Scaling is not going to be given to him, but most likely to missed as the Kylan, and it is going to be a gold spear in the background with the V2 still standby for activity. For Rico, though, being the first one caught out here, could be covered from a stagger. There it is. F1 Combo Breaker used. Hold check, giving Zhao enough chances here to direct attention towards him. Nicely done for the blender. Oh, it's the F1 immediate cast for miss. He gets a nice heal sustain, but now gives Rico full benefit for this ultimate to be used against the Kylan.
Yeah, he's going to look to lock him down. Mist is trying to make an escape away, but he is just being consistently pinned in place. Laser beams coming out. There's the dazzles as well. Rico making sure everybody stays as healthy as possible. He's going to try and catch onto Mist. Doesn't actually able to connect in. Just healing up Zhao, who's getting a little bit low. Mist re-engages back in. They need to try and get these orbs in. Heal Zhao up, who throws the chain scythe down onto Han. Dashes are going to time out onto Mist, as Rico's ultimate also will wear thin. Goes for the dazzle, parry onto Han. Failed to make sure he's not in danger. I believe Rico was able to pick the weapon up as Yaran slides in and secures a kill for his team. Meteor down, he can look for these cleanses. This could be huge. That's 2 kills over to WBG. Have they been able to pick up the Soul Blooms is the big question, as Yaran is incredibly low. He hasn't got a Soul Bloom cleanser. If he dies here, he's in danger. Another Meteor comes out. Junks is low. The healing from Leo is big, and somehow WBG slide in and secure themselves everything they need. Soul Blooms are plenty. WBG, lovely third party on that fight. Absolutely beautiful.
Great wins from those fights and those engagements, as well as Death Story being right onto the play from the Zyburn. But with the heal back, you know they got it. And now it's going to be where Yaron and his team are going to be leading out with 8 eliminations into the lobby, alongside with SR, who are on that res duty right now to just look around before the next Roman Yang, or even to find another fight. 521 though getting chased down here from Team Bauda. Team Bauda actually making sure they can try to look for 521, as they are disengaging pretty hard. Now, I'm looking at 521. All the members are still alive. And Team Bowden needs to get rid of this Romaine depletion. So this is going to be a fight that whether or not they want to take, they're going to have to take it regardless. 5-2-1 Yin having gold flying knives on active usage. He's going to have Vermilions for another 10 seconds or so. F2 comes out here, and for XCM, they got another minute and a half to commit towards this fight. XCM proccing out the Syra ultimate. The Batari ult comes on from Jing. Sleepy T doesn't have to need to pop ultimate here, just in the case he needs to. This is going to be up towards the players getting eliminations. 5-2-1 Pampy goes down. Vermilions number 1 goes through.
1 second.
Now it's going to be a Yin going into active usage because he ran out of the Vermilion. So now it's him disengaging while the new team, JL, rushes right into this for a third-party opportunity.
Yeah, Bowder actually being somewhat denied of these soul blooms as there comes the dash. Dazzle doesn't quite make the connection. Zem trying to make an escape away from XX1UO. He goes in for another dash. Doesn't actually make a connection on that one, but this one will hit. And down goes Zem. JL able to cleanse up one of their players. Don't know if they got more than one soul bloom there, though, sadly. So it's just a single player who's staying in this game as Bowder going for the escape. They were able to cleanse Jing. Were they able to cleanse anyone else? Bowder. Yeah, they cleansed all of their players and then lost one, sadly. Oh, no, they cleansed 2 and lost 1. But could go for that rebirth charm. The problem for JL is they're going to be chasing onto Bowder or 5-2-1 or whoever. They don't have time. 30 seconds is not enough time. One thing can go for a transform, but he's not going to be able to de-transform and grab a soul bloom in time. So I think JL just going to have to give this one up, but YZG find themselves in a fight. They are eliminated by WZ in the middle of all of this action.
Yeah, over by the Gate of Heaven, over towards Imperium. That's massive. We lose out another Viper, Witch, and Tesla comp. 5 eliminations. They're premier comp too, but I guess not just not having a good run after that first Romayang. We'll see whether a replay had occurred towards that. However, Romayang depletion, about to pop 2 of these players out here like a, a balloon. You put a needle. There it is, goes down. Jaja Leo is going to be the only one left alive. Now 2 players are yet to be res, and hopefully to see about the money gain going through. Now, let me take an update on terms of SR's Jades, because they've been doing pretty good these past couple of games with Jade selections. I'm having them on standby. So for SR, gonna have the advanced group heal still for Junks with that focus slide. He is gonna have a jabbing and an alchemy level 14 with a ruptured Gale Ore, and then with an armor pierce for Rico with the quick charge thunder call and to the Tai Chi fan. Now, Tai Chi fan usually going to be a really good choice. We saw Yodo use fan, but more importantly, just using getting an uppercut and then switching off of a 2-1-1, which means you can self-swap your weapon. That's something the players usually do. But Jake, there's going to be Romayang number 2. SR are stacked as it is. I'm not even sure WBG have a chance of actually coming back here live, but time will tell.
Yeah, let's find out as Zhao right now has got his ultimate available, but he's just been caught out by the Dazzle. The Syra interruption is so annoying as now another slam comes into Iran. Zhao's going to be put on the defensive. And this is the thing, is if your Zai goes lower in the mirror matchup, your Syra is just healing on top right now, but Yoran dashed in to one of the heal orbs onto Zhao and got caught by the Dazzle from it. Now Zhao with a fan catching in. Nice little knock-up actually comes out. The S-Slam goes in, makes a connection onto Jing on the backline. He gets caught by his own Meteor, gets the reconnect in with the ultimate reset. He's got another F, misses that one, but he still has done his work. Jing is low, Jing is down. They find themselves a lockdown as Yoran is caught by the uppercut. Zhao continues to fire the damage off onto Yoran. Yoran's making an escape away from this one as Zhao will chase forwards. Yoran low HP. Zhao though 2 versus 2. He's gonna get taken out as Rico needs to make the miracle play happen as Yoran is able to get him with the chain lash. You can see the player cams. They are chuffed with themselves.
Oh man, spooling out here. Gold focuses left and right and was allowed to do it. We're switching over to 5-2-1, killing off JL. This is a surprise. This is 9 eliminations on 5-2-1, and somehow, some way, we're beating out the teams that are the premier teams. And JL going down this early on really just makes a notion about what is going to be coming up next. 5-2-1 though, loot is going to be gained, money is going to be earned, and they have this loot for the money to be having gold soul Jades to purchase out. So that's what I'm really excited about, Jake. Meanwhile though, WZ with 5-2-1 are going to be having a little bit of a chance here to go back and forth between one another. This is going to be the startup right now, whether or not 5-2-1 can survive this Viper Wuchen Tessa onslaught with the blind date.
XXMU already looking forwards, but stuns are going to connect, and 5-2-1 are absolutely liquefied by that jump in from WZ. This is what this comp does. Got themselves the golden flying knives as well, so actually going to be able to do a lot of damage with that. I don't think they've got Moonshard. God, I'd love to see it. It's such a fun Soul Jade. It's like Aurora Burst when it first came out. Like, Aurora Burst was so cool when you saw someone get caught by it. Just the amount of damage it does and the silence and just everything that Soul Jet offered was, I mean, it is still crazy strong. As SR looking for the Meteor, they do miss the first one. They get the reset off though from the ultimate coming out here from Zhao, and there's to break away and the blink away. SR unable to connect it into a kill, committing a lot of ultimates though. That is going to be costly for them. Still got 4 minutes on their debuff, so plenty of time to go for it. But DRG have zero interest in fighting. They're only rocking blue armor right now, where SR, golden weapons, incredibly set up. They just need to get these kills and get themselves cleansed so they can carry on with the game. Got a bit of time though. Gonna do some shopping, see if there's maybe some rebirth charms available. That is always potentially an option. You can just send someone into the corruption to die. So it looks like SR have actually found DRG on the low ground. Zhao got a little bit scouting mode right now. They're going to drop down onto DRG. Donkey and 9 in danger. No ult zone can be popped here if they want to. They throw the urn out, and there's the no ult zone. So they've got the potential tether coming out. DRG find Rico. They knock him back with the F. That combo breaker being pretty big for them here. DRG get onto Rico. Rico's health bar is just absolutely stripped off him. Kakaishi's able to secure that kill. Really, really nice here. Remember, though, it's a bit of a dinner bell. You see the no ult zone go down, and you know people are fighting inside. Third party is there as Alliance come in, finding onto the members of SR. SR already down a player. This is so dicey for them. You're going to get chased out of the no ult zone by NY7, who continues to chase forward, but he's got ultimate, so he's sitting happy. Able to dodge away from getting caught by those halberds. Looks like he's going to continue to chase forward onto Zhao. Grapple lock on. There's going to be the knockback from the ultimate. NY7 chasing onto Zhao, but looks like he has been able to break away briefly, but Revenge keeping the pressure up. There's the through red shove. Now Zhao, I don't think you're going to be surviving this one. Too much staggering. Alliance securing themselves their second kill of the game and coming off a good game after game 5. Not as great of an opener, but 2 kills now. They're sitting all right.
Yeah, it just makes SR kind of having this position right now for the rebirth charm to be picked up from the Spirit intense. Now they can pick up a target. Now they can go ahead and have someone fully alive for the remainder of this match, which is going to be Rico. Nice option here. But they still have a minute and a half or a minute and 50 seconds for Junks in terms of just finding one soul bloom, right? One soul bloom to make it out here. WG Iran just looped into the existence as he came from Azoth Peak, most likely. And he's with in the forefront of WZ now. WBG sees Junks as they come through off of the catapult, and that's going to be where the connections can be had for Junks. Oh my goodness, the flying knives R&B really just came to the clutch there. Junks is going to be having no survivability here. The pistol shots, the musket shots. Junks just has very limited options right now, having this wall and an F2 from Leeway, insult to injury, pulling it off here. With WBG though, looking to pick those up. Looking for the R&Bs, 6 to 12 eliminations actually for WBG. So being the kill leaders in the lobby, are gonna have the time to loot the body as well as just backing off throughout here. But like I said, SR's team had probably the most stacked J's in this game. So any teams that have picked up those loot, such as the Focus Slide, Phantom Step on Jing, as well as a Desperation, it's gonna be up to the case because a Cloudy Run near Ron with the Tuna and the Sunwing shot really comes into clutch, especially when that Sunwing becomes into a slow shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, WBG very set up now off the back of that one. Only 9 minutes left in the game. This game is absolutely rocketing by. Alliance still got all of their players available to them. Also very geared up. Double Golden Soul Jades on Revenge. You can tell me which ones those are because I have no idea. But Meteor lands onto NY7. Gets a big chunk out. That's going to be the fight for the Spirit well. And half the lobby want this. Everybody is fighting over it. Leo makes forward. Han goes in for the Transformers. ASE are now going to take this opportunity to try and pressure up onto this one. Leo just playing evasion away from Han, is able to get himself grabbed up though, as Han is going to evict him from the lobby with a swift punch, disengaging away. And ASE still remain in control of this soul well, although WBG not willing to give it up yet. Yoran's in the area. Han's going to be timing out on his transform, and I assume the moment that happens, everyone's going to jump in. Alliance make their way forward. NY7 loses a lot of HP. Revenge throws down his ultimate as well. Han, no way to catch this Syra now. Needs to be very careful as Alliance are able to muscle their way in, heal their team up with the orbs. I don't think anyone's really going to be able to contest them yet. I think everyone else is just backing off. Don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah, it might be a spotlight right now for Alliance to try to confirm this buff. They are going to have the Takeda Furin to push back anyone who wants to contest this area of control, but now it gives them full reign. They can now kite the buff and for the refresh, for the ultimate, and allowing for the extension of the Mystic Might. And there is going to be the case. Finding gold the defense Jade. I'm curious to see which one that is. That could be Hepta. That could be Razor Swift. There's a lot of options right now for that Jade, but having to pick up the gold armor is more so the important value. Rico, though, holding out for dear life. Advanced group heal. Maybe he doesn't even really need that group heal right now because he's by himself, but he's going to be holding out towards the north gate near the Black Tortoise Gate in the north side of Imperium. NY7 going to the northwest of Imperium, where there is a slew of characters between 521, WBG, and ASC, who Han had been caught out here for just a split second. Doesn't have Tianhai ultimate, and you can see in the background a lot of throwing knives we had here. ASC's missed, was switching on over towards it with the pole sword, but Jiao Wen having to get chased down here between all the targets. There's going to be Han first target on the flip side for Mist to look for it, and the swarm shots to be coming out here. For NY7 though, all it really takes is one connection for the Tumultuous, and then that's going to be chip damage coming back and forth. The flying knives really just comes out to have the mid-range, but then there's NY7 proccing his ultimate, knowing full well the value it's going to provide if he can get a lockdown for his teammates.
Alrighty, well, Mist just chasing forwards here. Has still got those dashes on to Han. Han is actually very low. Alliance able to finish him up. Mist has been caught by that tether. That's going to connect in onto him. The Alliance just continue to control, knocking Mist back into that zone and make sure that he takes as much damage from that corruption as possible. ASE, don't think Mist is going to be able to pick up his teammates as Alliance have been able to get a brief pot off as Jiao Wen has been caught. Mist is just going to jump back into the action and decides that is not worth it. Alliance knocking him back into the zone. Mist gets some healing in from his zip. There goes the dazzle. It's not going to quite connect onto him, but Mist is just locked in place. No ultimate. The combo breaker is not coming back for another 20 seconds. And that is a very stacked Alliance securing themselves another kill. ASE are eliminated from the lobby.
4 eliminations right now for Alliance. Right now, Mystic Might is going to expire in 30 seconds or so. We still have another Spirit Well to be worried about in terms of what it could bring, whether Draco, White Tiger's Prowess, or Mystic Might for a refresh, as well as for having armor on standby. For the teams, though, finding a Moonbane usage, we're going to see WBG Jing getting pelted by arrows, but still finding cover just in enough time and a nice armor swap. See, I like seeing these armor swaps just because there's a lot of chances here for those teammates just to have another survivability in case someone's aiming down sights. There is an armor pierce in the lobby, though, with a Sunwing slow shot. So having the opportunity of seeing that Jade selection in the hands of a player, if they have a nice accuracy gain, or even with a Tumult, they could go for 3 pot shots, expending all their stamina, and just confirming Death's Door for somebody if they have the attack to build up. Because even with armor pierce, there is a reduction to the scaling of it, but it does go straight through the armor. It goes straight to the white health. So as long as there's no HP Jades and a lot of mitigation, the team player could be knocked out. Now, over by the Brilliant Cave, you can see the entrance towards this with 521 having ambushed against Kakaxi here, finding a nice set of blue focuses. 521, 10 eliminations. First game playing a Siphon Syra, and they're doing work with it. Spearwell is also spawning in here towards this area, and whether or not Revenge is going to have full usage of his ultimate, I'm pretty sure that if MI7 doesn't need to proc ultimate early on, that he could hold this for the buff. It's the White Tiger's Prowess. He pops it early. He looks towards looking for the RMBs if he can set himself to be readily up to go ahead and launch back. As you can see, Yuma's Cloudweaver is coming to clutch here as he's able to get those knockbacks with the Tesla ultimate from Chacha Mew. It's going to be making it happen, but there's going to be another defense shade to be picked up here. NY7 squad is now fully stacked out, all gold armors with the White Tiger's Prowess and the refresh and the ultimates to pressure this one out here. I'm not sure it hit grade, but I think 15 players left alive comes out to strengths, but DRG are definitely going to be one of those getting knocked out early at the 17.
Alliance really been just on the aggression here with this Takeda comp. I believe they're the only Takeda in the lobby total, and right now these guys are stomping everyone. All of our monks are knocked out as well. Kind of expected that when I saw the loadout for the lobby. As Alliance find everyone in place, that White Tigers, because terrifying when the whole lobby's grouped up that much. You will potentially get that old nuke that we used to see. As Alliance through in the Furen shove down. Leo, low HP. He is going to get popped. Alliance jump up to 7 kills off the back of that one. 521 still on 10 kills though. 13 on WBG, 9 on SR. Alliance have some work to do if they want to actually fully capture that first place. Gonna see NY7 go aerial, chasing on for the kill. Pampy's making a breakaway. He had to armor swap to grey armor. He is so weak. Throws out the chain scythe, gets the knockback onto NY7. but he's continuing to pressure forward. They still have that White Tigers on the side of Alliance, as it's just a tunnel of death right now. Pampy caught out by the Dazzle, caught in the knockup. Alliance continue to chase forwards, though. They're not actually really able to connect much more. Looking for another Dazzle coming out from Revenge is not going to happen. They're just going to heal NY7 back up, as though Ivan gets himself caught out. 60 seconds left on this White Tigers as well. It's going to absolutely obliterate people if they get too close, as Alliance find out onto Bowder's Sleepy Z. He's just going to get caught up. Caught again in the corner. Golden armor across the board here. Alliance, so scary.
So scary. I know one thing is that Sleepy T and Jing are trying to hold down the fort with the flying knives into the ultimate for the Zai. That's only a limited amount of time right now. 2.5 minutes left for this team of 2 to try to carry out here the task of surviving. SR is having one teammate alive, and that's going to be Rico. I don't even know where he's at. I can't even find him on the map right now. There he is in the background. I see him. He's hiding into the corner. He's the only surviving member for SR, as the only left, the one left in the field. But a triple squad of alliances, you know, with the alliances, the NY7 having the scaling to gold focus ultimate, there's going to be a chance right there for the White Tigers prowess. Number 1 in the stagger to commit towards Jing, but Jing gets out of there for a couple of seconds. Revenge looking to try to go ahead and confirm for staggers, giving a late Takeda ultimate, something that they weren't expecting to come out at that point in time, and giving full stagger priority. Now for WZ, seeing the dreadful wheel being procced out from Shasha, you know, it's going to be a spot for Yuma to get an elimination against Pampy. The White Tigers prowess has now been expired, but the teams are not going to stop there. There's going to be NY7 fan, throwing knives, fist plates, all the necessary elements to make this endgame circle theirs. And they're going to have that last Fury and Flash to be thrown out here. And look at the rage bar, folks. This is a 70% right now for NY7, and he just committed in terms of using the ultimate for the last minute or so.
Yeah, the fact it's almost back up is absolutely brutal for them. Alliance, Revenge is very low right now. The Sandstorm comes out. They're going to use this as an opportunity to pot off. They're not really going to get many more opportunities to go for that pot. Revenge putting some damage down. That's going to be another kill for Yuma, putting them on to the 11 kills at this point, as they do find the lockdown on to the WZ members underneath the bridge, but they are getting absolutely blasted. Quick reposition from WZ isn't going to buy them the space they need away from Revenge, as Alliance continue to onslaught onto WZ. Down goes another player. The fist weapon's doing so much work. Everyone else is just staying aerial, just to stay away from the members of Alliance. Cookie underneath the bridge trying to heal up. The through range shove launches into the sky to get some damage off, as Cookie drops down onto the low ground, as NY7 will catch out on to Cookie inside the zone, knocks him back. Furen Shove as a gatekeep now has used all of those charges up, so doesn't have it anymore. He's just going to quickly go for a weapon repair while he can. Rico going for the stuns. Yuma's able to get the kill. Bowder's Sleepy T's caught out, and just like that, Alliance find Ivan. It is an astronomically good game for them. Gonna look for Ivan. He's trying to make the escape away. Rico's actually going low, but he will be going down. That's another kill for the actually 521 who takes this one away from him. Revenge is the last man standing. Alliance, a 17 kill game to close it out on. They just rocketed. They were like second to last or third to last, and they just go into top of the table off that game. Huge performance.
I was wondering, I was like, man, you know, this team has been working at the bottom of the leaderboard since round 1 for today. But after having the success, right, they were like at 11th or so. Heck, I even think I feel like they were at 12th place. But having the 17 kill game with a first place multiplier, this propels them into the top 5. Top 5 for sure. And then having the opportunity of just knocking out, you know, some of the key players alongside. Now, Sandsife and Syra, we know this is going to be a comp that kind of has success. I want to talk about 521. They had this being their first game as Zyph and Syra.
Yeah,
which is a surprise because it's one of the primo picks for the team comps. And yet they went 2 weeks, 3 weeks without even playing them out. And for this being the 5th week, there is a chance here to see how they were preparing for it. Maybe just trying to see if any other comps would be better options for them, as being not only as one of the few C teams or Southeast Asian teams, but just wanted to be one of the few outlier teams to not use what everyone is using. But they said, you know what, it's time. We got to pull it out. And then they did really well with it in terms of what it really came down to. Even better, ironically, in the case scenario, than YZG in that round.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like Captain, I've forgotten the name for the word now. Captain
Obvious.
Or Captain Obvious. The one where you kind of foresight, but I can't remember the name of it. But regardless, you think if you were 5-2-1, you're looking at this going, we've had 5 kind of underwhelming weeks, and we finally lock in the Primo comp and have a good game. maybe we should have been locking this in a little bit earlier. We're into over halfway. We're into the third round of bi-weekly finals, and you're only just playing like the S+ comp in the meta right now. It raises a few concerns on like speed of ability to adapt from 5-2-1 more than anything, or if it was just a stubbornness and they didn't believe they were good enough, or that comp was actually as good as everyone else seemed to think. But regardless, 5-2-1, lock it in. They have a good game. Alliance also having a very good game under themselves. Honestly, for a while, today looked like it was the YZG show. These guys looked amazing. And then as soon as Fireflies came around, they kind of crumbled. They struggled with the Firefly side of things. And this game was the earliest they've been eliminated from a lobby. Like, they got rolled out of the lobby real quick. And they actually were quite aggressive in this game. They kind of dropped that more passive style and played a more aggressive game. But it came at an incredibly heavy cost of getting knocked out early. But I don't think it really matters to them. They've had such a good day. But, like, this game was like probably a 6-pointer, and if a 6-pointer is your worst when you've had multiple double-digit games, in fact all your games other than this one were double digits, you're going to be sitting happy. You're going to be finding yourself off the back of that.
Yeah, I mean, one thing too is to kind of keep the notion in the Firefly maps is that outside factor of, does this personnel have ultimate after I just fought them? Because we are within range, and having the Fireflies be within range means that they could be proccing out. They could be a Tessa, which is 60%, or it could be another Zai ultimate to be on standby. Otherwise, taking off drop spawns and having the macro aspects, they have that in the games without the Fireflies and do well with it. Then afterwards, we don't see them take the fights off rip. They're still playing macro. That's where I think things need to be seen towards. But Alliances with 24.4 points in first place, WBG with 14 points in second, 5-2-1 13.5 in third. That's what I'm saying. SR with 12 in fourth, WZ with 11.5 in fifth, ASC with 5.5 in sixth, YZG with 5.5 in seventh, and then Baudo with it as well in eighth. FPX has 5 points alongside with DRG from 9th to 10th, and JL for 2.5. OA got eliminated early.
Yeah, they got the big old donut. I think that's our first donut of the day, actually. I don't think we've had a single game where someone's got 0 points. OA getting a little bit rolled in this one, unfortunately. Alliance, a huge performance for them. And let's have a look at the damage. Actually, relatively low. Like, considering we've been having like 30k damage games, it's a very even spread. And it's a high kill game there for Yuma. 11 kills on the Tammy, but yeah, honestly, I'm surprised by how low the damage was because they were so aggressive. I guess Alliance were very good at third partying for a large chunk of their kills. They were jumping in after fights had started and kind of mopping them up. Which I just, honestly, today it felt like third partying just wasn't a thing until this last game. Like, everyone had been avoiding it as much as possible, and now finally they do come back real strong. Nice performance there from the side of Alliance. A needed victory for them as well.
And the thing too is that even in the Viper Witch and Tessa match that they had in round 5, one thing was for certain is that they found the assassination. I think Alliance kind of works best when they have counter options or like the same pick options to work against them, specifically with the Viper Witch and Tessa. Not to Sandsife and Syra, I think it just comes down to how well the team can just get that first point, just push. And then once they were finding out these buffs in the endgame circle, that was just what sealed the deal. Our scoreline though for today, 12th place with OA at 30.5, 38.5 and 11th for 5-2-1, 10th place DRG with 41 points, 9th for FPX and for 44 points in 8th place WZ, while WBG is in 7th place with 44. Now, 47.5 for Team Bauda in 6th place. In 5th place ASC with 50 points, 53 points for SR in 4th. Bronze placement goes out to Alliance for 55.9, 62.5 for JL in 2nd, and a 90.1 lead for YZG. First day of playing and having a crazy amount of points earned in the first 3 games, and then a median roll into the latter 3. Like you mentioned, even with those double digits or low double digits, they've had a strong start in terms of their day 1 for this week, especially past this patch, and just showcasing what they have with the flying knives in their pockets and what they can deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, they look absolutely terrifying going in towards the bi-weekly 3s. I mean, they've won the last 2, so it's not too much of a surprise coming in from YZG, but damn, they look real good. Alliance had a terrible day, but the fact that they ended in 3rd, what a game to end on for the Alliance. So good for the third partying, and again, at the end, they were all rocking gold armor. They were just geared to the teeth. Like, how did you deal with them? It was such a menace. Really hard to pin down. Playing the Xiphon. I still swear this is the best comp on the patch. I believe it wholeheartedly. And they played it. Well, they didn't even play Siphon actually. Sorry, they played the Takeda, which is also any kind of the Siphon comps are just crazy strong right now, and they have been for a long time.
I kind of want to curious and see because, you know, even with Yuma earlier, he had Cloud Reaper on plays, and then once he found these gold ones, that's when he started unleashing these out, and then he started pelting hit by hit. White Tiger's prowess, he staggered. Even without the White Tiger's prowess, you can see the charge up RMBs, the comms are going absolutely ballistic. The repositioning off to the bottom of the bridge, it's eliminating one off of this was WZ getting killed off here in the corner of this area, and then with it having the Syro ultimate to be in use from SR, and then having the opportunity to see Yuma go right back up, getting right back into the zone. All he has to do is go ahead and just keep spamming because he knows it's going to be only a matter of time before they're going to have to end up and being caught into his crosshairs. But with revenge and insurance policy with the Syro ultimate, is able to keep the team alive. Tumulch though taking the MVP, 11 eliminations right now. And Tumulch MVP kind of rare in the case instance because, like I said, DPS wise, this average damage wasn't so much in this game, but having the last hit confirmations was definitely the other play. And Razor Swift was that one of the melee resistance J's, I actually called it. But another thing too was that Assassin's Lunge was one of the J's that he was using before he decided to full into using Cloud Reaper, and it worked out perfectly. 7,100 damage dealt as he was able to kind of use it. Damn, that weapon 2000, surprise, surprise, might be a ballista shot to be honest. Maybe, I'm not too sure. But Fist Blades, even though 7,000 damage, all it needed to do is the same idea that we had with the detach. May not have as increased scaling or maybe not has as much usage early on. All he needed to do was just confirm those last hit confirmations and just confirm the staggers that came through with it. Because as much as he only has 4% attack, it's not damage, but staying alive throughout the motion. And having 24% mitigation, especially on a Tumulch, is something that becomes unkillable over the course of the matches at the very end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been interesting with this Sand Siphon comp and like the evolution we've seen over the last year, well, this year, because last year Takeda was always the carry, right? But with the Syra introduction and removal of Zip, Tammy has really stepped up as an off DPS. Like, I've started to see more and more Tammys with mad numbers, where like Takeda is kind of there for the food rent shove. It's like what's kind of changed in this comp is like Syra and Takeda are kind of like the CC bots of the comp. And then Tammy's your kind of like hit confirmer. Like they come in with a big pole sword, big damage to get the chunk on the back of like the crowd control that's coming in. I think today, obviously with the fact that we've had the flying knives released, we've started to see Takeda kind of show back up because like you rightfully said, you throw the free range shove out and then the knives follow as like a follow-up, and suddenly Takeda has like a very, very safe way to be throwing these blue focuses in off the back of his food range shove, and you're seeing this really, really interesting little dynamic between the characters. So Takeda has suddenly started to rise back up in the amount of damage they're doing in this comp, but it's very interesting to see, you know, how certain changes change everything. Like Syra's release kind of removed Takeda as like the primary carry of this comp, and it kind of became like a shared role between all three, where the flying knives have now returned him to a point where like Takeda is still the kind of primary guy in this comp and everyone else is there to back him up. It's very interesting. I'm excited by YZG. I think spring might be their spring, and that might be the caster curse of all caster curse. But you know, they've been absolutely crushing it so far. Anyway, we're gonna pass it over to our interview to round out the day, so over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and I'm standing here with our player and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，小洛先跟我们的观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是来自 GoL 的小小洛。
欢迎小小洛来到我们的赛后采访。哇，也是再次欢迎小小洛来到赛后采访了，也是第二次见面了。Okay, so first I would like to know, because today is like you know, like the game 1 to game 3, maybe I would like to know, so how you comment on yourself today, like because we know at last you guys are really in a good status, and now you're like in the top 3. 那我这边啊，其实也想让小小洛自己来评价一下，觉得今天队内的状态怎么样？因为看起来前3把的时候，其实总体的分数还没有那么高，但是后3把已经现在拿到了一个前3的总积分，感觉怎么样？
前3把有点状态不好吧，然后后面一把杀鬼吃鸡了，然后后面就起来了。
哎，有没有去复盘一下当时状态为什么不好，或者说做了哪些调整，可以就是一下子在第4把拿了一个天选呢？理回忆，
是
前3把打完下来，小小复盘了一下吧。
对，
然后后面就杀起来了。
哎，发现了一些问题，找到了自己的擅长阵容，然后就杀起来，对不对？So from the game 1 to game 3, I think we are really like not in a good status. And for us, after the game 1 to game 3, we just like discussing together and just figure out the problem now in the matches, and then we just like change. And also because in the game 4 we use this hero combination we're really good at, and that's why after that we have really good status, or we can say better status than before. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 我们来看一下今天的题目是什么。So today's question is, which hero did JLXX Lord use in the game 6? 这道题目呢是小洛刚才在那把比赛当中用到的是哪个英雄 ？So when we mention about the latest game, we really want to say, oh, it's a pity at last. I really want to know. So after like your teammate just have the after the Realm of Beyond, and how you just decide the way and why just like be killed by other people at last. 这边特别想问一下，虽然这把的最后很可惜啊，但是那波阳虚之后，其实我感觉，我特别想知道一下那一波自己是怎么去做的这个指挥，然后当你的队友都已经没有了的时候，自己是做了一个怎么样的打算呢？
准备找个没人的地方，等他俩虚死，然后给他埋起来。
So for me, my plan at that time is just want to hide in a corner if my opponent can find me, and then maybe have the chance and have money, then can save my teammate. But really a pity that I'm found by other teams. 最后那波真的是有一点点可惜，但是没有关系啊。今天其实整体发挥还很好，而且也要恭喜你们今天拿下了一把天选，同时自己有把 MVP， 对不对？我们一会儿也聊一下。Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 那我们在聊后面一个问题之前，我们先给大家送出一下福利，好不好？用英文进行一个倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请小洛给我们公布一下刚才这把的这个正确答案到底是什么。哎，自己没看是不是？啊、yeah, the correct answer is B. 张起灵，对不对 ？Okay, and at last, I really want to know is so for your ambition in the biweekly final. 那最后再问一下，小的问一下，这周的周决有什么目标没有？
冠军。
Okay, my ambition is championship in this biweekly final, and I would like to say cheer up. 好吗？祝你们好运 ，Good luck to you, and thank you for today's interview. And we will take a break, and we will get back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Jaeger. We're getting ready to round out the day. It was a explosive day. Honestly, like I said, I felt like we got to a point where it was just the YZG show, and I was like, we might just have like the biggest YZG day ever. And then they lost steam. It was like they kind of used all of their energy at the beginning of the day, and then lost a lot of steam going a bit further forwards. And now it's on them to kind of take a step back and go, okay, we're playing well, but we need to figure out a way to like secure these more MVPs, because if we were looking at the bi-weekly finals right now, YZG could have won early. They would have been on enough points very early, but the fact that they lost the last 3 games, which would have been the match point threshold games, meant that we'd be going on to game 7 right now.
We would have. If it was on a match point, this would have been the clean sweep moment. But one thing's for certain is that in the first half, in terms of the games, YZG just took its sweeping force, especially up to even to game 4 and game 5, with the 10.5s and the 10 points. Like I said, I think just something in their macro gameplay essence, just having it, you got to understand about what could lead down certain paths. And into the latter half of the game, JL took the game 4 for 28 points, SR took game 5 for 18.5, and Alliance takes game 6 with 24.4, just taking out first place with a multiplier. It didn't help that in games 2 and 3 that there was a tied position, so there wasn't any multipliers earned out for them, but it still was a notion. Now solos, this is what we're gonna have for tomorrow. Game 1 is gonna be Pedoria midnight, and then game 2 is Holoroth Sunny into Morus midday. Then we go back to Pedoria for Morning Dew, and then filing out with game 5 Holoroth Dusk and Morus all night. You know, I'm always stuck in terms of trios, having trios map rotation. Then I go into solos, and like, everything kind of makes sense until a certain point when you see Pedoria 2 times in a row in the first in round games 1 and 4 versus 1 and 6. But regardless, this is going to be where game 1 for this weekly patch comes into an end for the 4-1 patch. This is going to be the season 16 patch Currently, recently, we just got our patch for 4.17, but more into the case scenario. I know a lot of players is wondering when we're going to update, and I feel like that's just going to be a case for the Spirit Well adjustments, or rather with the changes that's going to come into play with that Realm of Yang depletion. Mass-induced Realm of Yang depletion is a mechanic that I know is going to cause a lot of decisions to be made of just readjusting control of what to do in the match. But like everything coming through here, I know YZG have taken the thoughts of what they could take in here. Hopefully not to suffer the curse of week 1. I'm caster cursing this. Week 1 where SR was taking the lead overall, but then when the finals came, they were at the bottom of the leaderboard. And like seeing about how they can not have that happen because they won 2 weeks in a row. So
yeah,
making sure that this comes out. If anything is going to be made for the other players, such as with Team JL that we saw with Jazz Jalio in that interview, just making sure that he can get his team on board for winning a championship, or even seeing an underdog team coming through for victory, such as with Alliance, and even to the extension that any other teams that haven't played yet today, GG and Wolves, former with world champion team, to be in the play for the next day. That's just something I'm waiting out for into the next week, or for this weekend. But we are going to go ahead, Jake. Hell of a time here, bringing back here with you again for casting. Banger day. And we're gonna go ahead and have a wonderful night. Any last words?
No, thank you for watching. Make sure you're here for solos tomorrow, and enjoy. Thank you very much for watching. See you later.